Chapter 1595. Senior Jing Lan. Fairy Myrtle cried out in grief. Qin Yi and Feng Jioge also showed sadness, hatred, anger, and other emotions. Jing Lan's death was out of their expectations, because they did not expect Steel Life Immortal Gu to be hidden in Langya Blessed Land. Wasn't it said that before Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable mysteriously disappeared, he felt that Steel Life Gu was too powerful and would bring disaster to the world if it fell into the hands of people with ill intentions, so he destroyed it along with the Gu recipe? Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply. Clearly this was wrong information, but the Celestial Court believed it to be true. If Fairy Myrtle wanted to understand the inside story, she could only capture the land spirit of Langya and interrogate him. After all, back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had asked Longhair Ancestor to refine Gu, what kind of internal transaction they had and how they leaked the information to deceive the Celestial Court, only they themselves knew. Ha ha ha. Land Spirit of Langya laughed loudly. Do you really think my Langya sect is so easy to bully? This time all of you will die. Careful. Fang Yuan suddenly shouted in warning. What? At the next moment, Land Spirit of Langya cried out in shock. Because he saw that although Jing Lan had died, her heart was starting to shine with dazzling lightning. Soon Jing Lan's aged body was completely melted by the lightning heart's scorching electric currents. These electric currents filled the entire black armor. Next, the unmanned armor actually raised its head and puffed out its chest. A terrifying aura burst out, giving off a majestic aura that could support heaven and earth. Isn't she dead? Oh no, this is very bad. The variant human Gu immortals turned pale with fright. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression as he spoke of his conjecture. Thunder Ghost True Monarch is indeed dead, but her black armor is soul path in essence. Although she died of old age, the armor is still intact. It is equivalent to leaving behind a special soul. Most importantly, her heart seems to be her final trump card. It's extremely powerful, so we have to be careful. In the blink of an eye, Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor shot toward the silver giant like a shooting star. Boundless azure electricity seeped out of the gaps in the pitch-black armor and gathered into a tail of flames that was dozens of feet long. Faster, faster, faster. The armor was extremely fast. After Fang Yuan's warning, the hairy men were on guard, but they did not have time to use killer moves to dodge, because the armor was charging too fast. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was most proficient in movement. Her strength was at the peak of rank 8, but her speed had always been at the peak of rank 8. But now that the thunder armor burst forth, this speed had already surpassed the peak of the 8th rank and reached the stage of quasi-9th rank. The silver giant had nowhere to hide and was struck by the thunder armor. Retreat. Fairy Myrtle's eyelids twitched. She wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Boom. A violent explosion suddenly erupted in the next moment. Billions of bolts of lightning interweaved and danced wildly. Because the lightning in the center was too dense, it formed a pool of lightning plasma. At once, the world turned white. The light was blinding. Countless hairy men and mortals who were looking at the sky cried out in pain. They covered their eyes or rolled around on the ground. Just one look and they were blinded. The light quickly dissipated, and an incomparable wave of chi began to sweep in all directions. Even Fairy Myrtle and the rest were pushed away. They could not control themselves. They were like small boats in the middle of a storm. A huge hole appeared in the center of Cloud Cover Continent. It was tens of thousands of li in diameter. The whole of Langya Blessed Land shook intensely. The visible refinement path Dao marks that were shining with Dao mark light were all destroyed by the explosion. The refinement path Dao marks that were close to the explosion also decreased in number. The remaining ones were dim and without light. At the center of the explosion, it was empty. Only several Gu immortals were floating in the air like ants. Cough, cough, cough. The surviving variant human Gu immortals had rank 7 cultivation level. They had great battle strength. They coughed and spat out blood. They were in a pathetic state. Land Spirit of Langya was even more illusory. It was ethereal like a bubble. It was on the verge of dissipating. Only Fang Yuan was unharmed. His expression was ashen. He was covered in reverse flow protection seal. He was also extremely weak. Because of this attack, reverse flow river in the sovereign immortal aperture had expended 10% of its total volume. As expected of the rank 8 expert who once resisted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Even if she dies, she can retaliate. This move condensed all of her lightning path Dao marks into her heart and exploded. The power was terrifying. But after the battle, there were no lightning path Dao marks at all. This means that she had already used her lightning path Dao marks to their limits. She definitely has lightning path Great Grandmaster attainment level. In Fang Yuan's mind, thoughts flashed like lightning. Even though he was not injured, his losses were not light. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's final attack was definitely at quasi-rank 9 level. When the explosion occurred, the Silver Giant blocked it first. After the Silver Giant collapsed, Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal blocked it. Even so, Reverse Flow River had lost 10% of its total volume. Reverse Flow River had been supporting Reverse Flow Protection Seal. It was not inexhaustible. Fang Yuan had used it many times, he only had 60% left now. Fang Yuan's situation was still alright, but the others were in terrible states. The Silver Giant collapsed, the Killer Move's Backlash, along with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's final Lightning Explosion Killer Move. More than half of the variant human goo immortals died on the spot, their corpses and souls dissipated, only their immortal apertures remained. The remaining immortals were all injured, they had fearful expressions, some were even dazed from the explosion, they had no expression on their faces now. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's explosion could be said to have dealt a huge blow to the variant human alliance. Protect Land Spirit of Langya with all your strength, we have Steel Life Goo, we can still fight. Fang Yuan reminded loudly. He flew towards Land Spirit of Langya and protected him. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan had to control the situation. That's right, we still have Steel Life Immortal Goo. The battle had reached the most crucial moment. At this time, Land Spirit of Langya knew that it was not the time to vent his anger and sadness. He immediately activated Steel Life Immortal Goo for the second time. Quickly attack. Fairy Myrtle and Chinny rushed over. Seeing that Steel Life Immortal Goo was about to be activated again, how could they not be anxious? Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. Chen Yi's body shook fiercely as countless wisps of green smoke curled up and gathered into a huge divine tree. Meanwhile, Fairy Myrtle attacked fiercely. Immortal Killer Move, nothing is more sorrowful than a dead heart. She directly used her strongest defensive method. The will of sorrow spread rapidly, there was no light or shadow, but the variant human goo immortals around Land Spirit of Langya twitched, they subconsciously clutched their chests, their eyes rolled back as they died mysteriously. Sixth Hair. Fang Yuan called out, Fairy Myrtle's attack could not be defended against. Sixth Hair had barely survived the lightning explosion, he was already heavily injured, now that he was hit by Fairy Myrtle's desperate attack, he could not hold on any longer, he died. Fang Yuan's expression changed, even though he was unharmed, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Reverse Flow River fell by another 10%. This meant that Fairy Myrtle's killer move was on par with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's self-detonation after death. No. Save me. Land Spirit of Langya roared, he grabbed Fang Yuan's arm and used a defensive killer move to resist Fairy Myrtle's attack. Fang Yuan looked at him, but there was nothing he could do. Because Reverse Flow Protection Seal could only protect him alone, it could not spread to Land Spirit of Langya. First Supreme Elder, you cannot use Steel Life Immortal Goo at the same time. Right now, there is only one solution, that is to move the whole of Langya Blessed Land into my Immortal Aperture. Only then will we have a chance of survival. Fang Yuan urged with great sincerity. But Land Spirit of Langya rejected him, he stared at Fang Yuan with wide-open eyes. No, this won't work, I can still fight. Bam. At the next moment, he reached his limit, his defensive methods were all broken, his body exploded into countless fragments, he died on the spot. I killed him. Fairy Myrtle saw this and relaxed, she almost fainted on the spot. Nothing is greater sorrow had huge repercussions, Fairy Myrtle smiled bitterly in her heart. After this activation, she did not know how long she would need to recuperate. Land Spirit of Langya, damn it. Fang Yuan frowned as he cursed, but I have not lost all my chances. Maybe. At the next moment, at the place where Land Spirit of Langya died, another figure appeared. He had a white beard and white eyebrows, it was the previous white-haired Land Spirit of Langya. Langya Blessed Land had two obsessions, there were also two land spirits. The black-haired Land Spirit was killed, the white-haired Land Spirit appeared again. What? A second Land Spirit of Langya has appeared. Fairy Myrtle frowned, she was not unaware of this secret, but she was confident in nothing is greater sorrow, she felt that the two land spirits were one and could be eliminated together. But the truth was in front of her, Langya Blessed Land's profundity far surpassed her estimation. Even though Fairy Myrtle could still use nothing is greater sorrow, she did not have enough time. And could ordinary methods kill the Land Spirit of Langya that was protected by Fang Yuan? Fairy Myrtle was not flustered, her lips curled up as she turned from offense to defense, protecting her companion. Her companion was Chinny. On the Karma Divine Tree that Chinny was activating, there was already a huge fruit growing. There is cause and effect, if there is an effect I will destroy the cause. Chen Yi shouted as he stretched out his right arm, grabbing this fruit and squeezing it. Juge. The fruit was instantly crushed. The purple fruit juice was like poison. It splattered on Chen Yi's face and body. Zzz. Intense pain assaulted him. Chen Yi screamed as his face and body were corroded by the fruit juice. His flesh started to rot. In a few breaths of time, his muscles melted, revealing his white bones. Chen Yi paid such a huge price. He was heavily injured and on the verge of death to forcefully activate Karma Divine Tree. He naturally had a motive. Land Spirit of Langya's expression changed. He said solemnly, "Steel life immortal Gu was actually destroyed by them." Sigh. Fang Yuan sighed deeply, urging again, "The only thing we can do now is to fuse Langya blessed land into my..." Before he finished speaking, the white-hair land spirit of Langya interrupted him. "No need, my Langya blessed land still has a trump card. This is the agreement between my main body and Giant Sun Immortal. If the blessed land is in danger of destruction in the future, we can ask Longevity Heaven for help and Giant Sun's descendants will help. Meanwhile, my blessed land will fuse with Longevity Heaven, we will be its subordinates and have equal status." Saying so, an immortal door opened in the depths of the blessed land. A few breaths of time later, the legendary immemorial desolate beast Mao Li Chiu was the first to charge. It broke through the layers of soil and charged towards them. Behind it, there were several Gu immortals. They all had rank 8 auras and were approaching with great momentum. "Langya blessed land is already the territory of my Longevity Heaven. Celestial Court. Your claws are longer than my Mao Li Chiu. I will chop them off today, haha. Fang Yuan is here too. Kill him and take revenge for the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. We also need to take back the Luck Path True Inheritance." At once, reinforcements arrived. The situation was completely overturned. Sigh. Fang Yuan let out a long sigh. He thought to himself, "It is time to retreat." Chapter 1596. First Supreme Elder, what do you have to say? Longevity Heaven's people were filled with malice towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan retreated as he stared at Land Spirit of Langya and questioned. Land Spirit of Langya snorted coldly. He did not show any respect to Fang Yuan. "I have not settled the score with you yet. You had ulterior motives and added fuel to the fire, causing black hair to make mistakes again and again. Haven't you gained enough benefits in this period of time?" Land Spirit of Langya turned hostile. Fang Yuan's expression turned grim. "Are you not afraid of the alliance agreement? Back then, black hair made the alliance agreement with you, not me." Land Spirit of Langya immediately replied. As expected. Fang Yuan sighed internally. The white-haired Land Spirit's choice was already very clear. Fang Yuan had already guessed it, but now he confirmed it with Land Spirit of Langya's words. "Fang Yuan, where are you going?" Saying so, Mao Li Chiu pounced and slapped Fang Yuan with its huge claws. Boom. A huge force surged. Fang Yuan was sent flying like a meteor, crashing into the dry seabed. Even though Fang Yuan was in a sorry state, he was unharmed. Mao Li Chiu, however, gritted its teeth and waved its claws, cursing, "This reverse flow river is really annoying. Celestial Court's Gu immortals, come and fight." A burly man with a full beard shouted. He was 8 feet tall and had a stocky build. He had an imposing aura. There was another Gu immortal, a little girl with a large pink flower on her head. She sat on the burly man's shoulder and giggled. Her pink face was innocent and romantic. Her eyes were bright as she stared at Fairy Myrtle. These 2 Gu immortals had rank 8 cultivation level, but they did not attack Fang Yuan. They went straight for Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path Gu immortal. Leaving her alive would increase the risk to Longevity Heaven. She had to be eliminated first. "Ox Demon Flower Lady, you two are here too." Fairy Myrtle's eyes narrowed. She had recognized the newcomers, and a grave look flashed across her face. "Haha, if you, Ziwei, can wake up and move around, why would the two of us care about our lives?" The boorish Ox Demon laughed wildly. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions ensued. Ox Demon and Hanako had forced Fairy Myrtle to retreat. Fairy Myrtle did not have much time left to live. Fortunately, she had the true inheritance of Constellation to protect her. After enduring 2 lifesteal attacks, she was in a bad state. On the other hand, Longevity Heaven had expended its resources and sent the Ox Devil and Flower Lady to fight. It was in perfect condition and firmly held the upper hand. Fairy Myrtle defended against the enemy's attacks as she observed the entire battlefield. When she saw Mao Li Chiu send Fang Yuan flying, she suddenly reminded, "Be careful, Fang Yuan has rank 7 fixed immortal travel, don't let him escape." Even if Longevity Heaven wanted to kill her, she was still calm and did not let her emotions get to her head. She had never forgotten her objective of taking Fang Yuan's life. Mao Liqiu frowned. They had 3 rank 8s, a legendary immemorial desolate beast, and an immortal goo house, but they were not space path. Fixed immortal travel was a space path immortal goo, space path goo immortals were the best at countering it. Mao Liqiu's thoughts moved, it charged towards Fang Yuan while shouting at Land Spirit of Langya. Old man, quickly attack, use all your strength to deal with Fang Yuan, kill him and you will have a huge merit. Land Spirit of Langya showed hesitation on his face, but he quickly said, shut up, Mao Liqiu. Since Fang Yuan wants to leave, let him. What right do you have to order me? Even though I asked for help from Longevity Heaven, according to the agreement, we are on equal footing. Land Spirit of Langya had thought of killing Fang Yuan, but he soon thought that even the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven had not managed to kill Fang Yuan even after so long, not to mention Land Spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan knew Langya Blessed Land's background, he had Great Thief Ghost Hand, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, and Fixed Immortal Travel. He was an unscrupulous demon. Land Spirit of Langya did not dare to offend him. Mao Liqiu roared in anger, but there was nothing it could do to Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya said to the remaining variant human goo immortals, you are all aware of the current situation, even though Black Hair is dead, I am not bound by the agreement. But don't worry, as long as all of you join my Langya Blessed Land, I can guarantee your safety and safety. The variant human goo immortals had unsightly expressions, they looked at each other and nodded. There was no choice, their existences were exposed, they were bound by the agreement, and Land Spirit of Langya knew about them. They had no choice now. If they did not want to die, they could only surrender. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Myriad Dragon. Familiar Face. Fang Yuan used 3 moves in a row with Myriad Self-Immortal Goo. His efficiency was very high. The 3 moves came one after another before Mao Liqiu could reach Fang Yuan. It was faced with a sea of sword dragons. Mao Liqiu roared in anger. It also used an immortal killer move. Wind, frost and lightning filled the sky, killing large numbers of sword dragon clones. But at this time, Fang Yuan had already gotten close to Land Spirit of Langya. Be careful, he is there. 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted. He had discovered Fang Yuan's location. He had infiltrated Longevity Heaven but was discovered. He was trapped inside Immortal Goo House Calamity Luck Altar. After being tempered by Longevity Heaven's Goo Immortals for a long time, 5 Elements Grandmaster realized that he had no hope of escaping. He could only lower his head and join Longevity Heaven. This time, Longevity Heaven came to reinforce Langya Blessed Land. He became one of them. You actually found me. It is a pity, it is too late. Fang Yuan turned into an ancient sword dragon. He raised his head and roared. His mouth was filled with sharp teeth. He looked extremely ruthless. Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do? Land Spirit of Langya was pale with fright. It used its immortal killer move to defend itself. Of course I am going to kill you. Immemorial Yama's Child Soul Explosion. Fang Yuan roared. Boom. A rank 8 killer move erupted. Black smoke spread out. Everything was destroyed. Land Spirit of Langya was completely engulfed by the black smoke. Don't. The variant human goo immortals shouted. Stop, we are married. Snowman goo immortal Bing Yuan cried out in shock. But at this moment, Fang Yuan could not care less about their lives. Land Spirit of Langya knew too much. Since he did not want to join Fang Yuan, he would die. Save the Land Spirit. We cannot let him die. Mao Liqiu's hair stood on end from shock. It endured the soul explosion's aftershock and charged towards Fang Yuan. Calamity Luck Altar. 5 Elements Grandmaster directly released this immortal goo house and entered it, controlling it to charge towards Fang Yuan. Calamity Luck Altar suppressed Longevity Heaven. It was one of its trump cards. Longevity Heaven actually brought it along to reinforce Langya Blessed Land. Humph, he escaped quite quickly. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. He did not take away Land Spirit of Langya's life. At the crucial moment, Land Spirit of Langya teleported away. If not for 5 Elements Grandmaster's reminder, Land Spirit of Langya might not have reacted in time. But since he could react, and this was his home ground in a situation where Fang Yuan could not use other methods to restrict him, he could teleport at any time. It is not so easy to take my life. Everyone, we have plenty of time in the future. Fang Yuan looked around, saying his final words before activating Fixed Immortal Travel. He was at the center of the soul explosion. He was like the eye of the tornado, calm and safe. And if other existences wanted to find trouble with Fang Yuan, they would have to resist the soul explosion's power. The dense soul path Dao marks also interfered with and suppressed all sorts of immortal killer moves. Rank 7 Immortal Gu fixed immortal travel. Jade light flashed before anyone could disturb him. Fang Yuan vanished on the spot, successfully retreating. We still could not kill this scoundrel. Fairy Myrtle sighed. Mao Liqiu growled in anger, its bloodshot eyes stared at Fairy Myrtle. Without Fang Yuan, only Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were left. Bam bam bam, continuous thunderclaps resounded. Once the battle began, it entered a white-hot stage. Be gentler, don't destroy my blessed land. Damn it. Land Spirit of Langya stomped its feet and shouted, hiding far away while trying to gather the hairy man survivors on the 3 continents. Fang Yuan's vision changed, he looked around and found himself in an underground cave. Fixed immortal travel is so convenient. Fang Yuan sighed. After he stole this rank 7 fixed immortal travel, he placed it in Heaven Sealing Mountain's immortal formation to refine Gu. It quickly became Fang Yuan's. After confirming that it was not tampered with, Fang Yuan used this Gu and successfully left Langya battlefield. There were rank 8 Gu immortals fighting in Langya Blessed Land, while outside the Blessed Land, there were princes and patients patrolling. Fang Yuan was a thorn in both sides, he did not dare to stay for long. If he gave the others enough time, he would be struck by some strange killing move and be unable to escape. That would be too stupid. Who is it? It is Elder Fang Yuan. Several rank 6 Gu immortals sensed the commotion of the teleportation and rushed over. After seeing Fang Yuan, they bowed and asked, Elder Fang Yuan, what is the situation in Langya battlefield? Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly but did not reply, he only spread his arms. Chapter 1597. What's going on? Immortal battlefield, this joke is not funny. Lord Fang Yuan, we are on the same side. Gasps could be heard, the Rockman and Snowman Gu immortals shouted as their gazes shined with vigilance. In the current world, humans ruled the world. These Rockmen and Snowmen were variant humans, struggling at death's door in the northern icy plain. They faced huge pressure to survive. Variant humans who could survive in this environment and become Gu immortals were not trash. If not for Fang Yuan's rank 7 aura and his publicly recognized rank 8 battle strength, these rank 6 variant human Gu immortals would have attacked already. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, his gaze landed on the only rank 7 variant human Gu immortals as he sighed. Everyone, don't be anxious, I am your ally, how can I harm my comrades? It is just that Langya Blessed Land lost, I was the only one who escaped, the reason for the loss is that there was a traitor among you. What? Lost? Langya Blessed Land was taken over by the Celestial Court. There was a traitor among us? Fang Yuan's words were simply earth-shattering, the variant human Gu immortals were shaken to their core. The only rank 7 Snowman Gu immortal frowned. Lord Fang Yuan, please open the immortal battlefield and let us contact the lords in our tribe. But he had just said that when his body shook, his eyes opened wide as he cried out in shock. My immortal Gu! It was naturally Fang Yuan's great thief ghost hand, he had successfully stolen it. The other variant human Gu immortals were baffled. Someone asked in concern, Lord Bingzhua, what's wrong? Indeed, this Snowman Gu immortal who was guarding the base was Bingzhua. He had a good relationship with Fang Yuan. He had once treated Fang Yuan to the ice wolf wine that he brewed himself. Bingzhua stared at Fang Yuan, he was about to berate him, but Fang Yuan spoke first, pointing at him as he shouted with certainty, You are the traitor. The variant human Gu immortals shook again. I'm definitely not a spy. Fang Yuan, you stole my immortal Gu and slandered me, what is your motive? Bingzhua's anger soared to the sky. Both of his hands grasped the air, and a pair of ice spears condensed out of thin air. Then he held them tightly in his hands. His entire body was overflowing with icy cold air. Fang Yuan sneered and said with grief and indignation, I'm right. You did not hear wrongly, look, the alliance agreement on me did not activate, this Bingzhua is actually a Celestial Court Gu immortal in disguise. The real Bingzhua is already dead. The other variant human Gu immortals looked at each other. Female immortal Shui Er, who was Fang Yuan's fiancée in name, spoke. Fang Yuan, are you mistaken? Lord Bingzhua has always been with us. I'm really not a traitor. There must be a misunderstanding. Lord Fang Yuan, you may have fallen for the enemy's plot to sow discord. Quickly return my immortal Gu. Bingzhua had a cold expression as he sent out an ultimatum. But at the next moment, Shui Er's body shook as she showed a look of fear. My immortal Gu. Bingzhua's body was overflowing with energy, Great Thief Ghost Hand was not easy to approach, but it was not a problem to steal Shui Er. Fang Yuan. Shui Er looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. Bing Zhuo stood up and attacked Fang Yuan, shouting furiously, "I knew all of you humans were not good people." Fang Yuan smiled coldly, "Clown?" Saying so, the children of Yama jumped out of his imperial robe, dozens of them gathered and charged towards Bing Zhuo and the other variant human Gu immortals. At this moment, Fang Yuan exposed his evil intentions. The variant human Gu immortals no longer had any thoughts of leaving things to chance. They were dazed for a moment before attacking Fang Yuan. But how could their strength compare to these children of Yama who had rank 7 battle strength? After a single clash, the variant human Gu immortals formation was scattered by the children of Yama. They were separated and surrounded again. They fell into a predicament where they could only fight for themselves. Fang Yuan turned into Yama Emperor. He stayed at the back and watched these variant human Gu immortals fight against the children of Yama. The children of Yama were not strong enough against Feng Jioge and the rest, but they were more than enough to deal with these variant human Gu immortals. If not for Fang Yuan holding back, these rank 6 variant human Gu immortals would have been killed by the children of Yama already. The only rank 7 Gu immortal, Bing Zhuo, was also in a tough battle. He could not leave. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan continuously used Great Thief Ghost Hand, stealing the immortal Gu of the variant human Gu immortals' immortal apertures one by one. This was the reason why Fang Yuan held back. If he forced them too much, these variant human Gu immortals would fall into despair. They would destroy their immortal Gu and resources. Fang Yuan would not be able to gain anything. As long as there was a trace of hope, these variant human Gu immortals would resist to the end. There were very few who would commit suicide like Meng Tuesday. Moreover, even though variant humans were very vigilant in times of peace, they usually only sparred with each other. They did not have much experience in true life and death battles. As a wisdom path Gu immortal, Fang Yuan had already seen through the thoughts of these variant humans. Precisely so, even though his battle tactic was simple, it was very effective. The variant human Gu immortals had their immortal Gu stolen, their battle strength fell sharply, they were in an even worse state. Fang Yuan, I was wrong about you. How can you be so despicable? You actually harmed your allies. A Rockman Gu immortal shouted angrily, his voice was extremely sorrowful. Bing Zhuo sneered, "You still can't tell? This guy has already resolved the alliance agreement secretly. He is no longer an ally, he is an enemy." "Sai, you talk too much." Fang Yuan sighed lightly. With a shift of his mind, a Yama Sun self-detonated. Immortal killer move, Soul Explosion. Bing Zhuo was a close combat fighter. The Yama Sun was too close to him. He could not dodge in time when it self-detonated. He was hit immediately. With a loud explosion, he was blown to smithereens. His corpse was blown to smithereens. Lord Bing Zhuo. Sorrowful cries resounded everywhere. Shuai almost fainted. Fang Yuan had a cold expression. These people's immortal Gu were almost all stolen. The rest were well prepared. Great Thief Ghost Hand could not get close. Fang Yuan had limited time. He did not want to waste any more time. He started to kill. Variant human Gu immortals died one after another. Only Shuai was left. "You demon, I will not let you off even if I become a ghost." Shuai's expression was twisted. She said her final words through gritted teeth. In the next moment, several children of Yama rushed forward and tore her into pieces of minced meat. As for her soul, it survived in the Yama battlefield. It gathered the souls of the other variant human Gu immortals. They were all imprisoned by Fang Yuan. Soul search. Using extremely skilled soul-searching methods, Fang Yuan quickly learned about the Snowman tribe and Rockman tribe's inside information. Fang Yuan stopped the Yama battlefield and returned to the northern icy plain. This massacre took a lot of time, but during the whole process, there was no external force to deduce or attack the Yama battlefield. It could be seen that these variant human Gu immortals were the final batch of Gu immortals defending this place. Fang Yuan used the soul search information and went deep underground. He soon found a large number of rockmen and snowmen. There were many Gu masters, but most of them were mortals. Fang Yuan forcefully teleported these people into his sovereign immortal aperture. After searching for a while, he dug out the treasures of the rockmen and snowmen, sending them into his immortal aperture. The snowmen's ice tears, the rockmen's rough rice, they were unique immortal materials of the two races. There was a lot of them. Other than that, there were a large number of ordinary immortal materials, as well as some immortal materials that had been preserved from the olden antiquity era and were basically extinct now. These were things that could not be bought in jewel yellow skies. Among them, the most famous was beauty transformation silver. This metal could imitate any beautiful female in front of it and transform into the corresponding appearance. As for the immortal apertures of the variant human Gu immortals who died in battle, Fang Yuan used his methods to seal them. He did not want to place his aperture here. Rank 7 fixed immortal travel. Activating this immortal goo, Fang Yuan left calmly, leaving behind an empty and ruined crime scene. This was the paradise of the rockmen and snowmen, it no longer existed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan appeared in southern border. Who is it? The two southern border goo immortals shouted angrily. Fang Yuan was still using Yama Emperor's killer move at this moment. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, pointing with his finger. Soul explosion. Soul explosion. Soul explosion. Soul explosion. After 5 or 6 soul explosions, the two southern border goo immortals escaped in fear. Where did this ruthless person come from? He was simply insane. Without saying a word, he used a series of killer moves, each move had the power of a peak rank 7. These two immortals were transported away using an immortal goo formation. Fang Yuan could do nothing about it. But soon he broke this immortal goo formation, using brute force to dismantle it. 2 immortal goo and a large number of mortal goo were destroyed by him. Once the immortal formation was destroyed, the items inside were exposed. Chapter 1598. The scale of this dream realm wasn't large. The reason why Fang Yuan could accurately find this place was because he had personally left this dream realm here. Back then he disguised as Wu Yihai and joined the righteous path, entering dreams to raise his attainment level. Later the battle erupted and the celestial court intervened. Zishan Makoto died in battle. Fang Yuan inherited the Shadow Sect and escaped with a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Along the way, Fang Yuan repeatedly used the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to resist the strong pursuers. He finally escaped from danger. But the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies on him were all used up. This was the location where Fang Yuan fought with E-Clan's goo immortals. He self-detonated 2 pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and forced E-Clan's immortal goo house Bay Pavilion to retreat. After the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonated, this dream realm was formed. Southern Border's righteous path goo immortals naturally would not let it go. After some competition, 2 sides won and worked together to set up an immortal formation. They researched and developed it together. Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to rush over. Without saying a word, he chased away all the goo immortals stationed here and destroyed the immortal formation. Right now, using Great Thief Ghost Hand, even though he could steal goo worms, he could not directly steal immortal goo from them. Mortal goo occupied most of the time. Great Thief Ghost Hand might have stolen a large number of mortal goo. To prevent the immortal formation from sending reinforcements or using any strange methods like self-detonation, Fang Yuan acted first and destroyed this immortal formation. Even though immortal goo were unique, they were not important to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a lot of immortal goo. After killing the Rockman and Snowman goo immortals, he obtained many rank 6 and 7 immortal goo. He still had to worry about how to feed them later. Fang Yuan lacked suitable immortal goo. Firstly, the immortal goo had to be at least rank 7, rank 6 immortal goo were too low for Fang Yuan. Secondly, the paths of immortal goo also had a certain range. It would be best if it was the path that Fang Yuan was proficient in. Moreover, Fang Yuan had refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. He could deduce any immortal goo recipe into an immortal killer move. If he needed a specific immortal goo, he could deduce a killer move from the immortal goo recipe and use it instead. Of course, according to the specific situation, the difficulty of the calculation is also different. Although there is the light of wisdom, some immortal goo recipes need decades or even centuries to deduce killer moves. That would mean giving up to Fang Yuan. The scale of the dream realm here has been reduced a little. Fang Yuan took a second look and saw some clues. The original scale of the dream realm was for 2 pure dream reality seeker physiques, but now it was slightly insufficient. Is it because others are exploring the dream world, causing the consumption? Even though the other goo immortals did not have Fang Yuan's advanced methods, they could still explore it. Their greatest gains were the dream path goo materials they obtained in the dream realms. In fact, he could also collect it in his own dream. The true treasures of these dream realms were the other people's true meaning contained in them. Southern Border's goo immortals were buying the casket and returning the pearls. But they were not tired of it. All the forces were desperately stockpiling dream path goo materials. Jewel Yellow Skies was also buying them at a high price. If I remember correctly, one of the dream realms here is Ice and Snow Path while the other is Space Path. These dream realms came from Spectral Soul. He was a great grandmaster of all paths. The dream realms he formed were all-encompassing, taking into account all paths. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that Fang Yuan was carrying were specially chosen by him. But because this was the first battle point during their escape, The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that Fang Yuan gave up on were not of much help to him. Of course, this was his past judgment, but now it seemed to be somewhat helpful. Fang Yuan needed space path attainment level. Because he could use rank 7 fixed immortal travel to create immortal killer moves, it would reduce the time needed to teleport. Fang Yuan needed ice and snow path attainment level even more. Because he had killed many variant human goo immortals earlier, the immortal apertures left behind by the snowman goo immortals needed to reach a certain level of ice path attainment level before he could annex them. Right now, among all the paths, refinement path is the highest. It is at quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. Second is theft path, followed by great grandmaster attainment level. The third is strength path, wisdom path, star path, transformation path, blood path, dark path, formation path and water path. They are all at grandmaster attainment level. The fourth is luck path, enslavement path, earth path, master attainment level. Next are sword path, soul path, space path, time path, dream path, poison path, fire path, metal path and others. They are all at ordinary attainment level. Finally are information path, ice and snow path, chi path, light path, sound path, phantom path, rule path and others. They are rarely touched upon, be it in my previous life or this life. Among all the paths, Fang Yuan needed to raise time path the most. His time path attainment level was only ordinary, but for Fang Yuan, he needed to at least become a grandmaster in this aspect. The celestial court is too powerful, it is too deep, not to mention how many experts are in slumber. Right now they have a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Myrtle leading them, while Chen-Yi and the rest are constantly replenishing them. In this attack on Langya Blessed Land, Duke Long did not even take action. If not for Longhair Ancestors' alliance agreement with Giant Sun Immortal, which allowed Land Spirit of Langya to exchange for Longevity Heaven's support, Langya Blessed Land would have fallen long ago. Fang Yuan was not a person who did not know his own limits. He was very clear. Even if he had reverse flow protection seal Yama Emperor and even deduced Luo Pasil in the future, he would only be a rank 8 Gu immortal at most. Against the Heavenly Court, it was useless to rely on his own strength. In his previous life, Spectral Soul led the Shadow Sect and succeeded in defying heaven. He infiltrated the Celestial Court and acted behind the scenes, causing the heroes of the 5 regions to rise up. He secretly supported Northern Plains Ma Hong Yun, Western Deserts Tang Clan and others. Even when Feng Joga died in Langya Blessed Land and Feng Kim Hong was killed by Fang Yuan and the rest, the Shadow Sect was behind all of this. There were many unfathomable secrets. But in this life, Providence used Fang Yuan as a chess piece. He was reborn and changed the past. Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss. The Celestial Court had the absolute advantage. Fang Yuan relied on Shadow Sect's inheritance to barely maintain the situation. It was quite difficult for him to deal with the Celestial Court's pursuit. The loss of Langya Blessed Land was the best proof. My only hope of winning against the Celestial Court is to inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance. With the power of Red Lotus True Inheritance, I can resist the Celestial Court and destroy Fate Gu. And to inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance, I need to enter the River of Time. But there, the Celestial Court is definitely lying in ambush. Even now, Fairy Myrtle and the rest were trapped in Langya Blessed Land, fighting against Longevity Heaven and other Gu immortal experts. Fang Yuan did not want to enter the River of Time. How could Fairy Myrtle make such a mistake? The River of Time was filled with time path Dao marks. Even if the sovereign immortal body was not restricted by Dao marks, any killer moves of other paths that Fang Yuan used would be heavily suppressed. Rank 6 immortal killer moves would even fall to the level of mortal killer moves. Earlier, when Fang Yuan entered the River of Time, he wanted to catch the Celestial Court off guard. He also had the immemorial Year Monkey and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Red Lotus Island, which he had occupied and used as his base. Eventually he expended Red Lotus Island and killed Lord Huang Shi, but during the entire process he did not make a single move. Now, if Fang Yuan wanted to find the next Red Lotus True Inheritance, he would need to find a new Red Lotus Island. The immemorial Year Monkey died in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal, Yama Emperor, and other killer moves were heavily countered. In the River of Time, the most suitable method to use is undoubtedly Time Path. Even though I obtained Hei Fan's True Inheritance and Spectral Soul's True Inheritance has a lot of Time Path information, the former lacks a rank 8 offensive killer move. Year's flow like water might be rank 8, but it is mainly used to produce Year Gu and construct defensive killer moves. The latter has many Time Path offensive killer moves and Spectral Soul's True Inheritance, but they are rarely at rank 8 level, and I do not have many Time Path Immortal Gu. Thus, what Fang Yuan truly needed to do was to obtain Grandmaster attainment level, and use the light of wisdom to deduce a suitable immortal killer move for himself. With these methods, he would have the ability to enter the river of time and resist the celestial court's ambush. Immortal killer move, Heaven's Will Dissipation. While thinking, Fang Yuan was multitasking. He finished preparing the killer move. From his body, a gray-white light shined. The gray-white light spread into the dream realm, like a drop of ink falling into water. It spread out in all directions, dazzling. Soon the entire dream realm was covered in a layer of gray-white light. Many colorful eyes appeared in the grayish-white light. These eyeballs were extremely peculiar. They blinked, and each time they blinked they would change into a different color. The number of colorful eyeballs continued to rise. In a few breaths of time, they went from dozens to hundreds and soon over 1,000. The colorful eyeballs continued to blink. Each time they blinked, it was an exquisite attack against Providence. Eventually the number of colorful eyeballs fell until there were none left. Immortal killer move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. Fang Yuan used a second move. This dream realm condensed into two human figures. One of them was healthy while the other was crippled. Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance and placed the two Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies inside. Chapter 1599. The two Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies entered the sovereign immortal aperture, entering mini-green heaven and settling down temporarily. The sovereign immortal aperture was split into 5 regions and 9 heavens. Among all the mini-9 heavens, mini-green heaven was the place that Fang Yuan constructed the least. Thus, this became the place where Fang Yuan stored his dream realms. Shadow Sect members Ing Wuxia, Lady White Rabbit, He Lulan, Fairy Miao Yin, and Bai Ning Bing were cultivating in mini-yellow heaven. The Battle of Langyo was too high level. Almost all the participants had rank 8 battle strength. Even variant human Gu immortals had to rely on the super immortal formation to participate in the battle. Once the immortal formation was destroyed, they could not interfere anymore. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan needed these people to create the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, so these Shadow Sect members did not participate in the battle. As for Fang Yuan's rank 6 time path clone, he was at the northernmost part of Kokidahara. Puff. With a soft sound, as the time path clone placed the final mortal Gu, this Gu formation activated. The Gu formation had a huge range. It was tens of thousands of square kilometers. There were tens of thousands of mortal Gu worms used to construct the Gu formation. They ranged from rank 1 to rank 5, but most of them were ice and snow path Gu worms. And the cores were 2 ice path immortal Gu. They were stolen from the snowman Gu immortals. Fang Yuan had already refined them and used them. At the center of the Gu formation, there were 3 rank 8 immortal materials, ice path crystal essence. Each ice path crystal essence was as large as a mountain. They were aqua blue in color, like they were made of crystal. There were holes of all sizes all over their bodies. There were a lot of holes. Frost fog was spewing out from them. If this frost fog was allowed to spread freely, a large number of ice and snow path Dao marks would spread around and change the environment, creating a place suitable for snowmen and snow monsters to live in. Thus, earlier Fang Yuan had planned to use the ice path crystal essence in his possession to create a snow monster production line, to create an economic pillar. His ice path crystal essence was the profit from his marriage with Shui Air. Not long ago, he had slaughtered the snowmen under the northern ice plains and obtained 2 ice path crystal essences. With these 3 ice Dao crystal essences, producing snow monsters is even easier. As for this formation, let's call it the Snow Crystal Formation. After Fang Yuan's time path clone inspected it, he nodded in satisfaction. Realms were common. Fang Yuan's original body was an array grandmaster, and so was his clone. This was different from the members of Shadow Sect. Back then, in order to deceive everyone, Spectral Soul used his split soul to form clones, which had a disadvantage in attainment level. Each member was proficient in one path. Even if Shadow Sect members met with Celestial Court Gu immortals, they would not be able to recognize the connection between their clones and the Demon Venerable. This was also one of the reasons why the Shadow Sect was able to plant moles in the Celestial Court. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's time path clone could be easily exposed. But Fang Yuan did not need the time path clone to go out and ambush enemies. Fang Yuan's goal was different from Spectral Soul. He created the time path clone to make good use of the light of wisdom. And to deduce all kinds of information in the light of wisdom, attainment level was essential. One could not have the best of both worlds. Fang Yuan made a wise choice in this aspect. The snow crystal formation was naturally created by the time path clone. Its main use was to continuously transmit the frost energy that the ice path crystal essence breathed out to every inch of the surrounding area, constantly changing the surrounding environment. Of course, this formation also had the ability to monitor and control it. Unfortunately, I am only a formation path grandmaster and not a great grandmaster. Grandmaster attainment level can comprehend by analogy. Great grandmaster attainment level can directly use natural Dao marks. If I were a great grandmaster, I would not need ice path immortal goo to construct the snow crystal formation. Just these 3 ice path crystal essences and mortal goo would suffice. This way, Fang Yuan could save these 2 core ice path immortal goo and use them for other purposes. Of course, Fang Yuan was an exception. He did not lack immortal goo, so it was fine. Under normal circumstances, goo immortals had limited immortal goo. If they used immortal goo to set up a goo formation, the immortal goo would be trapped in the formation and could not be used elsewhere. From this, one could see the huge advantage of having higher attainment level. It could help goo immortals save on immortal goo. After setting up the snow crystal formation, Fang Yuan's time path clone turned around and flew away. Even though he was not a land spirit and could not teleport, he had immortal goo and his flying speed was not slow. After a while, the time path clone crossed hundreds of li and concealed his body, looking down from the sky. On the ground, a group of snowmen were moving. These snowmen consisted of mortals and goo masters. They were all variant human slaves that Fang Yuan had captured from the northern icy plain. There were thousands of them. Thousands of snowman slaves were not rare in jewel yellow skies. But the quality of this batch was much higher than the norm. Because these snowmen had a high proportion of goo masters. This was not normal. In jewel yellow skies, this group of snowmen could be exchanged for at least 10 times the number of snowman slaves. These snowmen suddenly left the environment they had been living in for a long time and came to the sovereign immortal aperture. They were extremely shocked and fearful. Right now, the group was moving forward slowly. The snowmen were talking to each other. When Fang Yuan slaughtered the snowman and rockman goo immortals, it was in the immortal battlefield. It was kept secret. When he captured these snowmen, he disguised himself as a snowman goo immortal, so these snowmen did not know the truth. Immortal killer move, familiar face. Fang Yuan's time path clone suddenly turned into Bingzhua and floated down from the sky. He activated all sorts of goo worms, causing cold winds to blow in the sky and snow to fall. It is my tribe's immortal. Quickly kneel down and pay respects to the upper immortal. We welcome great immortal Bingzhua. The snowmen knelt down and prostrated themselves, paying respects to Fang Yuan's time path clone. Fang Yuan's time path clone was expressionless as he said, "The chaotic world is filled with endless battles, there is a paradise outside of it. The 3 mountains are filled with immortal mist, the snow tribe has no worries." His voice was not loud, but it was extremely clear to everyone on the ground. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew the snow away. Suddenly the wind stopped and the snow stopped. The snowmen sensed something strange. They raised their heads but saw that the sky was empty. Great immortal Bingzhua was nowhere to be seen. The snowmen were dazed for a while. After confirming that great immortal Bingzhua had truly disappeared, they stood up with joyful expressions, but they frowned as they thought about Fang Yuan's words. Snowman tribe leader thought for a while before saying to the elders around him, "Earlier when we came here we seemed to have received great immortal Bingzhua's instructions. He wanted us to go in this direction. Now that great immortal Bingzhua has personally appeared, he seems to be telling us that there is a place with 3 mountains ahead where we can settle down?" After discussing for a while, everyone came to an agreement and set off again. This time they were not hesitant. Even though they were bringing along their families, their speed was several times faster than before. To produce snow monsters there was no need for the snow crystal formation. They only needed to place the 3 ice path crystal essences there. It was simple but effective. And now, the time path clone spent a lot of effort to set up the snow crystal formation. It was naturally to take care of these snowmen. With the snow crystal formation, the snow monsters and snowmen can live separately. Of course, they will not be completely separated. They will have to interact from time to temper themselves. The snow crystal formation can be maintained with food path methods. It is not a problem. But the 3 ice path crystal essences are like water without a source. They will be consumed in the end. The time path clone pondered as he flew. The icy mist that the ice path crystal essences spat out contained the ice and snow Dao marks of the crystal essences. These Dao marks would remain in the surroundings for a period of time before dissipating. They would not add ice and snow Dao marks to the sovereign immortal aperture. But the created environment was very suitable for the snow monsters and snowmen. But it was still too early to consider this problem. It would take a long time for the 3 ice path crystal essences to be consumed. After the time path clone settled down the snowmen, he went to mini southern border to settle down the rockmen. In the mini 5 regions, mini southern border had the densest earth path Dao marks. It was the most suitable environment for rockmen to live in. And previously, a portion of Fang Yuan's rockmen were already living here. The process of settling down the rockmen was very smooth. The time path clone used the same method as before. While the time path clone was managing the immortal aperture, Fang Yuan's main body had already arrived at another place in southern border. This was a huge earth trench. It was dark and deep. Even in broad daylight there were many shadows. These shadows were shadow beasts of dark path, and this earth trench was Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Back then, I learned the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel here and used many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to stop the southern border righteous path pursuers. Fang Yuan observed for a while before his expression changed. Southern border's righteous path also built an immortal formation here. It is not a low-level one. Who is it? This is an important area of southern border's righteous path. Lone immortals should leave now, otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. At this time, a southern border Gu immortal's voice resounded in the sky. He was hidden in the immortal formation. His body could not be seen. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. Killing intent surged in his eyes. I want to see how you will make me regret. Boom. Chapter 1600. Bam bam bam. A series of explosions occurred. Lights of all colors bloomed like fireworks. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wisdom, strength, soul, poison, star, refinement, moves of all paths were unleashed by Fang Yuan. Under the attack, the silhouette of an immortal formation appeared. It was thick like a fortress. The pure white light was like a mountain, blocking all of Fang Yuan's attacks. Haha, all bark and no bite. Your methods are too flashy. They cannot affect our formation. Inside the immortal formation, Yang Clan's Gu immortal Yang Sanmu mocked loudly. Fang Yuan was in Yama Emperor form now. The southern border Gu immortals could not recognize him. No, this person's formation path attainment is high. He is using all sorts of methods to probe our formation. Chichio's expression changed. He said in a low tone. This immortal Gu formation was created by Chi clan. Chichio was appointed to guard it. He cultivated formation path. His words attracted the attention of the other Gu immortals. Yang Sanmu frowned. He said to Chichio, "Then are we going to defend passively and let him probe us?" Chichio shook his head. Our formation has ways to retaliate. It is just that the Gu formation needs to be damaged to a certain extent before it can be used. Don't look at me. I cannot control this formation to retaliate. I am sure everyone knows the reason for this. I don't need to explain, right? The immortals looked at each other. They were helpless. As it turned out, this was because of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had once disguised as Wu Yihai and infiltrated southern border's righteous path. At the crucial moment, he took control of the immortal formation and left for his own benefit. The southern border Gu immortals lost a lot of face. They reflected after the battle and made changes. Chi clan's immortal formation could no longer be controlled by outsiders. It operated on its own. The goal was to prevent traitors like Fang Yuan. Yang Sanmu saw that Chichio could not do anything. He looked at Xia clan's Gu immortal Xia Fan. Xia Fan cultivated wisdom path. Seeing that Yang Sanmu was looking at him, he knew what he meant. He shook his head. The other party has a strong wisdom path defensive method. It is very difficult for me to deduce his background. Unless a crucial clue appears. Yang Sanmu's face sank when he heard this answer. Then he shouted at Fang Yuan again. Haha, you thief, you're so weak. Are you here just to tickle me? Yang Sanmu, Chichio, and Xia Fan had rank 7 cultivation level and had the protection of the immortal formation. They were not afraid of Fang Yuan, a rank 7 Gu immortal. Fang Yuan sneered, yet he turned a deaf ear to it and continued to probe the grand formation from various angles. This deity formation is even more complicated and powerful than I thought. Yang Sanmu continued to provoke him, but Fang Yuan was not provoked at all. Yang Sanmu frowned. The other party only has one rank 7, we have the numbers and the immortal formation to protect ourselves. If we hide and let him attack us alone, what face would the righteous path have if news of this spreads? Which Gu immortal is interested? Go out and meet this audacious scoundrel. If I can kill this person, it will be a wonderful story. Once he said this, no one moved. Almost all Gu immortals were not rash people. Fang Yuan was alone. It seemed easy to deal with, but because of this, it was very strange. How could an ordinary rank 7 Gu immortal have the guts to attack this immortal formation with such tight defenses alone? The southern border immortals thought about it. This situation was likely to be an ambush. They did not want to take the risk. Yang Sanmu could not incite the others. He felt gloomy. He was the temporary leader of this group. If he avoided the battle and news got out, the others would blame it on him. Thus, Yang Sanmu's reputation would suffer the most. Right now, southern border's earth veins are moving. Immortal materials and immortal goo are appearing frequently in earth trenches. But I am stuck here, defending against a bunch of dream realms. I wanted to move around and leave this place. After paying a huge price, I was about to succeed, but if I avoid the battle and let this person leave, some people in the clan will have evidence to say otherwise. I will not be able to leave this place in the near future. Thinking of this, Yang Sanmu gritted his teeth. The enemy is very strange. As a member of the righteous path, I cannot ignore him. Everyone, defend the formation. I will go out and meet him. The Gu immortals heard this and had different expressions. Some urged him to be vigilant, some clapped their hands and cheered for Yang Sanmu, some guaranteed that they would hold the fort for Yang Sanmu, telling him to leave without worry. Yang Sanmu sneered in his heart, but on the surface he acted like a righteous person. He said a few more words and gained enough reputation before leaving the immortal formation to meet Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw this person and was slightly surprised, but he soon understood Yang Sanmu's intention. Soul explosion. Fang Yuan pointed his finger, using an immortal killer move to fight Yang Sanmu. Yang Sanmu fought with Fang Yuan for a few rounds. He could not hold on anymore. He panicked internally, thinking, this person probably cultivates soul path. Even though his attacks are simple, they are extremely powerful. And this person's defensive methods are very high. I am not his match. I will lose sooner or later. I might as well retreat while the situation is still good. Anyway, I have already investigated this person's background. I will have an excuse when I return. But Fang Yuan had rich battle experience. Seeing that Yang Sanmu was about to retreat, he immediately activated Yama Battlefield. Suddenly Yang Sanmu's vision changed. He fell into Yama Battlefield. He was trapped. Yang Sanmu was shocked. Immortal Battlefield? How can this be? There is actually such a fast immortal battlefield in this world. He was shaking with fear, but he tried to remain calm. Don't panic. This immortal battlefield killer move is so fast, it must have other weaknesses. For example, is it easy to deduce or break? I have other friends. If they see me in the enemy's immortal battlefield, they will definitely help me. Fang Yuan pointed as 3 Yama children attacked Yang Sanmu. Yang Sanmu's heart shook. He retreated as he fought, trying to stall for time. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Suddenly Yang Sanmu's body shook. His expression of fear froze on his face. His eyes almost popped out as he shouted, my immortal goo. Fang Yuan succeeded in stealing an immortal goo. He threw it into his immortal aperture without inspecting it. Yang Sanmu spat out a mouthful of blood. He immediately became weak. He was heavily injured. It turned out that the immortal goo that Fang Yuan stole was the core of his movement killer move. The immortal goo was stolen. The killer move failed. He suffered a backlash. The battle was decided instantly. It seems that my luck is much stronger than yours. I could not steal Feng Jioga's core immortal goo, but can I steal yours? Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Feng Jioga? Who are you? Yang Sanmu retreated rapidly. He was in a panic. Even though he lost an immortal goo, he still had other movement killer moves. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan succeeded again. Juice. Yang Sanmu spat out another mouthful of blood. His killer move's activation failed. The backlash took his life. Chapter 1601. He actually died? Fang Yuan saw this result and was slightly stunned. It seems that this Yang Sanmu's luck is really bad. I actually managed to steal the core immortal goo of his killer move twice in a row. Fang Yuan had a plain expression as he shook his head. This was the suppression of luck. Earlier he could not suppress Feng Jioga. Feng Jioga was a Tao guardian. His luck was about the same as Fang Yuan's. But Yang Sanmu was much more ordinary. He died under Great Thief Ghost hands. Fang Yuan suddenly realized that luck path and theft path were quite powerful when used together. Even though his luck path true inheritance was not complete, and his theft path true inheritance was even more incomplete, these two came from immortal and demon venerables. Inheriting the true inheritances of 2 venerables at the same time, this was a very rare situation in history. Inside the immortal formation, Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals saw that Yang Sanmu was trapped in the immortal battlefield. They became nervous. Chichio urged Xia Fan, Quick, have you not deduced the method to break the immortal battlefield yet? Xia Fan closed his eyes and pondered as if he did not hear anything. The other Gu immortals were discussing, they were bewildered. What immortal battlefield is the other party using? It is so fast, I have never seen it before. No wonder he had the guts to challenge us alone, he has a special technique. Now it is up to Lord Xia Fan. Xia Fan heard the conversation. He rolled his eyes in his heart, cursing, these wisdom path amateurs. Do they really think the immortal battlefield can be broken so easily? Xia Fan could feel the difficulty. He prayed, "O Yang Sanmu, I hope you can last a little longer." As time passed, the pressure in his heart was getting greater. He was the only wisdom path Gu immortal here. If he could not deduce it, no matter how many southern border Gu immortals there were, they could not break into the immortal battlefield and reinforce him. If he failed, he would have to bear the reputation of being incompetent. The scarier thing was that there would be rumors saying that he had the ability but did not help Yang Sanmu. If that happened, his reputation would be ruined. But how could Fang Yuan's Yama battlefield be so easy to break? Fairy Myrtle was able to decipher it because she was one of the top 3 wisdom path grade experts in the current Gu immortal world. But Xia Fan was clearly not one of them. I can't divine it. This killer move's foundation is very deep. It seems to have a terrifying origin. After deducing for a while, Xia Fan's forehead was covered in sweat. The southern border Gu immortals were still discussing. Xia Fan was feeling increasingly frustrated. He opened his eyes, which were filled with anger. Can you guys be quiet for a while? The conversations of the immortals stopped abruptly. Chichio coughed. That's right, we need to be quiet, we don't want to disturb Master Xia Fan, we need to believe in Master Xia Fan's ability, he will not disappoint us. Xia Fan couldn't get down from the high platform with his words. Xia Fan immediately looked at Chichio sinisterly. The latter seemed to be supporting him, causing Xia Fan to gnash his teeth in hatred. But he was a wisdom path Gu immortal after all. He thought about it and smiled. Everyone, don't be anxious, you might have forgotten that Lord Yang Sanmu is most proficient in investigative methods. Since he came out to fight, he must be very confident, he must have found out some inside information that we do not know. Actually, Xia Fan and Yang Sanmu did not see eye to eye, they hated each other very much. But at this moment, Xia Fan held Yang Sanmu in high esteem, praising the latter to the extreme. The immortals were slightly dazed before coming to a realization. If it was as Xia Fan had guessed, Yang Sanmu's actions were not right. He was putting everyone else aside and going out to reap the rewards. Right now, the earth veins of southern border were pulsating, immortal materials and even immortal Gu were appearing from time to time. Who would want to be trapped here? Who would not want to go out and search for immortal opportunities? If Yang Sanmu could reap the rewards, he would be able to leave this place and be sent outside. This was not just Yang Sanmu's desire, the others also wanted to do this. Thus soon the immortals' discussion changed. They started to agree with Xia Fan's words. Lord Xia Fan is right, Lord Yang Sanmu's investigative methods are famous in southern border, who does not know about them? That's right, the thing that left the deepest impression on me was when he detected Black Heaven's movement. After he reported it to Yang Clan, they moved out in advance and actually found a meteor shower at the exact location. I heard that Yang Clan obtained 3 mountains of Star Path immortal materials. Lord Yang Sanmu had once chased after the demonic path Gu immortal Nian Wanghuai. That Nian Wanghuai was extremely crafty, he had been hiding without any traces, even Tai Clan failed to capture him several times, but in the end he died in Lord Yang Sanmu's hands. In my opinion, Lord Yang Sanmu must have absolute confidence in this attack. We need to believe in his judgment and not panic. Also, I need to remind everyone, after Lord Yang Sanmu wins this battle, we need to place him in the secondary formation and inspect him strictly. After all, Traitor Fang's matter happened not long ago. Traitor Fang was naturally Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used familiar face to disguise as Wu Yihai. He had been in the righteous path for a long time. During the Dream Realm battle, he had played the southern border righteous path Gu immortals for a fool. Thus, when the southern border Gu immortals mentioned him, they were filled with righteous indignation. This demonic path scoundrel Fang Yuan actually joined the righteous path, he will be punished one day. Evil cannot prevail over righteousness, this is the truth of the world. Some demons might be arrogant for a while, but retribution will come sooner or later. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable Soul was captured by the Celestial Court after he died, right? I really want to kill this demon myself, sigh, it is a pity that I did not participate in that battle. Chichio did not speak. He glanced at Xia Fan vaguely. Xia Fan closed his eyes again, immersing himself in deductions. Chichio sighed internally, as expected of a wisdom path Gu immortal. He had said those words earlier to pressure Xia Fan, but Xia Fan could read people's minds. He turned the situation around with just a few words. Xia Fan's words implied that Yang Sanmu was greedy and did not want to share the rewards with others, wanting to monopolize them. But the other Gu immortals here were all shrewd people. They quickly reacted to Xia Fan's words and understood the hidden meaning behind them. That was, if this was not the case, if Yang Sanmu was truly superficial and arrogant, he underestimated the enemy, what would happen then? The worst thing is, if he dies in battle, we can't get away with it as well. We'll have to bear the bad reputation of sinister, sitting idly by and watching fellow Taoists fight to the death while cowardly cowering in the formation. Thus the immortals praised Yang Sanmu. And Xia Fanja used this layer of thinking to perfectly resolve Chichio's difficulties. However, Xia Fan was also in a terrible mood. I'm afraid I can't break through this immortal battlefield by myself. Damn it. Asking for help is a must, but before that, I need to make some contributions. I cannot appear so useless. Right at this time, Yama's battlefield disappeared, Fang Yuan reappeared, but that Yang Sanmu was nowhere to be seen. This. What happened? The southern border immortals gasped. The two rank 7s, Xia Fan and Chichio's expressions changed. The situation was clear at a glance. Only the mysterious enemy was left, and Yang Sanmu was most likely dead. But how could he be so fast? No matter how weak Yang Sanmu was, he had his methods and battle strength. How could he die so quickly? The other party's immortal battlefield clearly had dense soul path aura. There was no time path aura at all. There was no time difference inside and outside the immortal battlefield. Thus, the greatest possibility was right in front of the southern border immortals. That was, this mysterious demonic path rank 7 Gu immortal's battle strength had already reached a level where he could suppress Yang Sanmu. But was that really possible? Perhaps, it was more likely that he had mastered some treacherous and unorthodox methods, right? The southern border immortals were shocked and in disbelief. Fang Yuan looked at the formation in front of him, his eyes shining with cold light. Originally, he wanted to disguise as Yang Sanmu and cancel Yama's battlefield, creating a false impression and trying to sneak into the formation. But after he captured Yang Sanmu's soul and soul searched it, he discovered the arrangements of Southern Border's righteous path. He gave up on this plan. The foundation of Southern Border's righteous path was very deep. It would be foolish to underestimate them. Familiar face had already been exposed. It was almost impossible to replicate Wu Yihai's success. Even if this killer move came from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But in Gu Cultivation, there was no invincible killer move. Moreover, so much time had passed, the times had been progressing. Of course, Southern Border's righteous path might not be able to easily take out immortal Gu or killer moves that could see through familiar face, but they could use other methods to identify Gu immortals. Especially with the secret guidance of the Celestial Court, there were many types of identity checks in Southern Border's righteous path. The process was extremely strict and involved many aspects. Especially through the clan's Soul Lantern Gu and other secret connections, even if Fang Yuan used familiar face, he would not be able to get through. Demonic Path Scoundrel, what did you do to Lord Yang Sanmu? Quickly release Lord Yang Sanmu. Maybe Lord Yang Sanmu has already used some method to escape from that immortal battlefield. The Southern Border Gu immortals shouted. Many were still holding on to hope. Fang Yuan's expression became colder. This immortal formation was personally arranged by Chichuyu. If I break it step by step, there is too little time, I won't make it in time. It seems I can only attack forcefully. I want to see the quality of this formation. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan removed Yama Emperor and turned into an ancient sword dragon, putting on reverse flow protection seal. Next, he used immortal killer move Myriad Dragon. Instantly, dragons roared as they attacked the formation. This killer move had already become Fang Yuan's trademark. Seeing this scene, if the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals still could not recognize Fang Yuan's identity, there was only one reason. He or she was pretending to be a fool. This person is Fang Yuan. Heavens, that demon is here. He is here again. He is simply too daring, acting unscrupulously. He is not putting our Southern Border Righteous Path in his eyes. The Southern Border Gu immortals shouted, unable to conceal the fear on their faces. Chapter 1602. In the past, Fang Yuan needed to disguise and conceal himself, but now, facing the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals, he did not need to do so. Fang Yuan's appearance shocked the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals greatly. In the past, Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Hai and gained a lot in the Battle of the Dream Realm, becoming the leader of Shadow Sect. Even when Southern Border's Righteous Path attacked him, he was able to escape. Celestial Court put a bounty on Fang Yuan, but they could not do anything to him. Several months ago, Fang Yuan appeared in Southern Border and killed 2 Gu immortals from Ho clan and Shang clan. If not for Paradise Earth's inheritors stopping him, Tai clan's Tai Mianshen would have died. Next, Celestial Court sent out the rank 8 Gu immortal expert Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Nobody knew the details of the battle, but Fang Yuan saw Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones, as well as the scene of her being beaten up by him, hanging in jewel-yellow skies. Immediately, the world went into an uproar. Fang Yuan flew up and suppressed Feng Jioge, becoming the number 1 rank 7 Gu immortal. Most Gu immortals realized that even though Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, he was special, he could be treated as a rank 8 Gu immortal. Moreover, Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon. He used Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive. He was crafty and ruthless. What made many lone immortals despise was that as a Grand Gu immortal, Fang Yuan had no bottom line. He even attacked mortals. By now, Fang Yuan could be said to be the fastest rising and most dazzling demonic path overlord in the world. Now that such a person appeared, Southern Border's Righteous Path immortals were shocked. They felt fear and panic. It hurts. Lord Yang Sanmu sacrificed himself. Our Southern Border Righteous Path has added another debt of blood to this traitor Fang. One day we will make him pay for it. Xia Fan patted his chest, crying out in sorrow. The immortals were silent. No one had any hopes of getting lucky this time. Fang Yuan's appearance made them rejoice and feel fear. They also felt pity for the dead Yang Sanmu. Why were you so unlucky to run into this demon Fang Yuan? You could have stayed in the immortal array, but you took the initiative to attack. Aren't you courting death? The silence did not last long before someone immediately rebuked. That traitor Fang is still as sinister and cunning as ever. He lured Lord Yang Sanmu out. Fortunately, under the leadership of Lord Xia Fan and Lord Qiqiu, we were able to hold our ground. We were not provoked and did not give that traitor an opportunity to take advantage of us. The immortals all had different expressions. Just as someone was about to speak, the heaven and earth shook. The entire array shook violently. Outside the immortal formation, silver scales were like a sea. Tens of thousands of flood dragons soared, crazily attacking, smashing and tearing at the pure white light of this great formation. The Southern Border immortals' faces also turned pale under the contrast of the sword dragon's silver scales. Under Fang Yuan's immortal killer move Myriad Dragon, they felt like they were facing a tsunami. Even with the protection of the immortal formation, they felt tiny. Fang Yuan's 10,000 flood dragons weren't much stronger than before. But most importantly, with Myriad Self-Immortal Gu, it was much easier to kill Myriad Dragons. When Fang Yuan used it, the steps were simple and the efficiency was higher. Instead of activating 1 or 2 Myriad Dragons, he could now use it 5 to 6 times. Fang Yuan continued to activate Myriad Dragons. Countless ancient sword dragon clones attacked the formation, activating the formation's power. The pure white silhouette set off ripples that resembled waves, yet also resembled the continuous rise and fall of a mountain range, blocking the attack of the 10,000 dragons. Interesting. Fang Yuan observed carefully. Even though this immortal formation was shaking, its foundation was intact. As his attacks became stronger, the formation's defensive power also rose. We have the Gu formation, we should be able to hold on for some time. A Southern Border Gu immortal said with uncertainty as he looked at Qiqiu. Qiqiu's gaze was also flickering intensely. Currently, the immortal formation's defense was quite good. But the other party was not an ordinary person, he was Fang Yuan. Even the Celestial Court could not do anything to him. He was a demonic path overlord. Everyone, quickly ask for help from your clans. Tell them that Fang Yuan is here, quick. Do you think this formation can stop such a person? Qiqiu sighed. The immortals were so afraid of Qiqiu, they did not dare to be careless. They quickly asked for help. Earlier, Fang Yuan did not reveal his identity. He was just a rank 7 Gu immortal. How could the Southern Border immortals ask for help? They had only reported this to the rear. But now that Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, these Gu immortals shouted loudly and confidently when they asked for help. Roar! The dragons roared. Fang Yuan attacked furiously while the immortal formation defended with all its might. Its power continued to rise. Hold on, even if we die, we need to hold on. The Western formation is broken. Quickly fix it. We don't have enough immortal essence who can take over. The Southern Border immortals defended with all their might. Under Fang Yuan's powerful attacks, These people gave up on fighting against each other, they were truly united. Chi Chiu desperately repaired the Gu formation. Xia Fan had already coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. Just to deduce the weakness of Fang Yuan's myriad dragon killer move, he was using all his strength. They were rank 7 Gu immortals, but they were already like this, not to mention the other rank 6 Gu immortals who were in a terrible state. Outside the immortal formation, Fang Yuan crossed his arms as he watched quietly. He was calm and relaxed. After obtaining myriad self-immortal Gu, myriad dragon killer move became more convenient and practical. It was no longer his strongest offensive method. It had become a normal killer move. Right now, Fang Yuan's strongest offensive method was the immemorial Yama Soul Explosion. Unfortunately, he did not have any immemorial soul beasts to modify now. Earlier, of the 2 immemorial Yama's children, one was used to kill Feng Jioge, while the other was used to kill Land Spirit of Langya, but they did not succeed. As for the immemorial Yama's child soul explosion, it was about the same as myriad dragon killer move. At most, its power would be amplified in the Yama battlefield, it would be slightly higher. Thus, Fang Yuan chose this method to attack the immortal formation. Intense winds blew. Fang Yuan floated in the sky, looking at the dragons attacking the formation. His demonic might had already been developed. Right now he was suppressing the southern border Gu immortals with his own strength. They were exhausted from defending, he had the upper hand. However, Fang Yuan's brows were slightly furrowed. Time was dragging on. And if Fang Yuan wanted to forcefully break this formation, he would need some time. Fang Yuan still had 3 methods, but reverse flow protection seal could not deal with the immortal formation. Because this immortal formation also strengthened along with external attacks. It focused on defense, it did not have any methods to retaliate. As for lead soul into dream, ever since Celestial Court failed in this aspect, they had already researched a way to deal with it during the battle with Lord Huangshi. Lead soul into dream needed to sense the other party's soul. These southern border Gu immortals were hiding in the formation. Fang Yuan could not sense them. As for Great Thief Ghost Hand, it was useless. This immortal formation was deeply hidden. There were layers of white light on the surface. It obstructed Great Thief Ghost Hand from getting close. We pay respects to Lord Chi Chuyu. At this time, inside the immortal formation, the southern border immortals' morale rose. The reason was none other than Chi Clan's first supreme elder, rank 8 formation path Gu immortal Chi Chuyu, who had secretly reinforced them. To think that this immortal formation has such a secret passage, even rank 8 existences from 10,000 li away can be transported here. The clan really put in a lot of effort in this aspect. Chi Chiu praised internally. Chi Chuyu had purposely left this secret passage as a precaution, in case they fought for dream realms in the future. That way, Chi Clan, who had the secret passage, would have a huge advantage. But now that Fang Yuan suddenly attacked, Chi Chuyu thought about it and decided to expose this secret path. He did not hesitate to do so. Continue controlling the immortal formation and act like you can't hold on any longer. I will set up a method to lure that Fang Yuan into the trap. Chi Chuyu smiled. Fang Yuan had a huge treasure and was a demonic path overlord. The Celestial Court had a huge headache, they could not do anything to him. If Chi Chuyu used formation path to capture or kill Fang Yuan, not only would he obtain huge battle spoils, his reputation would also rise to the peak of the righteous path. He might even be able to raise Chi Clan's ranking in Southern Border's righteous path by several ranks. Even though Fang Yuan had great battle achievements, Chi Chuyu was a formation path great grandmaster with rank 8 cultivation level. He had absolute confidence in his formation path attainment. Thus, after hearing the battle report, he came to take Fang Yuan's life. If it were any other rank 8 Gu immortal who did not cultivate formation path, they would not have such an advantage like Chi Chuyu. With Chi Chuyu as the mastermind, the southern border immortals had much more confidence. They started to deal with Fang Yuan patiently. Chi Chuyu had formation path immortal Gu, he had powerful methods. Soon he set up half of the immortal formation, forming a formation within a formation. This type of formation was his specialty to begin with. But who knew that when he was about to succeed, Fang Yuan stopped attacking and used fixed immortal travel to leave the battlefield. Did he sense my presence? Chi Chuyu immediately frowned. But Chi Chuyu thought to himself, he had set up the Gu formation carefully, he should not have exposed himself. This possibility was not high at all, so why did Fang Yuan suddenly leave? This is Contact Heart River Bank? Jade light flickered as Fang Yuan appeared in the sky. He looked down at the surrounding hundreds of li, there were mountains everywhere, only the area below him was flat, it was shrouded in smoke, he could not see clearly. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply as he used Myriad Dragon Killer move again. The dragons attacked, the smoke rose up and fought against each other. But soon the smoke could not match Fang Yuan's attacks. It dispersed and revealed the true terrain. There was a shallow deep blue lake, surrounded by lush green mountains. It was as quiet as a gem. The lake was surrounded by pure white and round stones that formed the riverbank. In the riverbank there were a large number of Wisdom Path Contact Heart Gu. There was also an aura left behind by a Qi Clan rank 6 Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan did not chase this person. He looked at the entire Contact Heart riverbank and grabbed with his hand, starting to plunder. Chapter 1603. Collect. Fang Yuan floated in the air, opening his immortal aperture's entrance. Large numbers of wild Contact Heart Gu were drawn by a formless and gentle force. Gathering in the air, like a beautiful cloud, they entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. This process lasted for half a cup of tea's time. Fang Yuan estimated, there are over 3,000 Contact Heart Gu at rank 5, 50,000 at rank 4, and 1,000,000 Contact Heart Gu below rank 3. Contact Heart Gu were like rainflower stones. They had different colors and shapes at different ranks. They were Wisdom Path Gu worms. After being used, they could absorb the target's mind and cause the target to be dazed, losing their ability to think and observe. If used with other Gu worms, they could be used to form killer moves. Contact Heart Gu had high practical value in battle. It was mostly used with Enslavement Path to increase the effectiveness of enslavement. Of course, Wisdom Path Gu masters also used this Gu worm, but Wisdom Path had always been rare and mysterious. It was hard for Gu masters to raise Gu. They usually only had single-digit mortal Gu. But at the level of Gu Immortals they had tens of thousands of mortal Gu. Only immortal Gu were hard to obtain. Fang Yuan's situation was an exception among exceptions. Contact Heart River Bank is a mid-sized resource point. After this fierce attack and breaking the Gu formation, the Gu Immortals guarding this place escaped for their lives. Thus they did not attack these Contact Heart Gu. I obtained such a huge amount of wealth. If the defending Gu Immortal had collected a portion of the Contact Heart Gu or destroyed them before retreating, Fang Yuan's loot would have been greatly reduced. That Gu Immortal must have used all his strength to control the Immortal formation to resist Fang Yuan. He could no longer split his attention to collect Contact Heart Gu. When retreating, he did not have the methods, or the decisiveness and ruthlessness to destroy this place. After collecting the Contact Heart Gu, Fang Yuan's gaze stopped at this river bank. Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Gu, pulling water. He secretly activated this immortal Gu. The river water was like a piece of silk, picked up by a formless giant hand, and sent into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. This Contact Heart riverbank had a special environment. It was filled with Wisdom Path Dao marks. Of course there were Earth Path, Water Path, Wood Path and other Dao marks as the foundation, but the total amount was far from the Wisdom Path Dao marks. The river water that Fang Yuan collected also had dense Wisdom Path Dao marks. It is a pity that most of the Wisdom Path Dao marks are still on this land. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. There was no other way. Even though he had pulling mountain immortal Gu, it targeted a mountain range, not a piece of land. Let's take these rocks too. The large and small rocks on Contact Heart River Bank also contained Wisdom Path Dao marks. They were excellent Gu materials. Fang Yuan also packed them up and took them with him. In any case, he had taken whatever he could. A moment later he activated the 7 revolutions fixed immortal travel and left, leaving behind a ravaged crater. Fang Yuan was now wanted, so he couldn't stay in one place for too long. Otherwise, it would give other enemies the chance to surround him and plot against him. Thus, when he attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench earlier and was obstructed by the formation, he wisely retreated. It was not because he found out about Chi Chuyu's plot. Fang Yuan calmed his mind. Using fixed immortal travel, he traveled over 100,000 li, arriving above a mountain range. This mountain range stretched from east to west. It was grand and majestic. It was undulating. There were no trees on the mountain. It was filled with bamboo. This bamboo was very thick. Each one had the size of a towering ancient tree. The leaves of the bamboo were triangular, the roots were thick while the tips were thin. They were sharp and hard. Many mortals plucked these bamboo leaves and tied them to wooden sticks, creating crude wooden spears. Thus this bamboo was called spear-tip bamboo. The spear-tip bamboo forest was huge. It covered the entire mountain range. Many living beings lived in the bamboo forest. It was full of vitality. Most of them had cloud path Dao marks. Among them the cloud foxes were the most numerous. These snow-white foxes could float in the air for a short period of time. At this moment, Fang Yuan looked down. He saw a group of cloud foxes floating in the green bamboo forest. They were playing with each other. It was a peaceful and lively scene. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. This is Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, the large resource point that Qi Clan controls. Super Forces controlled resource points in the 5 regions. They were divided into 5 types: micro, small, medium, large, and giant. The Dragonfish Sea area in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was a giant resource point. It could produce a vast number of dragonfish, such as gold, silver, copper, and iron. He was Fairy Fang Yuan's main source of income. There was no one else. Oh no, that demon Fang Yuan is here. He attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Contact Heart River Bank was taken by him. To think that he came to Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. And at such a crucial moment, sigh. The 2 Qi Clan rank 6 Gu immortals guarding this place saw Fang Yuan and panicked. Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to teleport here. The commotion was huge and Fang Yuan did not plan to conceal himself. He did not conceal himself. The 2 Qi Clan Gu immortals immediately sensed him. These 2 Gu immortals were deep in the mountain range. In front of them was a giant spear-tipped bamboo that was 70 feet tall. The bamboo was extremely thick. Even 10 grown men holding hands together might not be able to hug this giant bamboo. And in this giant bamboo's body, an immortal Gu was forming. Indeed, a wild immortal Gu was about to form. The 2 Qi Clan Gu immortals were guarding Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. They placed their focus here. Immortal Gu were unique. This wood path immortal Gu that was about to form was the most valuable treasure in this mountain range. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. Countless fireworks and lightning bolts appeared. The 2 Qi Clan Gu immortals sighed. They activated the immortal formation and blocked Fang Yuan's attacks. Qi Clan specialized in formation path. Qi Chuyu was a formation path great grandmaster. He could use the Tao marks of heaven and earth as well as mortal Gu to create an immortal formation. Thus, almost all the resource points that Qi Clan guarded had immortal formations. After all, these resource points had one thing in common: they all had dense Tao marks. As Fang Yuan attacked, a layer of jade green light appeared on Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, blocking Fang Yuan's attacks. Moreover, countless spear-tipped bamboos started to sway as bamboo leaves shot out. A strong wind blew and carried the countless leaves. Like a huge army charging at Fang Yuan, the sharp bamboo leaves shot towards him. This immortal formation is not only larger than Contact Heart River Bank, it also has a counterattack method. Fang Yuan smiled as he used Reverse Flow Protection Seal. When the bamboo leaves hit his body, they were immediately reflected back towards the immortal array. This is Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Quick, stop this counterattack method. The 2 rank 6 Gu immortals were flustered. They encouraged each other. The immortal Gu is about to form. We need 15 minutes more. We need to hold on until the clan's reinforcements arrive. Under their control, the immortal formation stopped attacking. It only defended. Fang Yuan could not use it. He smiled nonchalantly as he stopped Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He activated Myriad Dragon Killer move again and bombarded the immortal formation. The immortal formation shook intensely. The 2 rank 6 Gu immortals were covered in sweat. They gritted their teeth and spat out blood. It was a difficult situation. After attacking for a while, Fang Yuan's eyes shined. He found a flaw in this formation. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was at Grandmaster level. He immediately took advantage of this opening and began to bombard it. After a while, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range's immortal formation let out a loud sound. A small portion of the jade green light that covered the entire mountain range dissipated. Oh no, he destroyed a part of the immortal formation. Hold on, reinforcements are coming. The 2 Qi Clan rank 6 Gu immortals were shocked. Fang Yuan was like a meteor, crashing into the defenseless Cloud Bamboo Mountain with a loud sound. Yama's Child Soul Explosion. He found that Soul Explosion was more suitable for destroying the immortal formation. He used it without hesitation. Everything was difficult at the beginning. After a hole was created in this Cloud Bamboo immortal formation, the difficulty of destroying it decreased by several times. Fang Yuan made full use of this flaw. The 2 Qi Clan Gu immortals' plans did not work. Fang Yuan's destruction speed became faster and faster. More and more of the immortal formation was destroyed. Eventually, the Qi Clan Gu immortals were affected. There is no time, we need to retreat. What about this immortal Gu? Just a little bit more and it will truly take shape. Let's go, we will die if we don't leave now. The other Gu immortal was shocked. He woke up and wiped his sweat. You are right, we will leave now. But what about this immortal Gu? Chapter 1604. Boom. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves as black fog spread out. It was the killer move Soul Explosion. This was the method of a peak rank 7. It destroyed the core of the immortal formation that Qi clan had set up on Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range with ease. Rumble. With another explosion, the formation core crumbled. Other immortal formations also followed suit, breaking apart one after another. At this point, the entire Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range formation was destroyed. They left after all. Looking at the empty core area, Fang Yuan had a deep gaze. He was not surprised at all. When he attacked the formation earlier, the enemy defended fiercely and responded wisely. But towards the end of the battle, Fang Yuan felt that this immortal formation was at a disadvantage. It could not react in time, it became rigid. Be it immortal formations or immortal goo houses, they needed people to defend them. Even the wills left behind or the formation spirits could not replace the goo immortals. An immortal goo seems to have been destroyed? Fang Yuan soon sensed a strange aura. Soon he confirmed that there was an incomplete wood path immortal goo. It was destroyed by Qi clan's goo immortals when they retreated. Fang Yuan felt it was a pity, but he praised this decisiveness. If it were him, he would have done the same. There was nothing valuable left at the core area. Fang Yuan flew into the sky and started to loot the entire Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. In Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, there were a large number of cloud path lifeforms. For example, cloud foxes. Fang Yuan used his enslavement path methods. An orange-yellow light burst out of his body, covering the surrounding area. Within the light, the cloud foxes and other lifeforms started to struggle intensely. They had pained expressions as they screamed. But soon their resistance weakened, they stopped moving and stayed on the spot. They were enslaved by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance. These lifeforms gathered and flowed into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture like a river. Fang Yuan continued to plunder. A vast number of lifeforms entered his immortal aperture. Suddenly there was a loud roar. 2 desolate beast cloud foxes appeared. They ran out of the mountain in panic. "Get back here." Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He flew over and used an enslavement path killer move, making these 2 desolate beast cloud foxes crawl on the ground and acknowledge him as their master. The Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was vast and it was also a large resource point. It was filled with rich Dao marks, so it was very normal for desolate beasts and desolate plants to be born. Even ancient desolate beasts were possible. Immortal goo were even rarer, but even though there was one here, it was destroyed before it could take form. After Fang Yuan had done a rough search, he had harvested a total of 7 desolate beast cloud foxes and 3 types of desolate plants, a total of 11 stalks. They were cloud chi root, white hair ginseng and spear tip bamboo. What surprised Fang Yuan the most was that there was a huge piece of rank 7 immortal material cloud soil. However, he did not see any ancient desolate beasts or ancient desolate plants. The goo immortal guarding this place must have taken them away. Or perhaps there is no such thing at all. According to the laws of nature, there was indeed the possibility of ancient desolate plants and desolate beasts growing here. But this place had been ruled by Qi clan for countless years. Qi clan was proficient in formation path, but they were weak in enslavement path. They naturally would not allow an ancient desolate beast that could rival rank 7 goo immortals to stay in their property uncontrollably. Fang Yuan did not mind. He continued to search. This time, he extended his demonic claws towards the spear-tip bamboos that were all over the mountain. These spear-tip bamboos were all ordinary goo materials. The desolate plant spear-tip bamboos had already been collected by Fang Yuan in the first wave. At this point it was somewhat troublesome. Fang Yuan had a lot of enslavement path methods, but he lacked wood path. After all, he had too few wood path immortal goo. To transplant these spear-tip bamboos, I need appropriate wood path methods. Fang Yuan sighed. If Fang Yuan wanted to transplant these spear-tip bamboos, he needed exquisite wood path methods. Killer moves of other paths would leave Dao marks on the spear-tip bamboos. Even if they were temporary Dao marks, they would damage the Dao marks of the spear-tip bamboos, causing their quality to fall. Actually, Spectral Soul's true inheritance had many wood path methods, but Fang Yuan was lacking in wood path immortal goo. Thus, Fang Yuan could only use mortal methods to collect these spear-tip bamboos. This way, the efficiency would be greatly reduced. It would be inferior to immortal killer moves. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was huge. The spear-tip bamboos that Fang Yuan collected were just a drop in the bucket. It is a pity that my pulling mountain immortal goo can pull mountains, but it is only rank 6, it cannot move the entire Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. In the past, Fang Yuan could pull Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley because these 2 secluded domains of heaven and earth had been used by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's orderly well killer move. But this Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range did not have such treatment. Of course, Fang Yuan could shatter Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, but the result was not under Fang Yuan's control. Trees had tree roots, mountains had mountain roots. Unless he had the corresponding earth path method to separate the mountain roots. What? Fang Yuan broke through Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Qi Chuyu's brows were furrowed, his expression was grim. He was Qi clan's first supreme elder. When something like this happened, the battle reports were sent to him immediately. Contact Heart River Bank was only a mid-sized resource point. It lost a lot, but it was not a big problem. Now that Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was lost, this was a large resource point. Back then, in order to develop Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, my clan spent a lot of money to invite an Earth Path grade expert to build up the mountain. After 100 years of careful management, it finally took shape. To think that Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range suffered a calamity today. Qi clan was a super force. They had many large resource points, but Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was quite special. Because it was at the start of Qi clan, when they were still weak, Qi clan's ancestors saved money and built it up by gritting their teeth. In Qi clan's history, this Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range became a stable source of income for Qi clan in the future. It did not let down the expectations of the original founders. Under the efforts of the generations, the Qi clan gradually prospered, and its sphere of influence continued to expand. Even though there were more and more large resource points and Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range gradually became the center of Qi clan's territory, it was never neglected. There were always two Gu immortals guarding it. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was not just a resource point, it was also a source of motivation for Qi clan. It contained a kind of Qi clan spirit. Forget about other large resource points, but Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range cannot be lost. Activate the Immortal Gu House and attack Fang Yuan. We will take back Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Qi Chuyu thought about it before giving the order with a firm attitude. What about you, First Supreme Elder? Qi clan's Gu immortals asked. Qi Chuyu snorted coldly. This Fang Yuan seems to have sensed that I am here. His true motive is to steal the dream realms here. I will guard this place. He will definitely return. Of course, you need to pretend that I am attacking him personally. Thus, Qi clan activated the Immortal Gu House and hurriedly returned to Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Fang Yuan had not left yet. He was still collecting the spear-tip bamboos. These bamboos had very developed roots. They could reach 50 to 60 feet into the ground. To move them into one's immortal aperture unscathed, they needed special methods. Qi clan's Gu immortals saw Fang Yuan and hesitated. This was Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. If they fought with Fang Yuan here, without the protection of the Immortal Formation, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range would be destroyed. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan was prepared for it. Great Thief Ghost Hand had been hidden for a long time. It suddenly activated and targeted Qi clan's Immortal Gu House. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. At the northernmost part of Kokitahara, snow was falling, cold air was permeating the air. The snowmen were covered in dust. They had finally arrived at this place after traveling for a long time. Despite the cold weather, the snowmen had joyful smiles on their faces. This is the perfect place for us to stay. And with such a huge land, it is not as crowded as before. Thank you for Great Immortal Bingzhua's guidance. Sob sob sob. Some elderly snowmen were already kneeling on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Quick look. Someone suddenly shouted. The snowmen quickly raised their heads and saw an unforgettable scene. The cold mist that filled the sky suddenly dissipated, revealing three huge crystalline peaks within the mist. Gu Immortal Bingzhua floated in the air, nodding at them as the cold fog surged up again, covering the three crystalline mountains. It is Great Immortal Bingzhua. This is the home that Great Immortal gave us, Third Sacred Mountain. It seems that our clan's immortals should be living on Third Sacred Mountain. The snowmen were extremely excited. They knelt on the ground and prayed towards Third Sacred Mountain. But they did not know that the appearance of Bingzhua in the fog had suddenly changed. He turned into a stranger. It was Fang Yuan's time path clone. Food, environment, plants, everything is arranged properly. Even though the environment is simple, it is enough for these snowmen to survive. At this point, the snowman's settlement is complete. The time path clone nodded slightly. He controlled the snow crystal formation and looked at another direction. There, a small group of snow monsters poked their heads out of the snow and looked at each other curiously. Then they started to wander around. Not bad. Under the effect of the snow crystal formation, snow monsters have been created. The production of snow monsters in this area also began to slowly start. In time it will bring me huge profits. After leaving Kokitahara, the time path clone went to Mini Central Continent. Not long ago he had created a new river bank here. He copied the name Contact Heart River Bank. In the river bank there were countless rocks of all sizes, round and pure white. There was also a river that was flowing. Some Contact Heart goo were living here. Most of the Contact Heart goo that Fang Yuan obtained were sold in jewel yellow skies. What was left behind were the river water, rocks, and a small number of Contact Heart goo as seeds. In the future, if possible, he could use this as a source of income. The Time Path clone flew rapidly towards the southeast direction of Contact Heart River Bank. After flying for a long time, he stopped. There was a large empty land in front of him. It was desolate. The Time Path clone started to plant spear-tip bamboos here. He released cloud foxes and other wild beasts. Chapter 1605. Southern Border. Fang Yuan broke through Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range and plundered it wantonly, but he knew the importance of the resources here to Qi Clan, so he made preparations to deal with Qi Clan's counterattack. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Great Thief Ghost Hand that was hiding in a corner suddenly flew out and grabbed the Immortal Goo House of Qi Clan. The Qi Clan immortals inside the Immortal Goo House were shocked. But immediately the Immortal Goo House shined with dazzling golden light. Ripples appeared on the surface of the Immortal Goo House, forming a whirlpool that sucked Great Thief Ghost Hand in. At the next moment, the whirlpool vanished. The ripples vanished as Fang Yuan grunted. He lost contact with Great Thief Ghost Hand. Bright light flashed in his eyes. As expected of a top 10 Immortal Goo House, Great Space Temple. Qi Clan had 2 Immortal Goo Houses. They were not ordinary. Great Space Temple was stronger. It could match rank 8 Goo Immortals. From the outside it looked like it was made of marble. It was pure white. It had a domed roof with golden edges. It seemed to be emitting sunlight. It was gorgeous and gave people a feeling of warmth and hope. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, super forces fought against each other. The world was in chaos. Immortal Goo Houses were frequently mobilized to fight against each other. Because of the abundant battle achievements, people had a clear understanding of the strength of Immortal Goo Houses. They created a ranking of Immortal Goo Houses. And Qi Clan's Great Space Temple was on the ranking. It was at the 9th place. It was no small matter. It had an extremely famous move called Shifting Space. It could trap rank 8 Goo Immortals. When the Celestial Court attacked Southern Border, this house trapped 4 rank 7s and 2 rank 8s. It had incredible battle achievements. I'm afraid my Great Thief Ghost Hand was trapped in Shifting Space. I lost contact with it. However, using Shifting Space has a high price. It needs time to activate. Why is the other party so sensitive? They seem to have prepared for it? Fang Yuan's mind was filled with thoughts. He quickly sensed something amiss. There really is such a theft path move. Fang Demon is getting harder to deal with. Thankfully we were prepared. In the end, I still have to rely on the Celestial Court's intelligence. This time it was really timely. If Fang Yuan really succeeds and steals the Immortal Goo in the Immortal Goo House, wouldn't that be disastrous? Qi Clan's Goo Immortals felt lingering fear but also joy. Charge. Prepare the killer move Great Universe Space at any time to deal with Demon Fang's theft path methods. But be careful, Fang Mo has a defensive killer move formed by Reverse Flow River. Rumble. Under the control of Qi Clan's Immortals, rank 8 Immortal Goo House Great Space Temple erupted with fierce attacks, rapidly suppressing Fang Yuan. As Fang Yuan retreated, he probed his mind into the jewel yellow skies. The next moment his heart trembled slightly. Just as he had expected, the Celestial Court in jewel yellow skies had already hung up a projection, replaying the scene of Fang Yuan's battle. Among them, the crucial scene of him using Great Thief Ghost Hand to deal with Feng Jioge was also included. Not just that, the Celestial Court had also publicized the results of many deductions. They did not need to be bought with money. The contents of these deductions were all related to Fang Yuan, revealing his secrets. Jewel Yellow Skies was already in an uproar. The whole of the 5 regions Goo Immortal world was alarmed. They were discussing Fang Yuan's Goo Worms, killer moves and others. They were filled with envy and jealousy towards the resources that Fang Yuan possessed. This move was too ruthless. Information about Goo Immortals was very important. Many times, once immortal Goo or killer moves were exposed, the Goo Immortal would be easily targeted by others. Like now, Great Thief Ghost Hand was not only defended against by Qi Clan's Goo Immortals, it was even taken into Great Universe Space. In the future they would definitely research this Great Thief Ghost Hand and use it to deduce more weaknesses of Fang Yuan's move. If they were not prepared, if Fang Yuan succeeded, he might be able to steal the immortal Goo. Fang Yuan would be able to make a huge profit and gain the upper hand. Fang Yuan had used Jewel Yellow Skies to spread the news of him beating up Thunder Ghost True Monarch. It greatly affected the Celestial Court's authority. Now, the Celestial Court was giving him a taste of his own medicine, using the same method to deal with Fang Yuan. I have Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fairy Myrtle is probably very worried that I will use this move to steal other people's immortal goo and strengthen myself. Since she can split her attention and do this, the battle over at Langya Blessed Land is probably over already. Fang Yuan's heart shuddered. He wanted the Celestial Court to fight to the death with Longevity Heaven. It would be best if Langya Blessed Land was destroyed. But both sides were shrewd people, they would not make such a stupid move. I'm afraid the Celestial Court is retreating. After all, in order to resist Langya Blessed Land's methods earlier, be it Fairy Myrtle or Qin Yi, they were all injured. After the battle with me, Feng Jioge lost most of his battle strength. Thunder Ghost True Monarch also died. Longevity Heaven has the help of Land Spirit of Langya, it has the home advantage. Another thing that Fang Yuan noticed was that Princess Impatience's identity as a traitor was not exposed in this matter. Princess Impatience is likely to be hiding near Loose Tail Ridge, waiting for a good opportunity. It seems that the Celestial Court is well prepared. Even without Princess Impatience's help, they would have escaped safely. Fang Yuan was not foolish enough to expose Princess Impatience's identity. The Celestial Court knew that Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon who had been reborn, but they did not know that Princess Impatience's identity had already been exposed to Fang Yuan. Right now, I have no evidence to accuse Princess Impatience. Actually, even if I have solid evidence, Princess Impatience is a rank 8 Goo Immortal. Longevity Heaven will have to spend a lot of effort to deal with them. Without sufficient preparation they might escape. Fang Yuan had to make good use of this weakness, he might be able to gain huge benefits from it in the future. Throwing it out now was just to vent his anger. Those who achieved great things needed to be able to take all kinds of risks, they needed to be shrewd. How could they do something senseless because of their emotions? However, I will not let you off easily either. Fang Yuan snickered internally as he took action, sending a video into Jewel Yellow Skies. This video showed the Celestial Court activating Star Cast, sending several rank 8 Goo Immortals deep into Langya Blessed Land. Like a huge rock, this video was thrown into the surging waves of public opinion, creating a huge commotion. The Celestial Court had such a method? Like Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel, it had a huge advantage in battle tactics that affected the overall strategy. Other than Central Continent, the Goo Immortals of the 4 regions as well as the leaders of the super forces, all felt a chill in their hearts, their wariness towards the Celestial Court increased by countless folds. Goodbye. Fang Yuan smiled as he waved at Great Space Temple. At the next moment he used the chance to activate Fixed Immortal Travel and escape successfully. Rank 7 Fixed Immortal Travel was too useful. Great Space Temple did not have an immortal battlefield. Even if it had an immortal battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan would not be trapped easily. Actually, even if he got trapped, many immortal battlefields could not capture Fixed Immortal Travel. Unless it was an extremely high level 1 or targeted Fixed Immortal Travel, it would be troublesome for Fang Yuan to get trapped. At the next moment, Jade Light flickered as Fang Yuan left the battlefield, arriving near Qi Clan's 3rd resource point. Wind Flame Mountain. This mountain had countless parasol trees with fiery maple leaves. The entire area was red. There were many birds and almost no beasts, only a few fire phoenixes were in the parasol forest. Sensing Fang Yuan's ferocious intent, these phoenixes raised their heads and looked at Fang Yuan fearlessly, giving off an inviolable aura. This was a huge resource point, even super forces could not have too many of them. It was also one of Qi Clan's main sources of income. Old demon Fang Yuan actually came here. The one guarding this place was a Qi Clan rank 7, he immediately activated the Immortal Formation's defense while reporting to the clan, requesting for reinforcements. If I take down this resource point, Qi Clan will really suffer a loss. Hehe. Fang Yuan snickered as he charged down like a meteor. With a loud sound, the Immortal Formation did not budge. The defense of a huge resource point was much tighter than a medium or large resource point. Fang Yuan stabilized his body, his gaze flickered as he deduced rapidly in his mind, while his killer moves were unleashed like cheap fireworks. This scoundrel Fang Yuan is so crafty. Receiving this news, Qi Chuyu was furious, he could not sit still anymore, he left and went to reinforce the clan. Wind Flame Mountain was a special resource point. Other than raising phoenixes, it would attract many wild phoenixes at certain times of the year to lay eggs. Once Wind Flame Mountain suffered a huge change, the wild phoenixes might choose another location. Qi Clan would suffer huge losses. And Wind Flame Mountain was very far from Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, Chi Chuyu was the closest to it. Thus, even though Chi Clan's first Supreme Elder had already set up a formation within a formation at Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, he had to give up on the idea of waiting. He went to Fang Yuan to save his clan's assets. By the time he arrived, Fang Yuan had already dismantled most of Wind Flame Mountain's formation. Many ancient fire phoenixes had also died in battle, and Fang Yuan had collected 3 of them. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, don't leave if you have the guts. Chi Chuyu glared and shouted. Chapter 1606. You are in such a hurry to see me, it seems you are courting death. Chi Chuyu sneered. Its first Supreme Elder, we are saved. The Chi Clan Gu Immortal guarding Phoenix Flame Mountain felt assured as he cheered. I have been waiting for you. I wonder if you are interested in the Dream Path research results in my hands? Fang Yuan suddenly transmitted. Chi Chuyu was slightly stunned. At the next moment, Fang Yuan pointed as Immortal Killer Move-Yama battlefield formed, including Chi Chuyu. Chi Chuyu was slightly shocked, but he quickly calmed down. He even sized up the battlefield calmly. This is the battlefield that trapped Feng Jioge? Fang Yuan laughed. Senior Chi, you are saying that this is the immortal battlefield that Fairy Myrtle unraveled? Celestial Court not only exposed Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand and other information in Jewel Yellow Skies, they even exposed Fairy Myrtle's understanding of Yama battlefield and the method to unravel it. Thus, with this as a reference, Chi Chuyu was not worried about his safety. He was not anxious at all. He was a Formation Path Great Grandmaster. He could wait for reinforcements in Yama battlefield. But Fang Yuan had limited time. If he was stalled by Chi Chuyu, the other southern border Righteous Path Gu Immortals would have a chance to surround him. He would be in danger. There were no invincible Gu in the world, only invincible Gu Immortals. Fixed immortal travel could be countered in many aspects. In comparison, Chi Chuyu's biggest headache was that after Fang Yuan escaped, he would continue to attack Chi Clan's resource points. This was a huge problem. Senior Chi, take a look at this. Fang Yuan tossed over an information path Mortal Gu. Chi Chuyu inspected it and saw that it was an information path Mortal Gu. He looked into it and his gaze shined. This information path Mortal Gu recorded information regarding the formation that Chi Clan had set up on Wind Flame Mountain. As an array master and with the help of the Light of Wisdom, it was not difficult for Fang Yuan to deduce all this. Chi Chuyu instantly understood Fang Yuan's meaning. According to the information path Mortal Gu, Fang Yuan could have destroyed the immortal formation protecting Phoenix Flame Mountain, but he purposely held back and lured Chi Chuyu over. Chi Chuyu nodded slightly. You are indeed a genius. Your formation path attainment is so deep. No wonder that child Chi Shang approves of you. Formation addict Chi Shang was a rising star of Chi Clan. Chi Chuyu thought highly of him and believed that he would become a formation path great grandmaster in the future. Previously, when Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai, he interacted with Chi Shang and established a good relationship with him. Later on, when Fang Yuan's identity was exposed and he was being hunted everywhere, Chi Shang also publicly announced that he had drawn a line between him and Fang Yuan, becoming mortal enemies. Fang Yuan laughed and looked at Chi Chuyu with a burning gaze. If I tell Senior Chi that my formation path attainment came from a dream state, what would Senior think? Is that true? Chi Chuyu was moved. He sized up Fang Yuan again as he asked with a doubtful tone, You really want to make a deal with me? Fang Yuan retorted, Why would I not want to make a deal with you? I need dream realms, but Southern Border's dream realms all have defensive formations. They are all created by Chi Clan. I am willing to use my dream path attainment to exchange for Chi Clan's cooperation. To show my sincerity, please take a look at this. Fang Yuan threw out an information path Mortal Gu. Chi Chuyu received it and his eyes shined with bright light. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the information path Mortal Gu, afraid that it would fly away. The information regarding Dream Path had an unparalleled temptation to Chi Chuyu. He could not help but delve into it and quickly finished reading the contents. When he raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan again, the expression on his face had changed again. This scoundrel Fang Yuan, as expected of someone who inherited Shadow Sect and used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth. The Dream Path content that he casually threw out has already far surpassed the sum of our Southern Border Righteous Path's hard work. Furthermore, the content here is clearly only a small portion. There is more to it than meets the eye. There are even some things that are not explained clearly, they are just vague. Thinking of this, Chi Chuyu's heart pounded. He could not help but be moved. The temptation that Fang Yuan threw out was simply too huge. Currently, the Gu Immortal world recognized that Dream Path was the future trend of development. Not only would Dream Path be created, it would become prosperous and even produce great Dream Immortal Venerable. Thus, be they super forces or rank 8 Gu Immortals, they all understood the importance of Dream Path. They were all exploring dream realms and trying to go further than others in this path. Whoever gave up on pursuing the Dream Path would be eliminated by the upcoming Grand Era. Like how Great Thief Demon Venerable created Theft Path, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable created Transformation Path, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable created Chi Path. In the long history of humanity, countless historical facts had proven this point. However, everything was difficult at the beginning, especially now that Dream Path was just a concept. No matter who explored dream realms, they would have to pay a huge price and gain little results. Precisely because he understood this, Shi Chuyu understood the importance of this information path Mortal Gu in his hands. If he threw it out, all the super forces in the world would fight over it. Even if they had to fight to the death for it, they would not hesitate. Chi Chuyu caressed the Mortal Gu in his hands as he stared at Fang Yuan with a sharp gaze. You are sincere indeed, but there are so many righteous path forces in southern border. Why do you want to make a deal with me? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. I have interacted with Qi Shang before. I also had information from Shadow Sect and Wu Clan. I have some understanding of Qi Clan. Qi Bang is your son, but he is lacking in ability to become the first Supreme Elder. Thus he needs the help of Qi Shang, a future Formation Path Great Grandmaster. Senior Qi, your lifespan is limited. If you die in the future there will be chaos. Will Qi Bang be able to protect Qi Clan? Qi Chuyu's expression turned grim. Killing intent leaked out of him without concealment. Fang Yuan did not seem to notice it. But even Qi Chuyu had to admit that Fang Yuan was right. Southern border's earth veins were in turmoil. Similar situations were happening in the other 4 regions. People like Qi Chuyu had already sensed many things about the future chaos. Qi Chuyu had used many lifespan extension methods. Lifespan Gu were no longer effective on him. He had been preparing for a rainy day long ago. He had started preparing for his son's ascension. Even though he knew that Qi Bang was not talented enough as a father, he had his own personal feelings. But he could not just focus on his personal feelings. If Qi Clan was destroyed by Qi Bang, even if Qi Chuyu died, he would not be able to rest in peace. And if Qi Clan was destroyed, how could Qi Bang be fine? Precisely so, his Qi Clan needed Fang Yuan's Dream Path research results even more. With this, Qi Clan would not only be able to protect themselves in the future, they would even be able to follow the tides of the new era and become an even stronger super force. Ha ha ha. Qi Chuyu suddenly laughed loudly as if his expression and killing intent had never appeared before. He looked at Fang Yuan, shaking his head. Fang Yuan, you are indeed the #1 demonic lord of the 5 regions. I have only learned of your abilities today. No wonder the Celestial Court and Wu Clan were helpless against you. I Qi Chuyu will accept this transaction. Fang Yuan nodded. Qi Chuyu's response was within his expectations. It was not surprising. Qi Chuyu was the leader of a righteous path force while Fang Yuan was a demon that everyone wanted to kill. They actually made a transaction? This was quite unimaginable. But actually, everyone had different concepts of righteous path and demonic path. The true essence was that the righteous path had vested benefits, while the demonic path was not like that. Look at Qi Clan, they had so many resource points, they had to promote the benefits of righteous path, saying that evil could not prevail over righteousness, they had to maintain peace and stability. Meanwhile, demonic path Gu immortals needed to get stronger in order to deal with calamities and tribulations, and they needed cultivation resources to get stronger. They did not have these resources. What could they do? They could only kill, plunder, steal and swindle. Everything was for the sake of benefits. Precisely because of this, what was so strange about Qi Chuyu agreeing to Fang Yuan's transaction? Both sides took what they needed, they were just moving towards benefits. After the transaction was settled, Fang Yuan deactivated the immortal battlefield. He pretended to be defeated and escaped in a panic. Even though Qi Chuyu won, he let Fang Yuan escape. His expression was not good. In the following days he made arrangements to defend himself. He was very careful and guarded against Fang Yuan's revenge. Chapter 1607. We must eliminate this Fang Yuan. He dares to openly attack my righteous path's great formation, truly audacious to the extreme. Luo family's grand elder roared. Our clan's Gu immortals have sacrificed themselves. This demon Fang Yuan has already stained our blood twice. We must make him pay the price. Ho clan's first supreme elder's tone was deep and filled with hatred. Yao clan's first supreme elder sighed. We have to deal with Fang Yuan. but he is not an ordinary demonic path Gu immortal. His identity was very complicated. Not only was he an otherworldly demon, he also had the spring-autumn cicada, he had been reborn from the future, destroyed 88-point Jianghu Tower. Not only did he possess Giant Sun's true inheritance, he also inherited Spectral Soul's true inheritance, becoming the current sect leader of the Shadow Sect, and even received a lot of funding from Langya Blessed Land. Even though the Celestial Court of Jianghu State had repeatedly put him on the wanted list and hunted him down, he was still at large and wreaking havoc in the world. Moreover, he had become stronger and stronger after each battle. His strength had progressed rapidly beyond common sense. To be honest, he really has the aura of the Demon Lord when he was young. In the future, there would only be Great Dream Immortal Venerable, there would not be Great Dream Demon Venerable. Yao Clan, are you afraid? Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder immediately mocked. The Yao family's first Supreme Elder sneered, I'm just stating the facts. If he wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan, he had to face this fact. Just like how your Xia family lost to my Yao family. The Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder was furious. Recently, the earth veins had been moving, causing large amounts of cultivation resources to surface from the depths of the earth. This attracted Southern Border's Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and loose cultivators to fight over them. Naturally, there would be many conflicts during the competition. Not long ago, the Xia clan was ambushed by the Yao clan and suffered a great loss. However, the Yao clan also paid a hefty price. Thus, the conversation between the two sides was filled with anger. Alright, the purpose of our discussion this time is not to bicker with one another, but to discuss how to deal with Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan continues to plunder like this, what should we do? At this moment, Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder spoke with a calm tone. There was silence. Shang Clan had always maintained a neutral stance and was most skilled at trading. They had connections with Gu immortals of all clans. Thus, when Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder spoke, everyone else had to show some respect. After a long time, the Ba family's first Supreme Elder broke the silence. The thief Fang Yuan must have grasped a way to explore dreams and obtained great benefits. Otherwise, back then, why would he try so many ways to impersonate Cheng Wui Hai and sneak into our righteous path? This time, when he broke through the great formation of the Plunder Shadow Earth Trench and swept away all the dream realms, it proved this point even more clearly. I wonder what Wu Clan's Supreme Grand Elder thinks of this matter? Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder was none other than Wu Yihai's brother, Wu Yong. Wu Clan had been occupying the throne of the righteous path for a long time, and Ba Clan had been secretly coveting it. Unfortunately, Wu Yong erupted and revealed the clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, destroying Ba Clan's plans and allowing Wu Clan to defend their throne. But the Ba Clan would not let go of such a small opportunity. Wu Yong was silent for a while before speaking. Fang Yuan is a scoundrel, everyone has the right to punish him. Yesterday he plundered Qi Clan's resources, tomorrow he could suddenly appear at any place. Our resources and even our Gu immortals and clansmen might all fall victim to him. Wu Yong spoke plainly, but he also pointed out that dealing with Fang Yuan was the responsibility of everyone in Southern Border's righteous path. It was impossible for Ba Clan or anyone else to make our Wu Clan take the lead and put in a lot of effort. Hearing Wu Yong's words, many people frowned. Wu Yong and Wu Duxiu's styles were very different. If it were Wu Duxiu, she would definitely be the first to bear the brunt of the responsibility. This was Wu Clan's strength of character. But Wu Yong cowered at this moment, as if the humiliation that Fang Yuan gave to Wu Clan did not exist. Ba Clan's first Supreme Elder did not want to let Wu Yong off so easily. He said, "The reason why it is so troublesome to deal with this demon Fang Yuan is because he has fixed immortal travel immortal Gu. I wonder if Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder has any good methods to restrain fixed immortal travel?" Wu Yong smiled bitterly. "I am ashamed Wu Clan does not have any good methods. I, Wu Yong, cannot compare to my mother. I can only defend my gains but not be aggressive enough. In my opinion, the Gu formation that Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder set up earlier was indeed effective. Even though Fang Yuan broke it, he was able to stall for a lot of time. Why don't we ask Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder to set up an immortal formation for our resources? At least when Fang Yuan attacks, we can stall for some time." Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder Qi Chuyu quickly said, "I am ashamed. The immortal formation that I set up was broken by Fang Yuan time and time again. I am afraid I will not live up to your expectations." Wu Yong smiled. "Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder, no need to be humble. Fang Yuan did not break through your clan's Wind Flame Mountain. The immortal formation at Plunder Shadow Earth Trench also blocked Fang Yuan's attack. But Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level is not low. Even your clan's formation fanatic was once on good terms with him. Everyone knows this. Wu Yong's words had a deeper meaning. Qi Chuyu snorted coldly in his heart, but did not reply. He remained silent. Southern Border's super forces had a lot of resource points in their hands. If Qi Chuyu wanted to set up the immortal formations one by one, how long would that take? And most importantly, this was a sensitive matter. Resource points were the exclusive property of each clan. If the defensive measures of these places were left to outsiders, each clan would feel uncomfortable. Among the clans now, only Qi clan was robbed by Fang Yuan. They did not feel any pain. They also did not have the strong intention to ask Qi Chuyu for help. Qi Chuyu understood this, so he did not speak. Wu Yong saw that Qi Chuyu was silent. He could not speak now. At this time, Tai clan's first supreme elder said excitedly, "Actually, Wu clan's first supreme elder's method is the correct way to deal with the problem of Fang Yuan, but it is only half correct. Qi clan's first supreme elder's immortal formation can block Fang Yuan for some time. At this time, if there is a beacon tower of our Tai clan, we can move it in time and block Fang Yuan. We can surround and kill him. With the two together, Fang Yuan will not be a problem." At this moment, the Gu immortals became even more silent. Beacon towers were Tai clan's immortal Gu houses. Their strongest aspect was similar to Western Desert's myriadly silk corridor. Every beacon tower could teleport Gu immortals between them. If many beacon towers were placed together, they could even teleport rank 8 Gu immortals. Tai clan's first supreme elder's plan was not wrong. In fact, Tai clan had been trying to set up beacon towers in different areas of southern border. However, such an arrangement posed a huge threat to the other superpowers. Thus, all the forces had been resisting Tai clan's plan to set up beacon towers. Right now, Tai clan's first supreme elder used this chance to push for their own beacon towers. The leaders of the clans did not agree. They remained silent, expressing their rejection. "I have another idea." After a long while, Shang clan's first supreme elder spoke. After 15 minutes, this discussion between the leaders of Southern Border's righteous path forces came to an end. Under the moonlight, Qi Chuyu stopped using his killer move. He flew in the sky on a thick cloud with an eerie gaze. Southern Border's Gu immortal world was full of factions to begin with. They all had their own conflicts. Recently, the movement of the earth veins brought benefits, but it also stimulated more conflicts. This made the various superpowers even angrier. Ignoring the internal conflicts, just look at Qi clan, which was attacked by Fang Yuan all over the place from start to finish. No other force helped them. After flying for a while, Qi Chuyu's vision changed. He landed in an immortal battlefield. He was not nervous at all because this was Yama's battlefield. This meeting with Fang Yuan was something that they had agreed on. "These are for you." Fang Yuan tossed out several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and an information path mortal Gu. "Where are my things?" "I brought them." Qi Chuyu took out a large number of immortal Yuan stones, as well as many immortal materials that were categorized. There was also an information path mortal Gu that recorded the formation path inheritance. Both sides quickly inspected the goods and handed them over before separating. But Qi Chuyu frowned slightly while Fang Yuan had a smile on his face. "Qi clan's first supreme elder, if there is a chance in the future, I will transact with you again." Before leaving, Fang Yuan transmitted, "How will you contact me?" "You will know when the time comes." The two quickly retreated. They were extremely vigilant. No one knew about this transaction from start to finish. The contents of this Gu worm are still lacking. This shows that Fang Yuan has a lot of dream path research results. But after obtaining these in the dream realms, I have already far surpassed the other super forces of Southern Border. Qi Chuyu looked at the dream realms in his immortal aperture as he sighed internally. Thinking of Fang Yuan, his gaze turned dark. This scoundrel Fang Yuan clearly wants to cooperate with me. After all, he wants to know about the formation at Etian Mountain. I might as well cooperate with him and try to obtain more dream path research results, then use Southern Border's righteous path to plot against him and eliminate him. Qi Chuyu and Fang Yuan's transaction was purely for benefits. Right now, he wanted to plot against Fang Yuan. It was also for benefits. After all, if Fang Yuan sold these dream path research results to other super forces, Qi clan's advantage would be gone. It would be a huge loss to their own benefits. Even though I gave Qi clan a few dream realms this time, I already have a lot of time path dream realms. Next, I need to cultivate quietly and increase my time path attainment level. Fang Yuan was also thinking and scheming. Qi clan had dream path methods. They naturally needed some private dream realms for them to explore. Even though there was a huge dream realm at Etian Mountain, under everyone's watchful eyes, there was no guarantee that nothing would go wrong. The risk was too high. On one hand, Fang Yuan needed to facilitate this transaction, on the other hand he did not want Qi clan to be exposed. I successfully attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench this time. Southern Border's righteous path will definitely plot against me. Even though fixed immortal travel is good, it is countered. Not mentioning the foundation of Southern Border's righteous path, with the close relationship between Wu Yong and Celestial Court might interfere. So I need to lie low for now. Actually, Fang Yuan could use his Dream Path research results to find any super force and turn them into allies, conducting transactions. But there was a reason why Fang Yuan chose Qi clan. The most important reason was that in the chaotic era 500 years ago, Qi clan was a resolute force that resisted the invasion of Celestial Court. In his previous life, Wu clan was also like this, but in this life, Wu Yong actually obtained many immortal goo of Southern Border's righteous path from Celestial Court. This was something that Fang Yuan had always kept in mind, he could not forget. Chapter 1608. The moon was bright outside the window, while the candlelight in the study room was slightly cold. Wu Yong was pacing around in the study room. He had many worries in his heart, he could not put them down. Right now, Wu Yong had rank 8 cultivation, he held authority in Wu clan, he brought clear jade dripping wine tiny bamboo building and helped Wu clan get through this crisis. He also asked for the immortal goo of Southern Border's righteous path from the Celestial Court. His reputation was unparalleled. During this period of time he worked hard to nurture goo immortal seeds, making Wu clan prosper day by day. What was there for him to worry about? Fang Yuan. He disguised as Wu Yihai, even deceiving Wu Yong, he cheated Wu clan of many resources and even immortal goo. Not only did he make Wu clan run around in circles, even Wu Yong's pursuit had no results. Fang Yuan was like a thorn in Wu Yong's heart. Every time Wu Yong thought of him, his heart would feel a stab of pain, he would feel humiliation, anger, and hatred. This time, Fang Yuan was active in Southern Border, destroying Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's formation and seizing Dream Realms. Wu Yong looked calm, but his heart was already bleeding profusely from this thorn. Shang clan's first Supreme Elder's method can indeed deal with Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel. But Wu Yong frowned, he paced around as he shook his head. He felt it was not reliable. Could this method really get rid of Fang Yuan? He thought of how he had allied with Southern Border's righteous path forces to pursue Fang Yuan, but there was no result. He then thought of how the Celestial Court had tried to capture him, but Fang Yuan was still free. Now that Southern Border's righteous path had joined forces, could they deal with Fang Yuan? Wu Yong shook his head. He had to admit, on one hand he was somewhat wary of Fang Yuan. This demon Fang Yuan, every time he appeared, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds, he could not be estimated with common sense. On the other hand, Wu Yong was not confident in the entire Southern Border righteous path. Wu clan was the leader of Southern Border's righteous path. Wu Yong grew up under Wu Duxiu's nurturing. How could he not see the flaws of Southern Border's righteous path? Everyone had their own thoughts and there were many different factions and conflicts. Unless it was absolutely necessary, there wouldn't be a unified leader. Even if it was the Wu clan, even if Wu Duxiu was alive and working with Wu Yong, they would not be able to assume the leadership position. Wu Yong could completely imagine that on the day of the operation, Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals would definitely be on guard against each other, they would shirk responsibility, retreat when there was danger, and fight for benefits. How could such a team deal with the cunning Fang Yuan? Especially now, only the Qi family had suffered from Fang Yuan's plunder. The other families didn't feel any pain, and the earth veins were also moving, competing to seize the essence of the earth veins. How could the families truly spend their strength on Fang Yuan? Perhaps Fang Yuan has noticed this as well. So this time he is only plundering Qi family's resources. Wu Yong's heart sank. From this point, it could be seen that he wanted nothing more than for Fang Yuan to plunder and incur the wrath of everyone. But it was a pity that Fang Yuan was still so cunning, he only offended Qi family. If Wu Yong knew that Fang Yuan not only robbed Qi family, but also secretly made a deal with Qi family to set up Southern Border for the future 5 regions chaotic war and target the Celestial Court, who knew what he would think? After pacing around for a while, Wu Yong finally made up his mind. I need to contact the Celestial Court and use the Celestial Court to eliminate Fang Yuan as soon as possible. It was a difficult decision to make. Even though this was a wise decision, after all, the enemy of an enemy was a friend, it violated a taboo. The 5 regions, other than Eastern Sea, were very xenophobic, southern border was especially so. If southern border's forces and Gu immortals knew that Wu Yong was contacting other regions' forces and using them to interfere in southern border's matters, he would definitely be condemned. The surging public opinion would drown Wu Yong, even if he was Wu clan's first supreme elder with rank 8 cultivation level. It could be said that Wu Yong was taking a huge risk by doing this. Once it was exposed, Wu clan's current advantageous situation would be greatly ruined. Oh, Wu Yong contacted me? I'm afraid it is because of that demon Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle was recuperating, but seeing that Wu Yong contacted her, she smiled and immediately replied. Wu Yong had a special status. He was Wu clan's first supreme elder. Even if there was no effect, just the cooperation itself was a form of restriction on him. After a few words, Wu Yong went straight to the main topic, talking about Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle thought, as expected. Fang Yuan has fixed immortal travel, and after I exposed all his trump cards in jewel yellow skies, Wu Yong is even more wary. He is willing to take the risk to eliminate Fang Yuan. Celestial Court's situation was not good recently. Not long ago they attacked Langya Blessed Land for the second time, but they did not achieve any of their goals. Wisdom Gu was taken away by Fang Yuan escaped, Langya Blessed Land was protected by Longevity Heaven, but Celestial Court's Thunder Ghost True Monarch died in battle. Qin Yi, Fairy Myrtle, and Feng Jioge were all heavily injured. They were recuperating now. But even so, when Fairy Myrtle learned of Wu Yong's intentions, she agreed without hesitation. Fang Yuan had to be eliminated. Even if he had rank 7 fixed immortal travel, there were ways to counter this Gu. Even if they could not eliminate Fang Yuan, as long as they kept pressuring him and making him unable to develop himself, it would be a success for Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's growth speed is too terrifying. This is the result of Providence's continuous influence and many setbacks. Every once in a while when he shows up again he will have shocking improvements. Even if we cannot kill him, we need to make sure he has no time to cultivate. If he has any new methods, we need to force him to use all of his trump cards. Fairy Myrtle was even more wary of Fang Yuan now. In order to chase after Fang Yuan, Fairy Myrtle had put in so much effort, Langya Blessed Land was almost taken down by her now. But what about Fang Yuan? He was still at large. Even though Celestial Court still had the absolute advantage. Be it Fate Gu's restoration, Great Dream Immortal Venerable's nurturing, or Spectral Soul's imprisonment, they were all advantages that Fang Yuan could not match. However, deep in Fairy Myrtle's heart, she started to feel fear and unease. This fear was almost inexplicable, but it was fear. Fear and unease caused by Fang Yuan. This time, Southern Border's righteous path is working together to deal with Fang Yuan. This is a chance. Even if I disregard my injuries, I will use all my strength to kill Fang Yuan and get rid of this problem. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shone with determination. Southern Border's righteous path was conspiring against Fang Yuan. Because of Wu Yong's initiative, Celestial Court had already interfered before the operation even started, hiding behind the scenes. It was easy to imagine that once Celestial Court made a move, it would be an earth-shattering blow. But it was a pity that Fang Yuan had already expected this. After transacting with Chi Chuyu, he went into hiding, wholeheartedly exploring dream realms. This was a time path dream realm. In this dream realm, Fang Yuan had turned into an old man. He was the dream realm's main character. He had rank 4 cultivation. Right now, he was surrounded by 5 or 6 Gu masters with unfriendly expressions. Lord Bai Lian, this is the advance payment for the treatment. Please come with us. The leading Gu master also had rank 4 cultivation. He looked at Fang Yuan and said threateningly. Fang Yuan first inspected the Gu worms in his aperture. They were all time path Gu worms, but they were good at support and had no healing ability. Thinking about it, Fang Yuan tried to refuse. I am only an ordinary time path Gu master, I am not a doctor. Aren't you making things difficult for me by inviting me like this? The other party replied as expected, Humph, just do as I say. Do you dare to refuse the request of my Central Continent's Meng tribe? We have already investigated your background. Don't worry, since we are inviting you, we are interested in your ability. We know you have methods to cure Lord Meng Bai's illness. Let's go. Do we need to invite you again? Then let's go. Please lead the way. Fang Yuan pretended to smile bitterly. Following these Gu masters, Fang Yuan quickly arrived at Zheng tribe and saw the patient, Meng Bai. This person had a sallow complexion. He was as thin as a match. He was lying on the bed and groaning weakly. How did this happen? How did he get sick? Fang Yuan tried to ask. A servant at the side complained, My lord is usually strong like a tiger and runs like a wolf, to think that he would fall to this state. He was framed by that damned unscrupulous merchant and bought water-word goo. That unscrupulous merchant said that with this goo, he would be able to write beautiful essays like moving clouds and flowing water. Lord is usually brave, the other lords often say that he only has brute strength and no literary talent. Lord had this not in his heart, thus he did not hesitate to pay a high price to buy water-word goo, wanting to write beautiful essays that night. Is there a problem with this water-word goo? Fang Yuan asked. The servant shook his head, then nodded. At first, there seemed to be no problem with that water-word goo. Many articles came out one after another. Old Master was overjoyed and wrote 50 to 60 articles in one night. But in the morning there was a problem. Lord had not even eaten breakfast when he suddenly had diarrhea. Diarrhea was like having diarrhea, and the scariest thing was, from morning to night he had it for more than 20 times. Poor Lord, who had a strong physique, actually fell to such a miserable state in just one day. Fang Yuan came to a realization, and at the same time he had an idea. Water-word goo was not a problem, but if used too much there would be problems and no one could bear it. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. This was common sense. Using goo had its risks, falling to such a state was the result of one's own actions. Chapter 1609. Fang Yuan was no longer a newbie when it came to exploring dream realms, he had accumulated a lot of experience. At this point in Meng Bai's dream realm, Fang Yuan had a rough understanding of it. It wants me to use the time path goo worms in my aperture to form a time path killer move to resolve Meng Bai's injuries. Meng Bai's injuries were caused by overuse of water path goo. This time path killer move had to be used in the right way. Even though Fang Yuan had ordinary time path attainment level, he had Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Langya's true inheritance and He Fan's true inheritance. Especially the latter, it was a huge help to Fang Yuan's current problem. This dream realm tested the explorer's knowledge as well as the technique of combining killer moves. Of course it was not so simple. Fang Yuan inspected carefully, he found that many of the time path mortal goo in this aperture were unique to the dream realm, they did not exist in reality, or rather they were not. Fang Yuan was not surprised. This was a dream realm after all, it was different from reality. If it were anyone else, even a time path grade expert, they would have to try their luck. As for Fang Yuan, his luck had always been good. But now he had a better choice. Immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. This move was not effective when Fang Yuan explored Thieving Heaven's dream realm. But now, because the dream realm was too small, it had an extraordinary effect. The correct choices in the goo worms floated up slightly in the aperture, directly sending the correct answers to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a plan in mind, he used these goo worms to try it out. After 2 failures, he successfully activated the killer move and saved Meng Bai. This way this dream realm was broken. His soul returned to the sovereign immortal body. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He was gratified to find that his time path attainment level had risen from ordinary to master. But his joy did not last long, his expression suddenly changed. At the same time, the immortal killer move Yama Emperor that was tightly wrapped around his soul suddenly expanded. Someone is deducing my location, they are quite skilled. Fang Yuan sneered. If this was before the battle at Langya, his current situation would be worrying. But right now, he had Yama Emperor's killer move. His ability to defend against deductions was enough to make the Celestial Court's Fairy Myrtle helpless. Sure enough, after the other party deduced for a while, he could not unravel Yama Emperor's killer move. He paid a huge price, but his efforts were futile. Fang Yuan's Yama Emperor killer move slowly retracted, eventually turning into a simple layer of clothing that covered his soul. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with a cold light. He quickly scanned the surroundings. Yama Emperor's aura was overflowing. In order to be absolutely safe, he decided to leave this place and not stay any longer. Fixed immortal travel was activated once again. Using it to travel was simply too convenient. At this moment, Fang Yuan moved from one end of southern border to the other. The distance between the two ends was unknown. Fang Yuan flew for a while before finding a gray valley shrouded in thick fog and concealed himself. My soul foundation is only at 30 million man soul. Fang Yuan calculated as he sighed. Activating Yama Emperor's killer move was a burden to Fang Yuan's soul, it would expend his soul foundation. Earlier, in order to resist the deduction of the mysterious enemy, Yama Emperor had expended over 1 million of Fang Yuan's soul foundation. This showed how powerful the person who made the deduction was. Earlier, Fang Yuan's soul foundation was far higher than 30 million man soul. But in the battle at Langia, Fang Yuan had expended a lot of his soul foundation. Don't forget, exploring dream realms would not expend his soul foundation, it would even cause great damage to the soul. If it were in the past, Fang Yuan could use his resources to raise his soul foundation again. But now, Fang Yuan's Danghun Mountain was still being repaired urgently, it could not be used yet. Without Danghun Mountain's continuous production of Guts Goo, Fang Yuan's stock of Guts Goo would not last for long. And to repair Danghun Mountain, I have been using Landscape as before Immortal Goo. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's killer move Orderly is left on Danghun Mountain, Landscape as before Goo is only rank 6. This work has been expending my Immortal Essence intensely. Fang Yuan's Immortal Essence reserves were almost depleted because of this. Most of his abundant reserves had been expended in the intense battle at Langia. Celestial Court's attack on Fang Yuan might not have killed him, but it was not in vain, it expended a lot of Fang Yuan's foundation. The lack of Immortal Essence was also the reason why Fang Yuan was willing to cooperate with Qi Chuyu and not fight head-on. Actually, Fang Yuan's sovereign Immortal Aperture was very rich in time path resources. Time flowed very quickly, the Immortal Essence that he could condense far surpassed rank 7 Goo Immortals in the world. But Fang Yuan's expenditure was even faster, he could not replenish it with just himself. What was sustaining him during this period of time was the dragonfish business. The dragonfish business was making huge profits, batches of Immortal Yuan stones were coming in, Fang Yuan used these Immortal Yuan stones to replenish his Immortal Essence, greatly alleviating the problem of his Immortal Essence running out. Relying on the dragonfish business and Guts Goo, I can barely maintain it. When Danghun Mountain is repaired, everything will get better. With fixed immortal travel and omnidirectional travel, Fang Yuan was not afraid of others coming to find him. In fact, under the protection of Yama Emperor, it was very unlikely that they could deduce Fang Yuan's location. Fang Yuan decided to continue exploring Time Path Dream Realms. He had left a lot of Time Path Dream Realms and Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. After setting up a Goo formation for alerting, he immediately entered. On a snowy peak, an old man looked at Fang Yuan with his hands behind his back. "Kneel," the old man said plainly. Fang Yuan was slightly dazed, but soon he did as the old man said. The old man's expression became solemn and solemn, he said in a low voice, "From now on I will teach you our tribe's strongest killer move, Time Cutting Edge. Once this blade is used it will never miss, it will hit its target and kill everyone who hits it. Only after you learn this move will you have hope of killing the enemy who exterminated our tribe." Yes. Fang Yuan heard this and had a thought, he suddenly had a feeling that he would have great gains in this dream realm exploration. As expected, the old man taught him the complete killer move Time Cutting Edge. This move was very complex, it was even more complex than the myriad self-killer move that Fang Yuan created, the steps were even more varied. What was even more ridiculous was that the activation time for this move was very short, it required hundreds of steps to be completed within 3 breaths of time. Otherwise, Fang Yuan would be the one to suffer the killer move's backlash. 3 breaths of time, how can that be possible? Even Fang Yuan felt that it was impossible. However, the old man's explanation was not over yet. Fang Yuan listened carefully, it turned out that the solution was to use another time path killer move to reduce Time Cutting Edge's activation time to 3 breaths of time. That way he would be able to reach the target. If Goo Immortals of other paths used time path methods to accelerate killer moves, it would be like pouring oil on fire, it would only produce the opposite effect and cause the killer move's activation to fail, causing a backlash. But Time Cutting Edge was a time path killer move to begin with, using other time path killer moves, there were no conflicting Dao marks within them, they complemented each other. Chapter 16:10. Time Path Dream Realm. Fang Yuan had turned into a rank 6 Goo Immortal with the appearance of a young man, his eyes were shut and his body was shrouded in specks of white light. As the white light around him increased, Fang Yuan's aura also continued to accumulate, becoming deeper and deeper. Suddenly his body shook lightly, his aura became unstable, it was like a tall building collapsing and a deep pool leaking out. Juice. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. I failed again. He opened his eyes, bright light flickered in them. This was the 3rd time he had failed while practicing Shrink Time. This killer move that was used to assist Time Cutting Edge was also a rank 6 immortal move. After 3 consecutive defeats, each time Fang Yuan was injured, his soul foundation would fall. Originally he had 30 million man soul, but now there were only 29,600,000 left. This was not Thieving Heaven's dream realm after all. If he was injured in Thieving Heaven's dream realm, his soul foundation would fall to a terrifying extent. Fang Yuan did not feel dejected. Instead, his gaze was blazing, his fighting spirit surged. Ignoring everything else, just this shrink time killer move was very useful. It could not only be used to assist time cutting edge, it could also be used to assist other time path killer moves. After the exploration failed, Fang Yuan's soul left the dream realm and returned to the sovereign body to recuperate. Getsu. Fang Yuan took out Getsu and used them on himself. Earlier, Fang Yuan was rich and overbearing, but now he was very careful with his Getsu. There were not many Getsu left. Fang Yuan planned to use them to heal his soul injuries. As for his soul path cultivation, he could only stop for now. In fact, not only would Fang Yuan's soul foundation remain stagnant, it would even fall a lot in the near future due to exploring dream realms. This was within expectations, there was no other way. Soul path cultivation was no longer the focus now. The most important thing was to go to the River of Time and take out Red Lotus True Inheritance. That was the wisest strategy. Fang Yuan had to explore it as soon as possible. Firstly, the longer it dragged on, the more variables there would be. After all, Fang Yuan's opponent was Celestial Court. Celestial Court's foundation was too deep. Who knew when another great expert would awaken? Celestial Court would definitely set up ambushes in the River of Time. As time passed, these ambushes would increase. Secondly, Fang Yuan hoped to use Red Lotus True Inheritance to resist Celestial Court and stop Celestial Court from repairing Fate Immortal Goo. This was his biggest hope now. However, if he were to plan for the worst and the true teachings of the Red Lotus could not help him, then he would have to make other plans. Thus, if he obtained the true inheritance of Red Lotus's immortal, of Red Lotus would be of Lotus of Red Lotus, Red Dragon. Of Im, of Imif of the Mountain. Of Gu of Saint. Of Chin Lotus. Of Chin of Gu of Sea. That was, when Danghun Mountain was repaired, everything would return to the right track. Other than this method, Fang Yuan did not have any good method to resolve these problems in a short period of time. Currently, Danghun Mountain had already been repaired by 30 to 40%, but the Soul Path Dao marks had not reached a qualitative change, thus it could not produce Getsu. After recuperating his soul, Fang Yuan entered the dream realm again. This time he finally succeeded, completely activating shrink time. The previous 3 failures were not for naught. Each failure pushed Fang Yuan closer to success. Fang Yuan had grasped time path killer move shrink time. Of course, it was still a problem whether or not he could use the time shrink technique that he had obtained in the dream in reality. After all, dream realms and reality were different. Fang Yuan was clear that shrink time's main content was correct. Even if there was a difference, as long as he used the light of wisdom and spent some time, he could deduce the correct version in reality. After reaching this step, this layer of dream realm was also successfully explored. The entire cultivation scene faded from Fang Yuan's vision. His time path attainment level started to rise rapidly but soon stopped. I am still a time path master. However, compared to before, it has indeed risen by a large margin. It seems like I'm not too far away from becoming a grandmaster. In the second stage of the dream realm, Fang Yuan started to practice time cutting edge. This move was even more difficult. It was much more complicated than the killer move Myriad itself. Fang Yuan calmed his mind and continued to practice. He soon felt dizzy, the thoughts in his mind were expended greatly, it was like a pool of stagnant water. Fang Yuan was extremely patient. He repeated the boring content over and over again, advancing towards the final victory. During the process he was injured again. After leaving the dream realm and his soul returned to his body, Fang Yuan was shocked to find that not only did his soul foundation fall, even his lifespan was reduced by a little. Getting injured in this dream realm can actually reduce lifespan. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. This was a new discovery. But thankfully he had a large number of lifespan Gu, losing some lifespan was not a big deal. Of course, other Gu immortals might not think so. Just like this, Fang Yuan was injured 4 more times. He finally managed to use time cutting edge once in the dream realm. Just one time was enough, it was not reality after all. The dream realm dissipated, Fang Yuan successfully entered the 3rd stage. The old man appeared again. After 6 years you finally grasped time cutting edge, not bad. But the true results will need to be tested in battle. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Please explain. The old man laughed heartily. Rank 7 Gu Immortal Li XN is that person's right-hand man. He is going to suppress the southern ancient desolate beast rampage. You should kill him. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. His identity in the dream realm only had rank 6 cultivation level. His foundation was not outstanding. How could he fight a rank 7? The only advantage he had was the killer move Time Cutting Edge. Before Fang Yuan could think further, the dream realm changed. Flames started to burn around him. A person stood proudly in the sea of flames, staring at Fang Yuan with his triangular eyes. So you are a survivor of Bo Clan, humph, die. Just as he finished speaking, with a whoosh, dark red flames surged towards Fang Yuan like a huge wave. Fang Yuan quickly retreated. At the crucial moment, he activated the time path immortal goo in his immortal aperture. At the next moment, the flames engulfed him. Fang Yuan died in battle. The dream realm exploration failed. Fang Yuan dragged his heavily injured soul back to his body. The dream this time was really a bit of a trap. It attacked without warning. Fang Yuan had no chance to react. And other than Time Cutting Edge, I can only use Time Path Immortal Goo. I don't know any other killer moves. Fang Yuan was very vexed. These Time Path Immortal Goo were all rank 6. How could they face the rank 7 Goo Immortal Li Xan alone? And his dark red flames were clearly a rank 7 killer move. It seems that I can only use Time Cutting Edge to fight him. Fang Yuan thought about it and made up his mind. If this was a real battle, Fang Yuan would play safe. But this dream realm was different. It was different from reality. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan entered the dream realm again. Dark red flames surged towards him. Fang Yuan did not dodge. He activated the immortal killer move Time Cutting Edge. A thin flying dagger materialized in an instant. The flying dagger shot out with a flash of light. Ah, what kind of killer move is this? Li Xian's face was filled with shock before he fell to the ground. The dark red flames swept towards him and burned him to ashes in an instant. Fang Yuan was also shocked. This killer move is amazing. To be able to kill a rank 7 so easily, and this Li Xian's entire body was protected. Even in the dream realm, such a feat. I'm afraid it is not bad in reality. Once Li Xian died, the dream realm dissipated. Chapter 1611. The dream realm finally reached the 4th stage. I have already killed Li Xian, Fang Yuan said. The old man stood in front of Fang Yuan, nodding slightly. It seems you have already trained Time Cutting Edge to a high level. But you have only cultivated the rank 6 Time Cutting Edge. Next, I will teach you the rank 7 killer move Time Cutting Edge. Listen carefully. Fang Yuan immediately calmed down and memorized it. Rank 7 killer moves were several times more complex and varied than the previous rank 6 killer moves. Just listening to these steps, Fang Yuan's head was aching. This was the most complicated killer move he had ever seen. It was second to none. After the old man finished teaching, before leaving, he said to Fang Yuan, "Come and find me after you master this rank 7 killer move." Only Fang Yuan was left in the dream realm. It seems that the 4th stage of the dream realm still requires me to practice a killer move. Fang Yuan understood. Understanding this point, he buried himself in hard work, diligently practicing in the dream world. Even though the killer move was complex and difficult, Fang Yuan was very patient. His personality had already been forged into a piece of black steel by his previous life and this life. He was determined and stubborn. These small setbacks would not make him feel discouraged. He would not give up. Just as Fang Yuan was exploring the dream realm and practicing his killer move, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan's time path clone was sitting in front of Wisdom Gu, using the light of wisdom to make deductions. After a while, he opened his eyes and muttered, "The formation's initial deduction is complete, next is Time Cutting Edge." Speaking of which, it was quite strange. This Time Cutting Edge killer move had extraordinary power, but why was there no record of it in Spectral Soul's true inheritance? After all, this time path dream realm originated from Spectral Soul. Logically speaking, Spectral Soul's true inheritance should contain the killer move Time Cutting Edge. But the truth was, there was no such information in Spectral Soul's true inheritance that Fang Yuan inherited. You still haven't figured out Fang Yuan's location? The Xia clan's first supreme elder's face was gloomy. In front of him, a group of southern border Gu immortals fell into silence. Their expressions were unsightly. Because Fang Yuan had previously destroyed the Plunder Shadow Earth Trench and snatched away all the dream realms, Southern Border's righteous path had joined hands and each of them sent out people to form a team dedicated to hunting down Fang Yuan. The leader of this team was the Xia clan's Grand Supreme Elder, Xia Cha. Xia Cha's hair was white, and her face was covered in layers of wrinkles. Although she was an old woman, her bearing was graceful, and she exuded an imposing aura. Her gaze swept over the crowd, intimidating everyone present. The southern border immortals all lowered their heads. Who among these people did not want to find Fang Yuan's whereabouts? But Fang Yuan had Yama Emperor's killer move protecting him. Even the current Celestial Court's Wisdom Path great expert Fairy Myrtle could not do anything to him. Not to mention these hastily formed Southern Border Gu immortals. Of course, Southern Border's Righteous Path's foundation was very deep, they could not be underestimated. These people did not have the ability to deduce Fang Yuan's whereabouts. They only needed a bit more clues like Fang Yuan appearing again and attacking a certain resource point. As long as there were enough clues with these people's various methods and cooperation, there was a high chance that they could break Yama Emperor's killer move. Yama Emperor's killer move might be strong, but it was always the same. If it was constantly deduced, it would be broken. Xiacha knew this, but that damned scoundrel Fang Yuan, after robbing Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, he has not appeared again. Xiacha felt some pressure internally. As long as Fang Yuan was not killed as the leader, her prestige would continue to fall. In serious cases, the entire Xia clan would be affected. This demon Fang Yuan is holed up, he is definitely exploring the dream realms to reap benefits. We need to find him quickly and get rid of him, otherwise as time passes, his strength will rise rapidly again. Xiacha said gloomily, "Everyone, if you have any trump cards, use them. Xiacha will personally compensate you." The southern border immortals looked at each other, no one moved. Xiacha became more and more disappointed in her heart. She glanced around and looked at one of them. "I wonder what method fellow immortal Lu Hao has?" Lu Hao was slightly stunned. He was tall and wore a green robe, he had a goatee and yellow skin, he was the representative of Wu clan. Because of the chaos earlier, Wu clan had sacrificed many Gu immortals, thus they had been recruiting external Gu immortals to become external supreme elders. Lu Hao was one of them. But in fact, his true identity was a Central Continent Gu immortal. He was secretly sent by Fairy Myrtle. Under Wu Yang's arrangement, he was placed in Southern Border's Righteous Path as an insider. Xiacha was familiar with the other Gu immortals, but she did not know much about Lu Hao. On the surface, Lu Hao was a secluded cultivator of Southern Border, he was not famous. Lu Hao reacted and shook his head with a bitter smile. "I am ashamed. I am powerless in this matter. The main thing is that we have too few clues, especially the crucial clues that are closely related to Fang Yuan. In my opinion, it is not that we are lacking in ability, it is just that even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice." That's right. Fellow immortal Lu Hao is right. Lu Hao's words immediately resonated with the people around him. Xiacha was completely disappointed, she did not suspect Lu Hao of lying. After all, Wu clan and Fang Yuan had enmity. What should we do now? Do we just wait like this? If that scoundrel Fang Yuan does not show up, are we going to do nothing and wait for him to show up? Xiacha thought of this and felt a headache. But right at this time, an unfamiliar voice suddenly resounded in the immortals' ears. "I can help in this matter." "Who is it?" The immortals were shocked. Even Xiacha stood up, her eyes shining with bright light as she stared at the newcomer. An unfamiliar Gu immortal with a stocky build and wearing a conical hat had somehow sneaked into the immortal formation. If not for his voice, the Southern Border immortals would not have sensed him. "Who are you?" The Southern Border immortals were on high alert, the atmosphere was extremely tense. "Wait, you are..." Tai clan's representative's expression suddenly changed as he stopped the immortals. "That's right, I am Lu Weiyin." The newcomer smiled lightly. "Dream Realm." The old man nodded with a gratified expression, but his tone carried a trace of shock. "You actually learned the rank 7 time cutting edge." Fang Yuan's expression was plain as he cupped his fists. "I did not fail you." The old man nodded. "It seems that you are quite talented in this move, very good, our clan's revenge plan finally has a trace of hope. However, I still have a few things to warn you." "Please advise me." "First." The old man raised his right index finger. "Rank 6 time cutting edge can kill rank 7 Gu immortals, but rank 7 time cutting edge cannot kill rank 8 Gu immortals. The difference between rank 7 and rank 8 is too huge. So even if you learn time cutting edge, don't go looking for enemies. You are only rank 6 now, if you go looking for them you will be courting death." Second. The old man raised his right middle finger. "Your cultivation level is only rank 6, it is very difficult for you to use rank 7 time cutting edge. Your focus from now on is to raise your cultivation level to rank 7 or even rank 8. When your cultivation level rises, you will be able to cultivate rank 8 time cutting edge. With a rank 8 killer move, you will have the ability to take revenge. Before that, you need to endure and endure." Chapter 1612. Southern Border. The sovereign immortal aperture had already landed. Its entrance was wide open, like a whale swallowing water. A vast amount of heaven and earth chi poured in. Swoosh swoosh. Heaven and earth chi surged wildly. If others saw this scene they would be shocked. There had never been such a blessed land that could absorb such a vast amount of heaven and earth chi at once. Fang Yuan's sovereign body floated near the entrance, looking at the vast amount of heaven and earth chi pouring in. Because the heaven and earth chi was too dense, it was like clouds and mist, it was moist. Absorb, absorb, absorb to your heart's content this time. Fang Yuan smiled. He understood the sovereign immortal aperture's hunger. City Well, Reverse Flow River, Luopa Valley, these three secluded domains of heaven and earth were unique in the world, but the burden on the blessed land was too great, the heaven and earth chi consumption was too intense. Thus, from time to time, Fang Yuan had to absorb a vast amount of heaven and earth chi from the outside world to replenish himself. This is still before Danghun Mountain is repaired. Once it is repaired, the sovereign blessed land's demand for heaven and earth chi would be even higher. From this point of view, Danghun Mountain's destruction had some benefits to Fang Yuan. Of course, the most important thing was Fang Yuan's own sovereign blessed land. It was rich in resources, it was like a huge foundation, it could contain 4 secluded domains of heaven and earth at the same time. If it were an ordinary blessed land, it would be very difficult to contain 2 secluded domains at the same time. Placing the immortal aperture and opening the immortal aperture's entrance had many drawbacks to Fang Yuan. At this moment, because of the connection between the inside and the outside world and the absorption of heaven and earth chi, Fang Yuan's location would be exposed. Providence would discover it immediately. If other Gu immortals tried to deduce him now, Fang Yuan would have a much higher difficulty in defending himself against deductions. Thus, Fang Yuan had been trying to purchase immortal materials and convert them into heaven and earth chi to replenish himself. But recently, because he had been focusing on repairing Danghun Mountain, his funds were decreasing, he was running out of money, thus he took a risk and placed his aperture to absorb heaven and earth chi from the outside world. The sovereign immortal aperture was a huge eater, it could absorb tens or even hundreds of times more heaven and earth chi than ordinary blessed lands. The sovereign immortal aperture was full, but heaven and earth chi continued to pour in endlessly. This phenomenon didn't surprise Fang Yuan, because he knew that it was different this time, because it was the day of his tribulation. As a rank 7 Gu immortal, Fang Yuan faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a grand tribulation every 100 years. Ever since Fang Yuan used time path methods to adjust the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow to the maximum, the calamities and tribulations he faced were much more frequent than before. This was an earthly calamity. Be it the earthly calamity or the heavenly tribulation, neither posed any challenge to Fang Yuan. Especially when he had the immortal killer move exposing heavenly secret. This move used heavenly secret immortal Gu as the core, with other Gu worms as support. It allowed Fang Yuan to deduce the contents of the calamities and tribulations after a certain period of time. Thus, before this earthly calamity had truly taken shape, Fang Yuan already had a thorough understanding of it. As expected, the following calamities and tribulations progressed according to Fang Yuan's deductions. Earth chi swirled endlessly, forming a yellow-brown vortex below Fang Yuan's feet. Heaven and earth chi continued to rumble and rumble, green lightning continued to flicker. Howl, howl, howl. A series of ear-piercing noises seemed to be able to pierce through one's eardrums as one enormous, sinister-looking statue after another slowly rose from the center of the yellow-brown earth chi vortex. These statues were all 10 meters tall, their bodies were thick and muscular, their fangs were protruding from their lips. Suddenly they opened their bloodshot eyes, purple bat wings spread out on their backs, they flew up and attacked Fang Yuan. Yellow spring ghost martial statues. Fang Yuan floated in the air with his hands behind his back. He looked at the incoming statues with an indifferent expression. He was calm, the enemies were fierce, but at this crucial moment he raised his head and looked at the sky. In the sky, blue lightning abruptly split apart the thick layer of clouds. Giant statues that looked extremely similar to the Yellow Springs demon martial statues made their appearance. The Yellow Spring ghost martial statues bared their fangs and claws, but these statues were lined up neatly like an army. All of them had solemn expressions, they also had muscular bodies and a pair of eagle wings on their backs. Green Lightning Divine Martial Statue. Fang Yuan smiled inwardly, recognizing the second type of statue. At this time, the Yellow Spring Ghost Martial Statue had already reached Fang Yuan. It waved its claws and opened its bloody mouth, trying to bite and strangle Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not move, a faint ripple appeared on the surface of his body. It was the famous Immortal Killer move created by Fang Yuan, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Be it the Yellow Spring Ghost Martial Statue or the Green Lightning Divine Martial Statue's attacks, they were all reflected and injured. In contrast, Fang Yuan was unharmed, he was undefeatable. Let's disperse. Fang Yuan waved his hand, Immortal Killer move Myriad Dragon burst out, silver scales were like the sea, myriad dragons flew in an endless stream. Even though there were many Yellow Spring Ghost Martial Statues and Green Lightning Divine Martial Statues, they were produced along with the Heaven and Earth Chi. How could they compare to Fang Yuan's Myriad Dragon? At the start they resisted for a while. But soon they were engulfed by the Myriad Dragon army, their numbers were greatly reduced. Until the lump of Heaven and Earth Chi was destroyed by the Myriad Dragon army. Providence was unwilling, it wanted to reform, but it was destroyed by the ferocious Myriad Dragon army at the next moment. A moment later the calamity passed, the Immortal Aperture's entrance closed, the sovereign Immortal Aperture regained its peace and tranquility. Fang Yuan nodded to himself, summarizing his gains and losses. This earthly calamity was originally just the Yellow Spring Ghost Martial Statues. But I did not undergo the earthly calamity earlier, I purposely used the Immortal Killer move Endless Trouble to delay it. Immortal Killer move Endless Trouble was part of He Fan's true inheritance. It could move one calamity to the next, causing two tribulations to erupt at the same time. The disadvantage was that this method was a shortcut, it would incur the wrath of heaven, the calamities and tribulations would be much more powerful than the sum of the two calamities. Providence had ulterior motives to suppress Fang Yuan's cultivation level, it purposely lowered the power of each calamity and tribulation, causing Fang Yuan to gain very few Dao marks from each tribulation. In this situation, the weakness of the killer move Endless Future Troubles was instead Fang Yuan's advantage. Thus, Fang Yuan used this killer move to stack two calamities and pass them together, increasing his Dao marks. Providence was helpless against it. Yellow Spring Ghost Martial Statue is an earthly calamity, while Green Lightning Divine Martial Statue is already at heavenly tribulation level. This time I gained a lot of Dao marks. Fang Yuan inspected. His soul path and transformation path Dao marks had increased. These were useful to Fang Yuan. Of course what Fang Yuan needed the most now was time path. The sovereign Immortal Aperture was huge, Fang Yuan purposely chose an empty area to undergo tribulation. Thus, even if Providence wanted to destroy any resources, it would not have a target. Even though the calamities and tribulations were past, Fang Yuan's body was still here. He activated Heaven's Will Dissipation Killer move, only stopping after confirming that the remaining Providence beings here were exterminated. When Fang Yuan's main body underwent tribulation, his time path clone was in front of Wisdom Gu, deducing Immortal Killer moves. Earlier, Fang Yuan had successfully explored the Dream Realm, his time path attainment level rose rapidly, all the way to Grandmaster attainment level. With this attainment level, deducing time path killer moves became even easier. Actually, Fang Yuan himself had countless time path killer moves. Spectral Soul's True Inheritance had the most records, followed by He Fan's True Inheritance. All of Langya Sect's time path Immortal Gu recipes in theory could be deduced by Fang Yuan, who was at quasi-supreme refinement path, into corresponding immortal killer moves. But for Fang Yuan, He Fan's True Inheritance was the most important reference. Because most of the time path Immortal Gu he had were from He Fan's True Inheritance. For example, rank 8 years flow like water Immortal Gu, rank 7 year Gu and after Gu. The remaining time path Immortal Gu were all rank 6. Most of them were left behind after Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was destroyed, as well as Fang Yuan's unexpected harvest of Day Gu. The main task of the time path clone was to use He Fan's True Inheritance as the main reference, using other immortal killer moves and time path Immortal Gu recipes to deduce and modify time path methods that were suitable for Fang Yuan. Even though it had not been long, the time path clone's work was very fruitful. Currently, Fang Yuan already had an entire set of time path methods, involving offense, defense, movement, healing and so on. He only needed to practice them for a while to grasp them all. But this is not enough. The time path clone slowly opened his eyes, sighing. The light of wisdom faded away, Wisdom Gu flew away leisurely. The time path clone came to an empty area and started to test the killer move. Immortal Killer move, Time Cutting Edge. A flying blade tore through the sky, vanishing in an instant, its speed was terrifying. The time path clone, however, had blood flowing out of his mouth, he shook his head in disappointment. The time path methods that I deduced are only rank 7, they are normal methods. And to enter the River of Time to search for Red Lotus True Inheritance and face the obstruction of the Celestial Court, I need rank 8 time path methods. In Hei Fan's True Inheritance, there was a rank 8 defensive killer move that used Year's Flow like water immortal goo as the core. But there was no corresponding offensive killer move. For Hei Fan, he had obtained rank 8 immortal goo Year's Flow like water in his later years. In this limited time, it was not easy to create a rank 8 defensive killer move. He had rank 8 Dao marks, rank 7 offensive killer moves were extremely powerful in his hands. Of course, most importantly, there was only one Year's Flow like water. It could only be used for defense, it could not be used for offense. Defense was often more important than offense, especially for Righteous Path Goo Immortals. As for this time cutting edge, it is not ordinary. Even though rank 7 time cutting edge cannot kill rank 8s, it can injure them. Unfortunately, after I modified it, its power is far inferior to the original, there is even a heavy backlash. Feng Yuan was not unfamiliar with this situation. Like the myriad self-immortal goo recipe that he designed earlier, because of his refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level, there was almost no way to modify it. Any small modification would have more disadvantages than advantages, causing the new version to be far inferior to the original. Feng Yuan's modification of time cutting edge was the same. It seems that this complete time cutting edge is likely a rank 9 killer move. Like the immortal killer move Orderly Well that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created, it was also rank 9 and could not be modified. What Feng Yuan obtained from the Dream Realm was rank 6 or 7 time cutting edge. It was an incomplete version of rank 9, but it could not be modified. After forcefully modifying it, there were many disadvantages that far surpassed the original. Furthermore, according to Feng Yuan's deductions, this time cutting edge's forgetting flaw was not simple. It was not as superficial as the old man in the Dream Realm said. Forgetting was not just the user, but everything related to it would be forgotten. Any records regarding this move, be it a person's memories, information path goo worms, or carved on stone slabs, as long as this move was used continuously, these records would be gradually erased from the River of Time. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable should have had time cutting edge back then, but after using it so many times, all the records regarding time cutting edge were erased and gradually forgotten. Thus, Spectral Soul's True Inheritance did not record it. Of course, there is also a possibility that Spectral Soul's True Inheritance is not complete. Shadow Sect still kept a portion of it and did not impart it to me. But this possibility is very small. No matter what is said, there is one thing that I can conclude, and that is that the time-piercing edge is truly a marvelous technique. If I can truly grasp it, my chances of entering the River of Time will increase by 20%. A day later. This is the place. Lu Weiyin half knelt on the ground with his palm on the ground, sensing the subtle difference in the earth chi here. Next, several figures descended from the sky, landing behind Lu Weiyin. The old woman in the lead was a rank 8 time path great expert, Xia clan's first supreme elder, Xia Cha. Feng Yuan is here. He placed his aperture and opened it, absorbing heaven and earth chi. Moreover, he underwent another tribulation. Lu Weiyin said with certainty. Xia Cha's eyes shined with bright light. Lu Weiyin was indeed Paradise Earth's inheritor. His earth path methods were so proficient. The Goo immortals behind her started to discuss. With Lord Lu Weiyin here, we will be able to capture Feng Yuan soon. Feng Yuan has several secluded domains of heaven and earth. The burden on his heaven and earth chi is huge. With such clues, we can definitely find him. But don't you find it strange? He clearly has fixed immortal travel. Why is he staying in our southern border? Why doesn't he go to Eastern Sea or Western Desert? Aren't those places safer? He is already hated by everyone. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate him. No place is safe. This demon has ulterior motives. He is probably staying in southern border to plunder our resources, especially that dream realm of Etion Mountain. We need to guard against him. We need to kill this demon before we can truly be at ease. Chapter 16:13. In jewel yellow skies, the higher the value of the goods, the brighter and brighter the treasure light they emitted. In this stall, the treasure light was always in a bright state. Compared to the surrounding stalls, it was like a bonfire beside a large number of torches. Southern border Goo immortal Tai Chu Zhong's divine sense was circling around this stall. I want to buy 3,000 copper dragonfish. After hesitating for a moment, Tai Chu Zhong continued, and 200 silver dragonfish. The transaction was quickly completed. Tai Chu Zhong paid a considerable amount of immortal yuan stone. When he retracted his divine sense, his main body was still flying in the sky of southern border, his vision was filled with clouds and mist. Tai Chu Zhong's worries were mostly gone. With these dragonfish, my rank 7 edge goose feeding problem is temporarily resolved. But dragonfish can only be a temporary replacement. If I really want to be self-sufficient, I need to create a white steel extract resource point in my immortal aperture. White steel was a rank 6 immortal material, it was one of the essence of the earth vein. White steel extract was a rank 7 immortal material, only a large number of white steel cores could produce a small bowl of white steel extract. Tai Chu Zhong wanted to create a resource point that could produce white steel extract. It was a huge project with a long way to go. But if he did not solve the problem at its root, buying dragonfish to feed rank 7 edge goo again and again would cost a lot in the long run, it was not worth it. Goo immortal cultivation was not just about fighting and killing, logistics were often even more important. Thinking of white steel extract, Tai Chu Zhong looked to his right. A few hundred steps away, there was a Goo immortal traveling with him. Jianghu Zhang. Tai Chu Zhong transmitted. Shang Clan's Goo immortal immediately replied with a nervous expression. Tai Clan friend, have you found traces of that old demon Fang Yuan? It turned out that Tai Chu Zhong and Jianghu Zhang, these two rank 7 Goo immortals, were sent by Southern Border's Righteous Path forces to capture Fang Yuan. Because of Lu Wei Yin's participation, the group chasing after Fang Yuan had been following behind Fang Yuan. They would occasionally obtain the latest traces of Fang Yuan. This time, the immortals rushed to the southeastern part of Southern Border. Under Lu Wei Yin's suggestion, rank 8-time Path Goo immortal Xia Cha ordered the Goo immortals to work together and search for new clues. Jianghu Zhang and Tai Chu Zhong were one of them. Tai Chu Zhong smiled. Shang Clan friend, don't be nervous, I just want to ask about the white steel liquid. Jianghu Zhang got the gist of it and relaxed slightly, smiling. So you wanted to build a white steel liquid resource point to feed Blade Goo. This was not difficult, Shang Clan could indeed do it. But the price? The two of them haggled for a while. The merchant's final offer was not low, but Tai Chu Zhong had already made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and accepted the price. Jianghu Zhang's smile widened and he praised, fellow immortal of the district, your decision to build a resource point is a wise one. Although the investment is huge in the long run, it is much more practical. Yes. Just like this time, I purchased the arowana to replace a portion of the white steel juice. In the long run, the expenditure will be huge. Tai Chu Zhong sighed. Jianghu Zhang's gaze suddenly shone. Arowana? To tell you the truth, my Shang clan also has a stall selling arowana in jewel yellow skies. There are not only ordinary arowana, but also copper arowana. Oh my, why didn't you tell me earlier? I could have given you some benefits. Tai Chu Zhong chuckled. So Shang clan also sells arowana? We Shang clan are interested in any business. Friend Tai Chu Zhong should know about this arowana business. The biggest arowana business owner is that Fang Yuan. We cannot let this demon benefit from our arowana business. Come, I will introduce this stall to you, it is definitely one of us. If you trade with others, there is a risk of funding the enemy. Jianghu Zhang was very enthusiastic. Tai Chu Zhong could only thank him, trying his best to brush him off, but he did not care. Even if Shang clan offered discounts, the price of the arowana was still on the high side. And on this stall, there was only copper arowana, there was no silver arowana. Fang Yuan killed Qin Bai He and Yu Chan, obtaining the position of the biggest arowana business owner. At this point Fairy Myrtle knew. Earlier she had exposed information about Fang Yuan in Jewel Yellow Skies. Other than Great Thief Ghost Hand and others, she also exposed the arowana business. Thus, all the Goo immortals in the world knew that Fang Yuan was selling arowana in Jewel Yellow Skies. It was extremely popular, it was the biggest business in the world. Thus, naturally Fang Yuan gained the jealousy of a bunch of other Goo immortals. The impact was unavoidable, but the arowana business suffered a pitiful impact. Copper arowana had already been replicated, but the production cost was much higher than Fang Yuan's. This way, other sources of copper arowana had higher prices than Fang Yuan's, they could not compete with Fang Yuan. Other than that, silver arowana was almost unique to Fang Yuan. Currently, Goo immortals interested in the arowana business could not replicate it. This was Fang Yuan's huge advantage. With these two factors, Fang Yuan's position as the number one in the arowana business was unshakable. Of course, Fang Yuan could not use only one identity to sell arowana. He had many stalls and created the illusion that many Goo immortals were replicating silver arowana. selling them wantonly and earning immortal yuan stone after immortal yuan stone. Even so, the immortal yuan stone that I have is decreasing. Fang Yuan sighed. Repairing Danghun Mountain expended a lot of Fang Yuan's immortal essence, and immortal essence was mainly absorbed by immortal yuan stone. Fang Yuan expended a lot of immortal essence, his immortal aperture's production could not keep up. However, what made Fang Yuan happy was that with his full effort, Danghun Mountain had already been repaired to 60%. The Soul Path Dao marks went through a qualitative change. They could produce Gutsgu now. But the production of Gutsgu was very low, it was terrible. Fang Yuan needed to continue repairing Danghun Mountain. The arowana business has too many benefits. Not to mention the increasing number of forces and Gu immortals interfering, just the celestial court alone will definitely attack me. But currently, silver arowana is hard to replicate, and their production methods for ordinary arowana, iron arowana, and copper arowana are not as good as mine. As time passed, Fang Yuan's advantage would become weaker. Especially when the celestial court captured spectral soul, if they soul-searched him and found the corresponding food path inheritance, Fang Yuan's arowana business would face the greatest challenge. Fang Yuan knew that he needed to find a new source of income. The arowana business could not be looked forward to. Gutsgu had already been exposed, even if it was unique, because of the Green Ghost Desert project. Fang Yuan lacked a large number of souls, Gutsgu's production would not be high. Even though Fang Yuan had already made preparations like the snow monsters and the spirit snakes, these projects were not outstanding. Especially when Fang Yuan wanted to refine Time Path Immortal Gu. The killer move Time Cutting Edge needed a specific Time Path Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to give it a try. After all, the original Time Cutting Edge had great offensive power, it could be developed further. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up on it. Right at this time, Fang Yuan's expression changed. At the next moment, southern border Gu immortals appeared around him, surrounding him tightly. The old woman at the front was rank 8 Time Path Gu immortal Xia Cha. She looked at Fang Yuan and smiled coldly. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, you are finally in my hands. Lord Lu Wei Yin's move is truly extraordinary, we managed to find this demon. Shang Huzhang laughed loudly. Kill this demon, we will be rid of all future threats. Tai Chu Zhong's voice was filled with killing intent. The celestial court spy, Lu Hao, had a grim expression. Fixed space immortal Gu in his immortal aperture was ready to attack. This Gu countered fixed immortal travel, it could not be used within a certain range. Lu Weiyin was silent. He was wearing a conical hat, nobody could see his current expression. Fang Yuan, however, laughed. You guys are a bit slow, but you are here in the end. My plan was not in vain. The southern border immortals were originally very aggressive, but after hearing this the atmosphere changed. Xia Cha squinted as a dark light flickered in her eyes. Humph, scoundrel, you are about to die, you still want to trick me? That's right, he is definitely bluffing. We had Lady Xia Cha personally take action to conceal our tracks, someone shouted. Fang Yuan smiled. Of course I did not sense your traces, but I can sense your deductions. Why do you think I purposely stayed in southern border and left behind clues so that you could deduce me? Chapter 16-14. The surrounding space was sealed, heaven and earth merged into one, forming a blue sky. The southern border immortals' expressions changed. This is a trap. Someone shouted. Many people began to panic. Lu Weiyin was silent, Xia Cha's gaze became colder as she stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's smile vanished, his expression turned indifferent, he was like a high and mighty god looking down at these southern border Gu immortals. Back then, when Huan, one of Eastern Sea's 3 wisdom path geniuses, deduced him, Fang Yuan used the chance to reverse the deductions and found out Huan's identity. And now, when these southern border Gu immortals deduced and chased after him, they exposed themselves to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster, how could he be easily schemed against by them? He used himself as bait to lure these Gu immortals into an ambush. Calm down. We have the advantage in numbers, what can a mere Fang Yuan do? That's right. We have Lady Xia Cha and Lord Lu Weiyin, we are not afraid of his immortal battlefield. This immortal battlefield does not seem to be Yama battlefield. Of course it is. Traitor Fang's Yama battlefield has already been deciphered by Central Continent's Celestial Court. The video is being displayed in jewel yellow skies. How could he use this method? The southern border immortals were elites, they quickly calmed down and regained their morale. At this time Lu Weiyin spoke. This is not an immortal battlefield, it is a super formation. A time path formation. Xia Cha added. You two are very perceptive. Fang Yuan smiled, admitting frankly. Fang Yuan's strongest immortal battlefield killer moves were Purple Dawn Break Life and Yama Battlefield. The former killed Qin Bai He and Yu Chan, while the latter trapped Feng Jioge, forcing him into a desperate situation. But these two were rank 7, they could not restrain rank 8 Gu Immortal Xia Cha, and Lu Weiyin also had rank 8 cultivation level. Thus, Fang Yuan chose the immortal formation. There was a difference between an immortal formation and an immortal battlefield. The Gu worms used to activate an immortal battlefield were usually on the Gu immortals. An immortal battlefield was mainly a sealed environment. And the Gu worms of the immortal formation were left outside. Most immortal formations protected the inside and outside, but Fang Yuan's time path formation restricted the inner space of the formation, forming a formation to kill. Boom boom boom. The sound of explosions suddenly rang out and it was continuous. Since it is an immortal formation, let's find the formation cores and destroy them one by one to break this formation. Some Gu immortals were impatient, they started to bombard the surroundings to probe this formation. At the next moment they found something amiss. The dazzling killer moves were extinguished one by one, the effects were not good. Tai Chu Zhong's expression changed and he loudly warned, "Everyone be careful, this formation has already been activated." As expected of a time path method, it accelerates our killer moves, causing them to reach their time limit and self-destruct. Lu Hao said eerily. The southern border Gu immortals attacks and attacked the killer moves. And Gu Chai clan's Gu immortals puffed up their cheeks as they breathed out orange flames. The flames continued to burn, even though there was nothing, they continued to spread. Qiao clan's Gu immortals put their palms together, large amounts of frost quickly condensed and spread in all directions. These methods were continuous attacks, they did not have a time limit. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold as he watched these southern border Gu immortals attack, he did not move. At the next moment, the time path formation buzzed, be it fire, frost or other attacks, they all became extremely slow. The southern border Gu immortals' hearts sank. This immortal formation is so flexible, someone must be controlling it. Who else can it be? It must be the remnant forces of Shadow Sect. The immortals conversed. Just like they expected, Bai Ning Bing He Lulan, Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miao Yin, and Ying Wuxia were each in charge of a formation core, controlling this time path formation to attack the southern border immortals. Earlier, during the Battle of Langya, they did not have the qualifications to fight, Fang Yuan hid them away, now they were using all their strength to deal with these southern border pursuers. The southern border immortals fought with Ying Wuxia and the rest, while Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin and Xia Cha did not move. The surrounding Gu immortals subconsciously made space for the three of them. Fang Yuan's attention was also focused on these two rank 8 Gu immortals. He was very clear that these two were not moving. Once they made a move, it would be earth-shattering. Even though Lu Weiyin and Xia Cha did not make a move, they had already started to investigate Fang Yuan's immortal formation. Lu Weiyin frowned slightly, he cultivated Earth Path, even though he could comprehend other things, this time path formation was too profound, it was not something an outsider like him could easily understand. Xia Cha was a time path great grandmaster, she could naturally investigate more than Lu Weiyin. However, Fang Yuan's time path formation did not just contain time path, it also contained formation path. In terms of formation path, Xia Cha's attainment level was extremely ordinary. If Fang Yuan used a time path killer move, Xia Cha might be able to easily detect it, but the time path formation was separated by a layer, Xia Cha still had many obstacles to overcome. Sect leader, it is time. At this time, Ying Wuxia suddenly transmitted to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly replying, "Then let them in." Saying so, his figure gradually faded, forcefully vanishing from Lu Weiyin and Xia Cha's sight. Howl. The moment he vanished, beast roars could be heard. Howl howl. Howl howl. Gua gua. Kakaka. Next, a series of wild beast cries and roars could be heard. A giant whirlpool appeared out of nowhere. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless year beasts surged in like a raging tide. These year beasts included monkeys, snakes, dragons, tigers, they were of all shapes and sizes, they were at least desolate beasts, with many ancient desolate beasts mixed in. In the formation space, other than the year beasts, there were the southern border immortals. Wild year beasts did not have high intelligence, they soon turned their fierce gazes towards these southern border Gu immortals, baring their fangs as they charged. Kill them. Xia Cha ordered coldly. Lu Weiyin sighed. The southern border immortals turned around and fought with these year beasts. Lu Hao waved his sleeves, countless flying blades shot out in all directions. Wherever they went, year beasts were cut into pieces. It seems that there is a tributary of the River of Time here. Fang Yuan is using the same method. This formation is very similar to the one he used to fight against Feng Jioge. Lu Hao thought to himself. Fang Yuan had once used the flood discharge formation to send Feng Jioge into the River of Time. But this time, 3 formations were combined into 1 year's flow execution formation. Firstly, Shadow Sect used the dense time path natural Dao marks here to set up an immortal formation. This formation concealed the existence of the tributary of the River of Time. Because of this formation, the southern border immortals did not notice it. Secondly, the flood discharge formation could connect to the tributary of the River of Time. And finally, the immemorial year beast fishing formation. Fang Yuan used the rank 8 immortal Gu years flow like water to set up this formation, attracting a vast number of year beasts from the River of Time into the formation to fight against the southern border immortals. Originally, Fang Yuan did not have the ability to do this. But after his time path attainment level reached Grandmaster, he made up for his final shortcoming. Fang Yuan was a Grandmaster in both Formation Path and Time Path, with Heifan's True Inheritance and Spectral Soul's True Inheritance as his foundation, and the help of the Light of Wisdom, he deduced this super immortal formation and created such a huge formation naturally. Kill. Ba Clan's Gu immortal roared, his body expanded like a giant, he pulled forcefully, blood splattered as an ancient year beast was torn to shreds. Whoosh. Flames engulfed dozens of year beasts. Chai Clan's Gu immortal was bathed in a sea of fire, he was like a divine general. Tai Chu Zhong was silent, his palms moved like butterflies as golden light shot out with extreme sharpness, cutting year beasts in half easily like cutting tofu. Demon Fang Yuan, we need to thank you for giving us so much wealth. Ah. Shang Huzhang laughed loudly, activating his Wood Path Killer move, binding the surrounding year beasts and dragging them into his immortal aperture. These desolate level year beasts and ancient year beasts, even though they had wild mortal Gu, they did not have immortal Gu, they were at a disadvantage against these southern border Gu immortals, they were being slaughtered. And these southern border Gu immortals were sent to chase after Fang Yuan, they were naturally outstanding members of their clans, they had rank 7 cultivation level at the very least, they were extraordinary. Thus, it was not surprising that this result occurred. Fang Yuan still had an indifferent expression, he had a faint smile on his face, a cold light flashed in his eyes. This situation was already within his calculations, and the battle had only just begun. Roar, roar, roar. One after another, the Nian beasts charged into the formation. The southern border Gu immortals were getting tired of killing them, but the year beasts were still endless. How can there be so many? This demon Fang Yuan is trying to exhaust us. Breaking this formation is the way to victory. The southern border Gu immortals transmitted they could see the crux of this battle. However, it was a little difficult to divert their attention to something else. The greatest hope of breaking the formation was still Lu Weiyin and Xiacha. Cluck cluck cluck. At this time, the whirlpool suddenly expanded by several times, a huge year beast arrogantly walked into the battlefield. The immemorial year revolution level year beasts were finally attracted over. The southern border immortals' expressions changed, Lu Weiyin was about to make a move, but Tai Chu Zhong stood up. Let us do it, the two of you should focus on breaking this formation, that is the wisest choice. Tai Chu Zhong and several southern border rank 7 Gu immortals worked together to face the immemorial year chicken. They were indeed top experts among rank 7 Gu immortals, when they worked together they could actually resist the immemorial year chicken. There is a formation core here. Suddenly bright light flashed in Xiacha's eyes, she pointed with her finger and activated a rank 8 killer move. Profound white light burst out with a loud sound, the formation shook intensely 3 times before stabilizing. The southern border immortals were overjoyed, there was indeed a formation core, Xiacha destroyed it without letting them down. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, muttering, next is the profundity of this formation. At the place where the formation core was destroyed, a second whirlpool door formed, large numbers of year beasts rushed in. The immortals' expressions changed. With a tiger's roar, the wind and clouds changed, the immemorial year tiger jumped in, joining the battle. Chapter 16-15. The southern border immortals' morale soared, while Shadow Sect's members' eyelids twitched, their expressions turned grim. Lu Weiyin was worthy of being Paradise Earth's inheritor, He easily captured a ferocious immemorial year tiger with one attack. Even though he did not have any offensive methods, just this method alone was unfathomable and awe-inspiring. Hiss hiss hiss. An immemorial year snake dragged its long and thick snake body, hissing as it came out of the spiral door, entering the battlefield. A third immemorial year beast. This time, be it Lu Weiyin or Xia Cha, their expressions changed. Because they sensed the aura of a wild immortal goo from this immemorial year snake. This immemorial year snake was far more dangerous than the other two immemorial year beasts. But most importantly, at this rate, it would not be strange if a fourth or fifth immemorial year beast appeared. What formation is this? Qiao Clan's Gu Immortal shouted, feeling immense pressure. The other rank 7 Gu Immortals had heavy hearts, they were no longer as spirited as before. Let me. At the crucial moment, Lu Weiyin stepped forward again, facing the immemorial year snake. But this time he was much more vigilant. Before he found out what immortal goo the immemorial year snake had, he would not take the risk. Kill? The southern border Gu Immortals roared with surging killing intent. The year beasts roared and bared their fangs. The southern border Gu Immortals created a bloodbath. The year beasts suffered heavy casualties, but the spiral door could not be destroyed. It continued to send year beasts in. The year beasts were endless. As the battle continued, the southern border Gu Immortals' conditions fell. Some of them started to get injured. There are too many year beasts. This formation must have been greatly modified. The number of year beasts it attracts far surpasses the scale of Feng Jiuge's battle. Lu Hao was internally shocked. He had some deductions that came from Celestial Court, but he did not know how to submit them. After all, he was not a formation path or time path Gu Immortal. This damned formation, we need to destroy it to have a chance of victory. Actually, as long as the destruction reaches a certain level, we'll be able to send out information about this place, and a large number of righteous Dao Immortals will definitely come to reinforce us. The southern border Immortals also knew how to deal with it, but they did not have enough methods. This year's flow execution formation was meticulously deduced by Fang Yuan after his time path attainment level rose. How could it be so easy for the southern border Immortals to succeed? This time path formation is really mysterious. Xia Cha frowned tightly. Ever since she broke through the first formation eye, she actually couldn't find a second formation eye in a short period of time. The grand formation is one with no flaws to speak of. My attainments in the array Dao are too little. Perhaps I should attack with my full strength once so that the array can't withstand it and create a flaw. Xia Cha's eyes were filled with killing intent. She was Xia Clan's first supreme elder, a time path great expert. She only had the pride of an expert in her heart. Now that she was schemed against by Fang Yuan and was restrained here, she gradually became impatient. Lu Weiyin could tell what Xia Cha was thinking and quickly advised, Lady Xia Cha, do not fall for the demon's scheme. Fang Yuan is ruthless and crafty, even the Celestial Court can't do anything to him. Shadow Sect once controlled graceful chaotic dual stage. Even though this immortal Gu house was destroyed, many immortal Gu were left in their hands. If you attack with your full strength, you might fall into Fang Yuan's trap and be used by Fang Yuan. Graceful chaotic dual stage's signature method was to seal the opponent's killer move before activating it. Lu Weiyin's advice was very wise. Even Fang Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Even though he was not a wisdom path Gu Immortal, his deduction was very accurate. This year's flow execution formation used up almost all of Fang Yuan's time path Immortal Gu. The Immortal Gu and He Fan's true inheritance acted as the core, and graceful chaotic dual stage's Immortal Gu also assisted it. Xia Cha listened to the advice and breathed in deeply. She snorted coldly and suddenly looked at the first immemorial year chicken that joined the battlefield. The immemorial year chicken was being attacked by a group of southern border Gu Immortals. These Gu Immortals were rank 7 experts. Their killer moves were powerful, but when they hit the immemorial year chicken they had no effect. It was like scratching an itch. The immemorial year chicken had rank 8 battle strength. It had thick skin and flesh. The southern border Immortals could not do anything to it. But when Xia Cha's gaze landed on the immemorial year chicken, this year chicken felt an intense threat. It raised its head and broke through the encirclement of the southern border Immortals, directly pouncing at Xia Cha. Vile beast. Xia Cha laughed from extreme anger. Large numbers of Gu worm auras burst out of her body, instantly forming an immortal killer move. A pair of green scissors as large as an elephant flew towards the immemorial year chicken's neck and cut. The immemorial year chicken did not feel any pain. It endured this attack as if it was spring. Warm winds blew, sunlight shone brightly, and the fragrance of flowers and grass wafted into the air. After a moment of confusion, a deep wound appeared on the immemorial year chicken's neck. Large amounts of blood spurted out like a fountain. The immemorial year chicken's body shook, its ferocious nature was aroused as it clucked, its speed surged as it pounced towards Xia. Xia did not dodge, she was hit by the immemorial year chicken, but vanished like a bubble. Next, the green scissors flew towards the immemorial year chicken's head again, aiming at its neck and cutting at any opportunity. Xia vanished, the immemorial year chicken's attention was completely attracted by the green scissors. At once, the two fought with no regard for their own safety. This is Xiacha's spring scissors, it is truly powerful and extraordinarily sharp. Fang Yuan was hidden behind the scenes, he had a clear view of the battlefield. Seeing this situation, his heart moved as the relevant information appeared in his mind. Xiacha had a killer move with a total of 4 moves, spring scissors was only one of them. Undeniably, this was an offensive killer move at rank 8 level, it was extremely sharp. Even the immemorial year chicken, which had thick skin and flesh, could not resist the sharpness of the scissors. Fang Yuan was secretly envious. This was what he lacked the most at the moment. Spectral Soul's true inheritance indeed had a rank 8 time path killer move, but Fang Yuan lacked the corresponding rank 8 immortal goo. Even if he modified it and replaced it with rank 6 or 7 immortal goo, it could not reach rank 8. Fang Yuan had the only rank 8 time path immortal goo. Years flow like water. In Heifan's true inheritance, there were several killer moves that used it as the core. For example, year beast summoning, unlucky year and so on. Rank 8 year beast summoning could summon immemorial year beast to fight for Fang Yuan. An unlucky year used years flow like water as the core, it used time path to imitate luck path's effect. But neither of them was a killing move like spring scissors, which could be used directly to attack and produce immediate results. Thus, Fang Yuan could only turn his attention to time cutting edge. Cluck cluck cluck. The immemorial year chicken did not have any wild immortal goo, it could not match Xiacha's spring scissors, it screamed miserably after getting cut all over its body. Xiacha had only used this move to heavily injure an immemorial year beast, displaying her extraordinary battle prowess. As expected of the current leader of Xia clan, the person with the most authority. With this strength, she is probably at the level of a member of the celestial court. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Seeing that this immemorial year chicken was about to die miserably in Xiacha's hands, the formation suddenly moved, the immemorial year chicken vanished on the spot. Submit to me, Yi Fuqian said coldly. Behind the scenes, Fang Yuan attacked this extremely weakened immemorial year chicken, using a fierce and domineering enslavement path method. The immemorial year chicken had no choice but to lower its head and submit to Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan took back the immemorial year chicken. He used the year beast to ambush the southern border pursuers, while also using the southern border pursuers to weaken the year beast and enslave it. This method had been used against the celestial court pursuers in Western Desert, it was an old method. But it did not matter as long as it was effective. Seeing that he was about to obtain his reward, a dead immemorial year chicken that was filled with invaluable rank 8 immortal materials, to think that it would vanish just like that. Many southern border goo immortals cursed in anger. Xiacha's expression was grim, but she soon smiled. You finally exposed yourself, so what if I give you more immemorial year beasts? It turned out that Fang Yuan's formation was only transporting year beast, so be it. Now that the immemorial year chicken was sent away, the formation had to operate differently. This made it convenient for Xiacha and allowed her to notice more subtle changes. Sure enough, not long after, she found the third formation core and destroyed it. But the southern border immortals' cheers did not last long. This formation core turned into a whirlpool door again, another channel for year beasts to enter. Chapter 16:16. More and more year beasts charged into the battlefield, fighting with the southern border immortals. As time passed, the southern border immortals' battle condition had unknowingly fallen by a large margin. These year beasts were killing them to the point of vomiting, but they could not kill enough, they continued to fight. The killer moves that they had prepared to deal with Fang Yuan and the cooperation between the goo immortals were all used on these foolish year beasts. They felt extremely helpless and tired. Year's flow execution formation was a combination of 3 formations, and the tributary of the river of time here was huge, with Fang Yuan and the rest controlling it. It had immense power, these pursuers suffered greatly. After a while, even Lu Weiyin started to pant. Not only was he fighting against 2 immemorial year beasts alone, he was also secretly supporting those rank 7 goo immortals. After one immemorial year beast was defeated, it was taken away by Fang Yuan and enslaved behind the scenes. Soon after, another archaic year beast would be attracted and enter the battlefield. Lu Weiyin and Xia Cha's shoulders were constantly under immense pressure. The battle was very intense. However, the southern border immortals also made some progress. After that, Xia Cha found 2 more formation cores and destroyed them. These 2 formation cores were destroyed, but they did not turn into whirlpool doors again. Right now, Year's Flow Execution Formation could only have 3 whirlpool doors at most. This was its upper limit. This intense battle lasted for an entire day. Fang Yuan gained 7 immemorial year beasts, while 9 of the formation cores were destroyed by Xia Cha. The entire Year's Flow Execution Formation was already shaking. It was not as stable as before. It's time. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He finally made a move. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. A sinister hand flew out of the mouth of an ancient year beast, stirring up a cold wind. Taichu Zhong was caught off guard. He was grabbed by this hand and lost an immortal goo. My rank 7 edge goo. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. The killer move had a backlash. He was heavily injured. What made his heart bleed even more was that rank 7 edge goo was taken by Fang Yuan. It was a huge loss. Haha, not bad, it is indeed edge goo. Fang Yuan smiled in relief. This edge goo was what he needed now. It was one of the core immortal goo of time cutting edge. Tai clan friend, hold on, I will save you. Jianghu Zhang and the rest saw that Taichu Zhong was attacked. They quickly fought their way out and rushed to reinforce him. Fang Yuan was hidden behind the scenes as he snickered coldly. He did not kill Taichu Zhong. He was surrounded by reinforcements. Oh no, this is an ambush. We were tricked. The southern border goo immortals who came to help were attacked. Great Thief Ghost Hand succeeded in stealing several immortal goo. Everyone be careful, some of these year beasts are enslaved by Fang Yuan. They are very dangerous. Shang had no time to feel about his immortal goo of Amals. If southern immortals, his border immortals, he would goo of southern border of Chen Su sect goo of being. But now they were so tired that they wanted to die. Their battle strength had declined greatly, and their concentration had also fallen to the bottom. Thus, Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand had a chance to show off. The Great Thief Ghost Hand was very well hidden, and Fang Yuan had used some tricks to hide them in the ancient year beasts' mouths. The southern border immortals were all shocked by this move. They all increased their attacks and were on full alert. Any year beast that wanted to get close to them would be killed in advance. For a moment, the southern border side once again gained the upper hand. Fang Yuan remained calm and composed, no longer attacking. Soon the attacks of the southern border goo immortals slowed down. They had fought for too long. They could not maintain such fierce attacks for long. Fang Yuan found an opportunity and started to attack again. Southern borders goo immortals fell one after another, and soon several immortal goo were stolen by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could only release one Great Thief Ghost Hand at a time, but in the Year's Flow Execution Formation he could borrow the power of the formation to release 3 at the same time. It was not like an immortal battlefield like Zichen Broken Life, where Great Thief Ghost Hand would be suppressed by the battlefield environment. This formation space had no other Dao marks. Even though Great Thief Ghost Hand would not be amplified, it could at least display the most basic strength. That killer move, Unlucky Year, had already been activated along with the Year's Flow Execution Formation. Under the suppression of Fang Yuan's luck, the immortal goo stolen by these southern border goo immortals were either the cores of their killer moves or what Fang Yuan needed. In this round of theft, several southern border goo immortals suffered heavy injuries from the backlash of failing to activate their killer moves. But what made Fang Yuan feel regretful was that Lu Weiyin and Xia Cha's defenses were still impenetrable. 2 Great Thief Ghost Hands had just appeared when they were suppressed and destroyed by them. Moreover, the 2 still had the strength to save the other rank 7 goo immortals. Especially Lu Weiyin, even though he did not have any offensive methods, he protected his rank 7 companions very well. If not for him, some of the goo immortals would have died already. Fang Yuan did not use Lead Soul into Dream now. Lead Soul into Dream had been exposed for a long time. The 5 regions goo immortals already had some defensive methods against it. And most importantly, if this move failed, Fang Yuan would be brought into a dream instead. Thus he had always been very careful when using this move. Unless he learned from Wuxia and used the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body to use this move. Even if this move had a backlash, the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body would not be affected. No killer move was invincible. They would gradually be countered. Great Thief Ghost Hand would suffer the same fate in the future. It would be countered specifically, unless Fang Yuan modified it in time. But now, the amount of time and number of times the Great Thief Ghost Hand was exposed was far less than lead soul into dreams. And with the help of Unlucky Year, the southern border immortals were in low spirits. Great Thief Ghost Hand displayed its might, causing Fang Yuan to gain an advantage in this situation. But right at this moment, Xia Cha suddenly let out a sharp howl. Break! A storm erupted around her, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. These illusions condensed into a fan that she held in her hand. Xia Cha waved the fan in front of her. Fang Yuan grunted as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. The formation core that he was at collapsed, revealing his body. He had controlled the formation the most. He had used 3 Great Thief Ghost Hands. He had enslaved the immemorial Year Beasts in the Year Beast army. He could not focus on reverse flow protection seal anymore. Xia Cha waved the fan to the left. Bai Ningbing felt a great calamity approaching. She quickly activated the killer move by Xiang but was shattered into pieces at the next moment. Xia Cha waved the fan to the right. Lady White Rabbit could not dodge in time. The formation core collapsed as her body exploded into a pile of flesh and bones. She was dead. The battle situation changed drastically. The southern border immortals did not even have time to cheer. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. After 3 waves, the Year's Flow execution formation was on the verge of collapsing. Fang Yuan and the rest were heavily injured. Xia Cha breathed heavily. The dimmed summer fan in her hand became bright again. If she waved the fan a 4th time, Fang Yuan and the rest would lose for sure. To think that Xia Cha had such a deep understanding of the Year's Flow execution formation. She could have unraveled several formation cores in advance, but she did not use them, accumulating them to attack once. If I did not use Great Thief Ghost Hand to turn the situation around, she would not have used such a method. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Xia Cha's performance far surpassed what was recorded in Shadow Sex information. Her time path attainment level was probably not a simple Great Grandmaster. It was even possible that she had some understanding of formation path. It was just that outsiders did not know about it. How could the foundation of a rank 8 Gu Immortal be so easily understood? This Year's Flow execution formation was a genuine rank 8 Immortal formation. Fang Yuan used this formation to trap the southern border pursuers. Among them were Lu Weiyin and Xia Cha, 2 rank 8s. This was the advantage of formation path. As long as the formation was set up, the Gu Immortal would be able to fight against many enemies, allowing the Gu Immortal to display battle strength far beyond their own level. But the weakness of formation path was that once the profundity of the formation was exposed to the enemy and the formation was destroyed, the Gu Immortal controlling the formation would suffer a severe backlash. Sometimes they might even die from severe injuries. Right now, Fang Yuan was facing such a dangerous situation. Once the formation broke, his injuries would be unimaginable. Moreover, it was very awkward for him to use reverse flow protection seal now. The backlash would be reflected on the Gu worms that were constructing the formation. Fang Yuan's Gu worms would all be finished. The formation space was already starting to collapse. The southern border immortals could see all sorts of Gu worms surrounding them with their naked eyes. Fang Yuan, you are going to die. Lu Hao shouted in excitement. His true intentions were revealed as he used fixed space immortal Gu. Instantly, Fang Yuan was hit. He could not use fixed immortal travel in this range. Escape, but even if you escape to the river of time, I can still deal with you on the spot. Xia Cha held her summer fan as she smiled arrogantly. Escape? Why would I want to escape? In this desperate situation, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a strange light. The southern border immortals were stunned. At the next moment, many of the ancient year beasts around them suddenly froze like rocks. Large amounts of dream realms swept out of the ancient year beasts' bodies like strong winds. The southern border immortals were pale with fright. They quickly dodged. Xia Cha's eyelids were twitching from shock. She immediately waved her summer fan. But this powerful immortal killer move was useless against the dream realms. It had no effect at all. Some people tried to escape, but the formation did not truly dissipate. The immortals were still trapped in the formation space. The dream realms quickly closed and enveloped Xia Cha, Lu Weiyin, and the rest, before spreading to the surroundings and corroding the Year's Flow execution formation. Soon, the entire Year's Flow execution formation was engulfed by the dream realms. It lost its effect. The originally noisy and intense battlefield suddenly quietened down at this moment. Even the year beasts were trapped in the dream realms. They fell asleep. This is the power of Dream Path. Fairy Miao Yin exclaimed in shock. No wonder almost all the super forces are researching dream realms. Bai Ningbing recovered, even if only a small fragment of her Bai Xiang was left. it could be reborn. Unfortunately, Lady White Rabbit died in this battle. One move to dominate the world. Chapter 16-17. Countless mountains were covered in lush greenery, the sky was clear and cloudless. Suddenly, light appeared in the sky. A mystical light was emitted before vanishing, turning into a tall and strange person. This person had a pair of snow-white eyebrows, the tip of his eyebrows extended all the way to his forehead. The eyes under the eyebrows were tightly shut. He was dressed in a spotless white robe. His robe, his skin, and his hair were all emitting a faint glow. This light was not dazzling, but it made him look like a deity. This person was called Jun Xinguang. He had rank 8 cultivation level and cultivated light path. He was a supreme elder of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Recently, he had been recruited by Fairy Myrtle and became a member of Celestial Court. Lu Hao's final location was here. Jun Xinguang's eyes were tightly shut, but he could see everything clearly. Shortly after, he found many traces of battle. Not good. It seems that Lu Hao did not survive. An intense battle must have happened here, but Lu Hao did not send any request for reinforcements. Was it an immortal formation or an immortal battlefield? Jun Xinguang's expression turned grim. He frowned slightly. Lu Hao was a spy planted in southern border by Celestial Court with the help of Wu clan. He had fixed space immortal goo that was specially used to deal with Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel. As for Jun Xinguang, he was a backup arranged by Fairy Myrtle. If southern borders goo immortals chased after Fang Yuan, and after the battle Fang Yuan escaped with heavy injuries, then Jun Xinguang, who specialized in tracking, would be Fang Yuan's fatal killer. This time, the southern border group chasing after Fang Yuan is made up of experts from all clans. They are rank 7 experts. Even if they face an immemorial desolate beast alone, they can usually survive. Tai clan's Tai Chu Zhong had great battle achievements in southern borders goo immortal world. He was known as Great Mr. Tai. Since his debut he had hunted down and killed more than 10 demonic path goo immortals. His fame made southern borders demonic immortals tremble in fear. Shang clan's Shang Hu Zhang cultivated transformation path and wood path. He had a method similar to Thunder Ghost True Monarchs, allowing the 2 Dao marks to not conflict. His methods were comprehensive. He was a peak rank 7 expert of Shang clan. Yang clan's Yang Ku was one of the representatives of Soul Path in southern borders goo immortal world. He had once single-handedly destroyed the nest of a group of ancient desolate beasts, and successfully escaped from the pursuit of the primordial desolate beasts. It could be said that these rank 7 goo immortals were the elites of southern borders goo immortal world. Any one of them was the signature expert of their force. Furthermore, this group also has Paradise Earth inheritor Lu Wei-yin and Xia clan's first supreme elder Xia Cha. There was no need to elaborate on these two. They had rank 8 cultivation level. Jun Xinguang sighed deeply. It was precisely because of such a luxurious lineup that Jun Xinguang was very assured. If they were to encounter Fang Yuan, even if they were to fight, it would give Jun Xinguang enough time to react, allowing him to sneak into the vicinity. Jun Xinguang was wary of Lu Wei-yin and Xia Cha's methods, but he was also afraid of being discovered by them and causing unnecessary misunderstandings. Thus, along the way he followed behind them from afar, not daring to get too close. 2 rank 8s and several rank 7 experts, they had made ample preparations and used all sorts of arrangements and methods to deal with Fang Yuan, but they actually lost. And it was not just a crushing defeat, it was a huge loss, to the point where they even lost their underwear. Jun Xinguang shook his head continuously. Fang Yuan should have used Dream Realms. Shortly after, his gaze landed on a small piece of Dream Realm in the battlefield. He became increasingly certain. Other than using Dream Realms, Fang Yuan's other methods, no matter how powerful they are, cannot create such a result. Just as Jun Xinguang was about to investigate further, he suddenly turned around and looked at the southern sky. The sky was empty, there was nothing else. But in Jun Xinguang's investigative range, an immortal goo house barged in. Jun Xinguang did not need to discern the aura to immediately determine that this was someone from southern border. The immortal goo house was extremely fast, but it would still take some time to arrive here. However, Jun Xinguang knew he had to leave this place as soon as possible. Because this immortal goo house was famous, and southern border goo immortals had many amazing investigative killer moves, if Jun Xinguang was exposed, it would be bad for him to cause a misunderstanding. A moment after Jun Xinguang disappeared, the immortal goo house driven by the southern border goo immortals arrived at this location. This immortal goo house was neither magnificent nor grand. From the outside, it looked like a bamboo building. The bamboo building had 2 floors and was completely made of bamboo. Green bamboo leaves grew on the bamboo, droplets of dew were attached to the bamboo leaves, it was verdant and glistening. It was the famous Rank 8 Immortal Goo House, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Wu Yong had used this building to launch a brazen counterattack, firmly stabilizing Wu Clan's #1 position. The door of the bamboo building opened, and a Rank 8 Goo Immortal flew out of the building. This person was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and a strong physique. His slender and slightly raised eyebrows added a sinister aura to his entire person. However, his actions and actions revealed a mighty aura that caused others to be unable to underestimate him. It was Wu Yong, the current first supreme elder of Wu Clan. Another person followed behind Wu Yong and flew out of the bamboo building. This person was old, but his spirit was hale and hearty, he had deep black eyes and protruding cheekbones, he also had Rank 8 aura. Who else could it be but Qi Clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu? With 2 Rank 8 Goo Immortals leading the way, several Rank 7 Goo Immortals came out of clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. They came from various clans and all of them had anxious expressions. They went missing here. Ba Clan's Goo Immortals had grim expressions. Hurry up and check what's going on. Our clan cannot contact First Supreme Elder. Xia Clan's Goo Immortals were extremely anxious. Thus, all kinds of investigative killer moves were used and after a while this place was thoroughly searched dozens of times. This time, everyone including the 2 Rank 8 Goo Immortals, had grim expressions. There seems to have been a tributary of the River of Time here. There was also a Time Path Immortal battle. Our people barged in here and engaged in an extremely intense battle. What is going on with this dream realm? Someone saw the small dream realm left behind by Fang Yuan. Like Jun Xinguang earlier, the southern border immortals' gazes were focused on this dream realm. Other than this dream realm, all the other traces had been cleared by Fang Yuan, the rest had no value so the only clue was this dream realm. Be careful. The southern border immortals gradually dispersed, surrounding this small dream realm. This dream realm is shrinking. Someone suddenly said. Next, the southern border immortals found that the dream realm was indeed shrinking, and the speed was getting faster. A moment later, several goo worms were leaked out of the shrinking dream realm. The southern border goo immortals quickly caught them and inspected them. They found that these goo worms were all wild information path mortal goo. Next, they found that there was still information left in these information path mortal goo. The content of the information was simple, but it made the southern border immortals' expressions change. They were extremely shocked. Dear southern border comrades, all of your clansmen have fallen into the hands of I, Fang Yuan. If you want to redeem them, please wait for news. This. Someone was tongue-tied, pointing at the information path mortal goo in his hand. His whole body was shaking. He could not even speak properly. Misleading the masses with lies. How can this be? Our pursuit team was actually captured by Fang Yuan? Someone shook his head, denying it. This must be a huge scam. But who among us can contact our clansmen? Someone asked. At once, the southern border goo immortals were silent. They were fixed in the distance, each of them looked like statues carved from stone. Wind started blowing, a light breeze blew on the immortals' clothes. Qi Chuyu's white beard was slightly trembling in the wind. Wu Yong's expression was ashen, he shut his eyes with a heavy expression. After a while, he opened them again. Even though it was hard to imagine, the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to accept this cruel truth. That was, Southern Border's righteous path had mobilized a huge force to form an expert team to pursue Fang Yuan, but not only did they fail to kill Fang Yuan, they were even captured by Fang Yuan. Slap. This was like a huge slap that ruthlessly landed on the faces of these Southern Border righteous path goo immortals. They were stunned from the slap, their faces swelled up greatly. When we discovered that we had lost contact with Xia Cha and the rest, and when we gathered our team and came to reinforce them, only a few hours had passed. Lord Qi, do you think this is the effect of the time path formation? Wu Yong suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. His voice was slightly hoarse. He spoke vaguely, but everyone understood what Wu Yong meant. Qi Chuyu nodded slowly, saying solemnly, "We have already deduced the strength of Fang Yuan and the remaining members of Shadow Sect. We have also evaluated them in detail. With Xia Cha and the rest's battle strength, they could not have been defeated and captured by Fang Yuan in such a short period of time. There was indeed a time path formation set up here. It is of astonishing size, it is at rank 8 level, far surpassing mortals. Qi Chuyu was a formation path great grandmaster. He could use natural Dao marks to set up an immortal formation. Fang Yuan cleaned the battlefield. It was impossible to clean up all the Dao marks in such a short period of time, so a large number of time path Dao marks were left in the battlefield. Based on the size and direction of these time path Dao marks, Qi Chuyu was certain that a time path formation had been set up here before. Wu Yong nodded slightly. That's right. Lu Wei-yin and Xia Cha have rank 8 cultivation level. Unless it was a rank 9 immortal battlefield, it would be hard to restrain them. Only a rank 8 level immortal battle would have such a possibility. We came to reinforce them in a short period of time, but inside this time path formation, a long period of time might have passed. At this time, a Shang Clan Gu immortal spoke. I remember now, in Jewel Yellow Skies, the Celestial Court had once revealed that Fang Yuan had a formation that could be set up in a tributary of the River of Time to lure out a large number of year beasts. Chapter 16-18. Earlier he saw that many people had a question in the book reviews. Why did Fang Yuan not use man as before Immortal Gu to revive Lady White Rabbit? Next he saw many people's explanations, but most of them did not get to the point. There were many people who were confused, so he explained it here. Person as before, a multicolored butterfly flew gracefully. Wherever it went, it sprinkled a multicolored rainbow. Following the butterfly's fluttering path, it formed a curved rainbow phantom. Tai Bai Yunxing had once used the rank 5 man as before Mortal Gu to heal and even revive many Gu masters. Especially in the Imperial Court contest, it displayed incredible abilities. When Tai Bai Yunxing underwent Immortal Ascension, he raised man as before Mortal Gu to rank 6. Mortal Gu man as before could only be used on others. Immortal Gu man as before could be used on oneself, but it expended a lot of immortal essence. Tai Bai Yunxing used this Immortal Gu to save many people. The most classic example was saving the rank 7 Gu immortal Fairy Li Shan from He Cheng's hands. Original text, it's over. He Cheng stored the spherical dark prison indifferently. Fairy Li Shan had only sealed 2 dark arrows. When the 2 arrows merged, He Cheng had secretly shot out a 3rd dark arrow. Using dark prison to attract Fairy Li Shan's attention, he secretly used several mortal killer moves. Together with the dark arrows, he destroyed Fairy Li Shan's defenses. But at the next moment, a ray of light shone. Fairy Li Shan returned to the previous moment. Her injuries were all gone, and her head was intact. Immortal Gu man as before. Far away, Tai Bai Yunxing breathed roughly. That was close, I almost missed it. He Cheng's pupils shrunk, his anger surged. Secondly, when exploring Eastern Sea, Tai Bai Yunxing used this Gu to make a name for himself. Original text. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression froze, he sighed. So junior brother did not think highly of me, you were right after all. This time we attacked the blessed land for 7 days and 7 nights, but were defeated by the land spirit, suffering huge losses. A Gu immortal almost died but was saved by my man as before Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. He knew the value of man as before Immortal Gu. Once Tai Bai Yunxing exposed this Gu, his value would definitely rise rapidly in the eyes of others. As expected, Tai Bai Yunxing continued, after my man as before Immortal Gu was known, I received many compliments. After that, I received a cordial invitation from Shark Demon, who invited me to the East Sea Zombie Alliance as a guest. How could I dare to go to someone else's base alone? He politely declined. In the end, Shark Demon and the other 2 immortal zombies hosted me at Haishur Blessed Land. During the feast, I learned of an important piece of news. Next, Fang Yuan used man as before Immortal Gu to revive Guyue Fangjing, deceiving the Crane Gate. Original text. The truth was that after he Fengyang killed Fangjing, Tai Bai Yunxing, who was summoned here by Fang Yuan, used man as before Immortal Gu and expended a considerable amount of immortal essence to revive Fangjing. Fengyang did not doubt him, but he had his limitations. He did not know that there was an Immortal Gu like man as before in this world. In his opinion, Fangjing's body and soul were completely destroyed in front of him. Fangjing was truly dead. It had to be said that man as before Immortal Gu was powerful, but at the same time, it had many flaws. The original text had already recorded, Immortal Killer Move, Flesh Blood Flame. This flame used flesh and blood as its fuel, burning continuously. As long as the flesh and blood were not extinguished, the flame would not stop. Without a method to counter it, there was no way to extinguish it. Moreover, the stronger the flesh and blood, the more fiercely the blood flame would burn. When Fang Yuan transformed into an ancient sword dragon, he fell into the trap of the flesh-blood flame. However, Fang Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. He immediately cancelled the transformation killer move and returned to his human form. Next, he activated a time path healing immortal goo. Man as before. Over 20 beads of red date immortal essence were consumed at once. At the next moment, the blood flame completely vanished, and Fang Yuan returned to his previous state. Sigh. Man as before is only useful on the human body. When I transform into other life forms, I cannot directly use man as before. This is very inconvenient. Moreover, man as before has a huge limitation. Fortunately, I have the investigative killer move 3 breaths future vision. He Lulan knew that Fang Yuan had man as before immortal goo. But man as before immortal goo had a strict time requirement. Even Fang Yuan would not be able to escape from it. Because after he was hit, he first had to discover his current state, then he had to cancel the transformation. During this period he might be hesitant, but finally he would activate man as before. Activating this immortal goo itself also took time. With this, He Lulan put herself in his shoes and thought if it were her she would also have a hard time getting rid of this flesh-blood flame. Fang Yuan did not know the details of He Lulan and Bai Ning Bing, but He Lulan also did not know that Fang Yuan had 3 breaths future vision. This investigative killer move could allow Fang Yuan to sense something wrong with his body 3 breaths ahead of time. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan had more time to react and deal with it. From these 2 scenarios we can see, man as before immortal goo was only effective on the human body. Man as before immortal goo could only restore the previous moment. Thus, even if Fang Yuan personally healed himself, he could not grasp the correct timing in an intense battle. Man as before was very difficult to control. Thus, Fang Yuan used 3 breaths future vision to complement man as before immortal goo. Man as before immortal goo's limitation was not just this. Original text. My defense is still too weak. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh and immediately started healing himself. He did not use man as before. Man as before was an immortal goo, using it would expend immortal essence. Moreover, man as before could only restore the previous moment. Fang Yuan was hit by a windflower petal in the air and was injured. At that time he could not use man as before immortal goo. Using the immortal goo's aura would expose his identity. From this, it could be seen that using man as before immortal goo alone would expend a lot of immortal essence, and once used the aura could not be concealed. Let us take a look at Plunder Shadow Earth Trench when Fang Yuan and the rest were trapped, man as before's performance. Original text. Omnidirectional travel failed again. Bai Ning Bing suffered the most severe backlash. But soon her expression calmed down. Man as before immortal goo. Fang Yuan continuously activated this time path immortal goo to heal himself and others. Once again enjoying the healing effect of man as before, He Lulan's eyes flashed with a complex expression. Man as before immortal goo was still alive, and she was even on the same side as Fang Yuan again. Unfortunately, Tai Bai Yunxing had already died. He was personally killed by Fang Yuan. The drill stopped. Fang Yuan used man as before on himself, his injuries were completely healed. He started to think about the reason for his failure. As for the others, they were still healing. Although man as before was used on them, the effect was far inferior to Fang Yuan's. It could be seen that man as before immortal goo was extremely effective on Fang Yuan, but not on other goo immortals. Why was it like this? The smart ones had already thought of it. Indeed, Dao marks of different paths would restrain each other. But Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body did not have conflicting Dao marks. In fact, every path had their own healing goo worms. For example, Vitality Leaf appeared a long time ago, it was a wood path healing goo worm. 4-star path there was Savior goo, it was extremely effective in healing star path goo immortals. 4-water path there was Spring Rain goo, it had once healed Fang Yuan. 4-wind path there was Clear Wind goo, it could heal and also calm people's hearts. 4-light path there was Green Shine goo, it was best at healing heat poison. As a mortal, these goo worms had outstanding healing effects. But at goo immortal level, because goo immortals had abundant Dao marks, the corresponding healing goo worms of every path had good effects. Thus, rank 6 man as before immortal goo had the best effect in healing time path rank 6 goo immortals. Next were rank 6 goo immortals of other paths. For rank 7 goo immortals, man as before immortal goo's effect was very weak, it might even fail. Then the question was, why did Tai Bai Yunxing use rank 6 man as before immortal goo to save Fairy Li Shan? Let's look at the original text. Fairy Li Shan had only sealed 2 dark arrows, The moment the two arrows fused, He Qing had secretly shot out a third dark arrow. Using Dark Prison to attract Fairy Li Shan's attention, he secretly used several mortal killer moves. Together with the dark arrows, he broke Fairy Li Shan's defenses. But at the next moment, a ray of light shone. Fairy Li Shan returned to the previous moment. There were no injuries on her body, even her head was intact. Immortal Gu Man as before. Far away, Tai Bai Yunxing breathed roughly. That was close, I almost didn't make it in time. He Qing's pupils shrunk, his anger surged. Even though Fairy Li Shan suffered a fatal blow, her injuries were very small. Dark Arrow Immortal Gu was only rank 6. Fairy Li Shan had used 3 mortal killer moves to block it. He Qing's third Dark Arrow, with the coordination of He Qing's mortal killer moves, broke Fairy Li Shan's defense and pierced her head. It could be seen that the power of the Dark Arrow was already at its limit after breaking through her defenses. Even though He Qing was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, he had been injured long ago, his battle strength had fallen greatly. This wound was on Fairy Li Shan's head, it was the fatal wound. If it had landed on other parts like shoulders or thighs, a small hole would not be a big deal. But at this time Tai Bai Yunxing used Man as before and succeeded by a fluke. This showed that Man as before Immortal Gu was also effective on rank 7 Gu Immortals, but it depended on the injuries. How many Dao marks of other paths were there in the wound? For example, if Fairy Li Shan's entire upper body was destroyed, or if there were dense dark path Dao marks left in the wound, the result would be uncertain. Looking at another part of the text, Bo Qing lightly waved his hand, sword light flashed, Fairy Li Shan's head flew out, blood was spewing out of her neck. The might of a sword immortal could not be blocked. Man as before. At the crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunxing activated Man as before Immortal Gu. Fairy Li Shan returned to normal, touching her neck, her eyes were filled with fear. Immortal zombie Bo Qing had his hands behind his back, smiling arrogantly. How can a mere rank 6-time path Gu make me return empty-handed? The moment he said that, Fairy Li Shan's eyes opened wide, the sword qi in her body erupted as she turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Little ant. He Lulan cried out in pain, her eyes were bloodshot as she charged towards Bo Qing. Bo Qing's sword path Dao marks were too dense. Even though he temporarily returned to normal, the remnant sword path Dao marks still erupted and killed Fairy Li Shan. Looking at the most recent text, Xia Cha waved her hand in front of her, Fang Yuan grunted, blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, the formation core he was at collapsed, revealing his body. He had been controlling the formation the most, he had also used 3 great thief ghost hands, as well as enslaving the immemorial Year Beasts and the Year Beast army, he had no time to maintain reverse flow protection seal. Xia Cha waved her hand to the left. Bai Ningbing felt a great calamity approaching, she quickly activated the killer move by Xiang, but was smashed into pieces at the next moment. Xia Cha waved her hand to the right, Lady White Rabbit could not dodge in time, the formation core was destroyed, her body also exploded into a pile of flesh and bones, she was dead. Xia Cha was the first supreme elder of a super force Xia clan. Xia Cha was a rank 8 immortal killer move, after turning Lady White Rabbit into pieces, dense time path Dao marks with offensive power were left behind. These Dao marks severely hindered the healing effect of Man as before Immortal Gu. There was no way to revive her. Fang Yuan was well aware of this so he did not use it. Man as before Immortal Gu was not omnipotent, especially at rank 6, it had a huge limitation. It could barely heal a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Against a rank 8 killer move there was nothing it could do. But there was an exception, that was Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, his Dao marks did not conflict, so it was very convenient to use. Original text, it's over. At this moment the enemy's expression relaxed a little. Man as before. Fang Yuan burst out, first using Man as before Immortal Gu to heal his fatal injuries. Next he used Dark Assassination to explode the enemy's head. In the blink of an eye Fang Yuan obtained victory. He had been hiding Man as before all this time because he was waiting for this opportunity. Gasps could be heard, but the Gu immortals were shocked but not angry. At the next moment Fang Yuan was surprised to see, the enemy's head was not made of flesh and blood, it was completely made of gray clouds. The gray clouds scattered and gathered again, the dual spear-wielding Gu immortal shook his newly formed head, laughing loudly, not bad. It can actually explode my head, Human Gu immortals are so crafty, if this was any other time I would be dead already. Unfortunately this is the immortal battlefield of the gray cloud battle puppet. Original text, Man as before. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's injuries were completely healed. The Green Giant seemed to be very confident in this move. Seeing that Fang Yuan was unharmed, it became furious, and even more furious. It chased after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan flew away madly. He checked the direction and rushed towards Great Immortal Wang. Great Immortal Wang attracted Fang Yuan and Green City Rampage. It barked in fright. Its four legs spun like a windmill as it ran with all its might. Original text, swoosh. This time, a small mound appeared on the river surface near his feet. The mound crumbled, the river water drenched Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression turned pale, his body shook. This time not only his nose, even his ears were bleeding. Failed again, man, as before. At the next moment, Fang Yuan recovered completely. Find the reason for the failure. There seems to be a small problem at the final juncture. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Original text. Goo worms were activated one after another. Fang Yuan's rhythm was very stable. Suddenly, his body shook and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The activation failed, the backlash injured Fang Yuan, a large number of mortal goo were destroyed, his mental energy was also expended. Man, as before. In an instant, Fang Yuan recovered. He was expressionless as he continued to activate the killer move 180 slaves. Failure. Failure again. After failing 3 times, on the 4th time, Fang Yuan endured the intense headache and finally succeeded. A mystical light enveloped the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle raised its head and let out a bright cry, showing an expression of submission. There were many cases that could not be mentioned. When Fang Yuan failed in his test of the killer move, he used man as before. When undergoing tribulation, he used man as before. When fighting against a strong enemy, he used man as before. When refining goo, he used man as before. For him, man as before was too convenient. But there were exceptions. Original text. Oh no. 6th hair's expression changed. At the same time, the ring exploded. Boom. With a loud sound, the intense explosion was suppressed by the entire goo refinement hall before it could affect the surroundings. But Fang Yuan, who was at the center, bore the full might of the explosion. Fang Yuan's expression turned pale, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Heavy injuries. Immortal goo, man, as before. Fang Yuan immediately activated this immortal goo. The method that had always worked well showed its effect. Fang Yuan's heavy injuries turned into light injuries, but his injuries had not healed completely. Fang Yuan was injured while refining rank 7 heavenly secret. He used rank 6 man as before. Although it showed some effect, man as before's time path effect could not completely erase his injuries. The severity of Fang Yuan's injuries could be seen clearly. Heavenly secret immortal goo's refinement failed. The injuries were too severe. Even with Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body, he could not heal completely after using man as before goo. There were still injuries and Dao marks with killing effects. In summary, man as before immortal goo was a top-tier immortal goo for rank 6 time path goo immortals, but for other paths, it depended on the injuries. It had several limitations. 1. It was only effective on the human body. 2. It was difficult to control in an instant. 3. The expenditure of immortal essence was high. This depended on the injuries. 4. When using it, the aura would leak, exposing the goo immortal. I thank everyone for their questions, suggestions, criticisms, and corrections. If you have any questions, feel free to leave a message for me. I will work hard to make the Goo Master world reasonable and balanced. For example, I fixed the bug regarding the number of tribulation Dao marks obtained in the original text. There are several ways to leave a message for me. 1. The most important way, Chidian's book review section. I look at it once every 2 days, the frequency is the highest. 2. Weibo's official accounts comment section, there are editors stationed there, they will report to me in time. 3. Weibo's letter group, Penguin Group. Or add me on WeChat, Guzanran 1987. 4. Baidu Tieba, Venerable Goo. I occasionally peek at it. 5. Personal Weibo, author, Venerable Goo, Sina Weibo, this is the only account. 6. Use Dream Speech Goo to transmit messages to me when I am dreaming. I usually sleep from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Chapter 1619. The general outline of the truth had already appeared in the minds of the southern border immortals. Among these year beasts, there are likely to be immemorial year beasts, and there are many of them. Using these year beasts, Fang Yuan has a high chance of fighting against our pursuers. Moreover, this demon Fang Yuan inherited Shadow Sect and has countless true inheritances. It is within his ability to create a time path formation to trap our people. Chi Chuyu said this and frowned, but there is one thing I don't understand. It is normal for an immortal aperture to be hidden so well that Gu immortals cannot sense it. But a time path formation can be hidden so well? Be it Xia Cha or Lu Weiyin, they did not sense it? A time path formation was not phantom path, space path, or theft path. It was not proficient in concealment and concealment. Xia Cha and the rest were trapped in the formation and fought against the immemorial year beasts. It was understandable that they were captured because of the dream realm. But the most abnormal thing was at the start. They did not discover it and fell into Fang Yuan's ambush. This made Chi Chuyu, a formation path great grandmaster, feel puzzled. Of course, it was not that a time path formation could not conceal itself, it was just that it was not easy to do so, much more difficult than space path, theft path, phantom path, and others. In Chi Chuyu's knowledge, he had never heard of such a time path immortal formation that could conceal itself from the detection of 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. The dream realm has dissipated. Wait, there is a person inside. Someone shouted in shock. Right at this time, a change in the dream realm interrupted the southern border immortals' thoughts. This small dream realm was left in the battlefield. There was a person hiding inside? Soon this person's appearance was revealed. It was Lu Weiyin. His arms were crossed in front of his chest, his eyes were shut, he was like a stone statue in deep sleep, not moving at all. But after the dream realm dissipated, he quickly opened his eyes and woke up. You. Lu Weiyin's expression changed when he saw Wu Yong and the rest. He looked around and shouted, "Oh no! Lord Lu Weiyin, please explain in detail what happened to you." That's right. Were our clan's Gu immortals captured by Fang Yuan and captured by this demon? Wait a minute, we still can't confirm his identity. The southern border immortals spoke one after another. The scene became noisy. Let's verify our identities first. Fang Yuan has the killer move familiar face. He also has a method to quickly escape from dreams. Wu Yong said. On the other side, Chi Chuyu remained silent as he moved slowly, sandwiching Lu Weiyin between him and Wu Yong. Lu Weiyin was slightly startled before nodding. Of course. The southern border immortals naturally had their own unique verification methods. Furthermore, in order to ensure safety, there was more than one method. It was very complicated. After a while, the expressions of Wu Yong and the others eased a little. Lu Weiyin proved his identity. It was indeed him. He was not Fang Yuan in disguise. Immediately after, Lu Weiyin informed the southern border immortals of the battle situation he encountered. After the southern border Gu immortals learned of it, their expressions turned ashen as they fell into a deathly silence again. Lu Weiyin shook his head and sighed. I am ashamed. I have no offensive methods. I could only watch as this happened. If not for my unique method to defend myself in dream realms, I might have already fallen into Fang Yuan's hands. Don't say anything, let's go back first. Wu Yong took a deep look at Lu Weiyin before waving his sleeves and walking into clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. A long time after the southern border Gu immortals left, a mystical light shone down, turning into celestial quartz Gu immortal Jun Xinguang. Jun Xinguang inspected the battlefield ruins and after a while, he frowned and muttered to himself. This time path formation is extraordinary. Looking at the Dao marks, it should not contain any void path, space path, or theft path. It is not a compound immortal formation but a pure time path immortal formation. It can actually conceal itself from Xia Cha and Lu Weiyin. The foundation of a rank 8 Gu immortal was quite deep. Xia Cha was the first supreme elder of a superforce Xia clan. She had many methods. And Lu Weiyin was Paradise Earth's inheritor. Paradise Earth was one of the immortal venerables. The two of them actually did not detect this formation and fell into an ambush with a group of southern border Gu immortals. Jun Xinguang inspected a few more times and after confirming there were no other clues, he turned into a mystical light and disappeared. Sovereign blessed land. A large formation emitted a silver-white radiance. It was like a castle that was floating in mini green heaven. Fang Yuan's time path clone and the Shadow Sect immortals were surrounding this immortal formation, paying attention to the prisoners inside. Most of these prisoners were the southern border immortals that Fang Yuan had set up this ambush and captured. Shang Hu Zhang, Tai Chu Zhong, Yang Ku and the others were all experts with strength, rank 7 experts, but they were all locked up with their eyes shut, trapped in dream realms. And the strongest among them, the rank 8 time path Gu immortal Xia Cha, was heavily taken care of by Fang Yuan. The surrounding dream realms were rumbling and extremely dense. Pure wills would be worn down in dream realms, but once they left, they would recover immediately. But souls were different. Even if they left the dream realm, they would still be trapped in the dream for a certain period of time, unable to get out, as if they were hit by the killer move lead soul into dream. Because of this crucial point, Fang Yuan could teleport these southern border Gu immortals into his sovereign immortal aperture. Currently, immortal killer moves were ineffective against dream realms. Immortal Gu houses like Bay Pavilion and Heaven Overseeing Tower would automatically disintegrate once they entered dream realms. Dream realms were a desperate situation for Gu immortals. But Fang Yuan had an extraordinary method, that was the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Fang Yuan had the immortal killer move pure dream reality seeker transformation, turning the dream realms in the sovereign immortal aperture into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, then using this dream path clone to enter the dream realms and drag the southern border Gu immortals out, imprisoning them in the sovereign immortal aperture. Next, he turned all the dream realms in the battlefield into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, successfully retrieving them. In the end, he hurriedly cleaned up the battlefield. After making sure that not a single clue was left behind, he immediately retreated. Thus, when Jun Xinguang and the southern border immortals arrived, they saw this scene. The time path clone frowned. Even though I used dream realms to imprison these Gu immortals, the risk is still huge. If one of them wakes up and wreaks havoc in my sovereign immortal aperture, it would be terrible. The immortal aperture was an important resource ground for Gu immortals. It was the foundation of their cultivation. Fang Yuan imprisoned these Gu immortal experts. There was a huge potential danger. One move to dominate the world. Currently, most Gu immortals have no way to deal with dream realms. Even rank 8 Gu immortals would suffer a calamity. But just in case, I need to hurry up and steal the Gu worms and resources in these Gu immortals' immortal apertures. Then, I will use soul path methods to separate their souls from their bodies. That would be safe. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan thought of Lu Weiyin. Even though this person was trapped in a dream realm, when the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies tried to drag him out, they actually lost their way in the dream realm and could not get close. To be able to work in a dream realm, this was clearly a dream path method. Thinking back to the past, Fang Yuan fell for Lu Weiyin's ambush and experienced 3 lifetimes. That was also a dream path method. Lu Weiyin was not only Paradise Earth's inheritor, he was also advancing with the times. He had at least 2 dream path methods. He was on par with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan only had Unravel Dream, Lead Soul into Dream and Swap Soul within Dream. Precisely so, Fang Yuan gave up on capturing Lu Weiyin. Even if he could bring him away, Fang Yuan did not dare to take the risk. Who knew if he had other dream path methods? If he woke up in the sovereign immortal aperture, it would be like sending a god away. It would be a huge disaster. To think that there would be a day when these high and mighty Gu immortals would become our prisoners. Fairy Miaoyin sighed. Even though she was one of the famous fairies of Southern Border, she was a lone cultivator. She had suffered a lot from Southern Border's righteous path. Towards these famous experts of Southern Border's righteous path, she had deep resentment towards them. It is a pity that Sister White Rabbit is gone. Fairy Miaoyin had a sorrowful expression. Her true emotions were revealed. After she joined Shadow Sect, she was the closest to Lady White Rabbit, because Fairy Miaoyin liked the latter's innocence. Lady White Rabbit inherited Black Tigress' true inheritance. When her life was in danger, she would turn into Black Tigress. Her cultivation level would rise to rank 7. Unfortunately, she was facing Xia Cha's immortal killer move Summer Fan. She could not react in time and was hit by a fatal blow. Fang Yuan was helpless. Man as before was only a rank 6 immortal Gu. Against such injuries there was no hope of success. Even Fang Yuan's main body was heavily injured. Bai Ningbing on the other hand had no injuries. She was safe and sound. At the crucial moment she turned into Bai Xiang. Even though she was smashed into pieces, she only needed a little bit of Bai Xiang to recover. This move had once been famous in Southern Border. It was known as the White Terror that enveloped the whole Gu immortal world. The mystical part was that it could discard the harmful Dao marks in most of the body, then use a small fragment to recover. But Bai Ningbing's expression was not good. She looked at the deities of Southern Border who were trapped in the dream realm, thinking, even if I use Bai Xiang, if I fall into the dream realm, I will suffer without any resistance. Strange, Fang Yuan did not use such a method against me. He already has a method to get rid of the alliance agreement if I were him. Bai Ningbing felt great pressure. After all, she was not a member of Shadow Sect. She was inside Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. It was like she was in someone else's headquarters. The stronger Fang Yuan's strength and methods were, the greater the pressure by Ning Bing felt. Alright Wuxia, stay here, I have lent you all my goo worms. For the next few days, you will be in charge of guarding this place. If anything happens, use the pure dream reality seeker physique body to use lead soul into dream to make the southern border goo immortals sleep again. Formation spirit, guard this place well. Once the dream realm moves and endangers the formation, report it immediately. Fang Yuan's time path clone gave 2 orders. Yes, sect leader. Understood, master. Chapter 1620. Several days later in the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan's time path clone arrived in front of the immortal formation in mini green heaven again. Be careful, I am about to start. The time path clone had a solemn expression. The formation spirit showed itself and nodded. There was a goo immortal standing beside it. It was Wuxia. He had a nervous expression as well. A pure dream reality seeker physique body entered the dream realm. After a while, he grabbed Xiacha's leg and dragged her out. The entire process was done very carefully. Xiacha was still in deep sleep. She did not feel anything or react. Even so, Fang Yuan's pure dream reality seeker physique body clone only dared to drag half of this rank 8 goo immortal's body out. Xiacha's upper body was still in the dream realm, but her lower body was exposed outside the dream realm. The most crucial immortal aperture was in her abdomen, so this was enough. Next, it was Fang Yuan's turn to make a move. After a while, he activated Immortal Killer Move Great Thief Ghost Hand. Great Thief Ghost Hand was eerie and heavy. It flew towards Xiacha's immortal aperture. But before it touched, traces of Dao Mark light appeared on Xiacha's body. This was a passive time path defensive method. Even if Xiacha was in deep sleep, it could still be activated. Normally, this defensive method would not work in the dream realm. But Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand was also useless in the dream realm. Only by dragging it out and using it outside the dream realm, could Fang Yuan steal Xiacha's immortal goo. Seeing that Great Thief Ghost Hand was blocked, Fang Yuan was not surprised. Over the last few days, this was not the first time Fang Yuan had targeted Xiacha. This time path defensive move was very troublesome, but Fang Yuan had already used his time path attainment level and the light of wisdom to deduce a solution. Thus, another killer move was activated by Fang Yuan. The killer move's effect was very clear. The Dao Mark light on Xiacha's body dimmed, Great Thief Ghost Hand entered the immortal aperture and vanished. Thankfully, Xiacha's defensive method is not as good as those people from Celestial Court. It was probably set up at the last minute to deal with Great Thief Ghost Hand. Therefore, I was able to break this move in such a short period of time. This time path defense was not rank 8, it was only rank 7. Fang Yuan used his time path Immortal Goo and Mini Mortal Goo to form a killer move to resolve it. In setting up the time path formation to ambush the southern border pursuers, although the important time path Immortal Goo were not destroyed, most of the Mortal Goo and several rank 6 time path Immortal Goo were destroyed. This is bad for my plan to head to the River of Time. Next, let's see what we can harvest from Xiacha. Fang Yuan was filled with anticipation. Not long after, his expression suddenly changed, and the Great Thief Ghost Hand flew out shakily. Its 5 fingers were originally open, but now it was clenched into a fist. There seemed to be something inside, constantly struggling, wanting to break out. Seeing such a scene, Fang Yuan wasn't shocked. Instead, he was happy. Wuxia, who was at the side, more or less understood the Great Thief Ghost Hand. At this moment, he blurted out in joy, "Good fellow." He stole a rank 8 Immortal Goo on his first try. At this time, the formation spirit said, "Master, not good. Xiacha's soul seems to be fluctuating." Fang Yuan's time path clone's expression turned solemn. He quickly manipulated the pure dream reality seeker physique body and stuffed Xiacha into the dream realm again. The pure dream reality seeker physique body stayed beside Xiacha and observed her for a while. Seeing that Xiacha had stabilized and fell into deep sleep again, he left. Ordinary goo immortals would also become unstable when half of their body was in the dream realm. They would show signs of leaving the dream realm, but the duration would be much longer. Xiacha seemed to be cultivating time path. Her time was greatly reduced, it was pitifully short. Fang Yuan had sensed this the first time he teleported her into the sovereign immortal aperture. At that time, the Shadow Sect immortals broke out in cold sweat from the fright. After resolving Xiacha's problem, Fang Yuan and the rest had the time to inspect the immortal goo that Great Thief Ghost Hand stole, to see what it looked like. This immortal goo struggled intensely, but Great Thief Ghost Hand used the power of the rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment to steal Soul Beast token, so stealing a rank 8 Immortal Goo was completely within the scope of its ability. Adding on Feng Yuan's abundant methods, refining it was a sure thing, there would be no accidents. After spending some effort, Feng Yuan successfully refined this goo for his own use. This goo worm was a milky white silkworm, it was the size of an adult's index finger. When held in his hand, it was only the weight of an egg. The silkworm's body was pink and soft, it was like touching a baby's face. On the silkworm's head, there was a small green leaf that looked like mulberry leaves. Interestingly, when the silkworm curled up, the mulberry leaves also wrapped around its body. The goo worm's dense aura showed its extraordinary identity at all times, rank 8 time path immortal goo. But as for what immortal goo it was, Feng Yuan could not be sure. He could only guess. This is likely the rank 8 time path immortal goo, spring. If spring goo was used alone, it would cause an area to enter spring. Ice and snow would melt, warm winds would blow, and new shoots would grow. Goo masters nurtured, used, refined, and used goo. Their knowledge was broad and profound. After obtaining an unfamiliar immortal goo, one needed to probe and deduce its power and effect. There were often unfathomable dangers in this aspect. Even though Feng Yuan refined this immortal goo, he was not in a hurry to verify his guess, because he had a more reliable way to obtain an accurate answer. This answer fell on Xiacha. As long as he searched her soul, not only would Feng Yuan know this immortal goo's identity and usage, Feng Yuan would even know the Spring Scissors killer move that Xiacha had used. Feng Yuan was not in a hurry to search her soul. Xiacha's soul was protected by her body. It was not easy to search her soul with rank 8 cultivation level. Feng Yuan's plan was meticulous. He wanted to extract Xiacha's soul first and separate her body from her soul, before targeting her soul. But it was troublesome to extract Xiacha's soul. Feng Yuan needed to prepare for some time. And before that, Feng Yuan's first step was to steal as many goo worms as possible from Xiacha's immortal aperture. According to the previous method, Feng Yuan next targeted Xiacha. The second time, Great Thief Ghost Hand, he only stole one rank 5 mortal goo. It was a stark contrast to the huge success of the first time. It seems that the effect of the unfavorable year has disappeared. My luck and Xiacha's luck have shrunk by a lot. Feng Yuan realized. For a rank 8 goo immortal to have such an achievement, it meant that they had good luck or they had methods to increase their luck. Feng Yuan used the incomplete luck path true inheritance to have luck that surpassed ordinary rank 8s. But for people like Feng Jioge, this level of luck was not much of a threat. As for Feng Kim Hong, it was even less of a threat. After Feng Yuan learned of the reason, he continued to use the killer move Unfavorable Year on Xiacha, using Great Thief Ghost Hand frequently to steal her immortal goo. More than 10 days passed in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time. Feng Yuan obtained a large number of mortal goo, as well as Xiacha's 4 immortal goo. These 4 immortal goo formed a set. They were Spring Goo, Summer Goo, Autumn Goo, and Winter Goo. Spring Goo was like a white silkworm, it had green mulberry leaves on its head. Summer Goo was like a black mosquito, it was the size of a palm, but it had 3 pairs of thin wings on its back, flickering with colorful lights as it flew. Autumn Goo was like a dark red cricket carved out of precious antique wood, its chirping was extremely loud. Winter Goo was a gray-white cocoon, it emitted waves of frost energy. Among them, Spring Goo and Summer Goo were rank 8, while Autumn Goo and Winter Goo were slightly weaker, they were only rank 7. After Feng Yuan stole these 4 immortal goo, he used Great Thief Ghost Hand repeatedly, but could only steal mortal goo. Thus, he deduced that Xiacha only had these 4 immortal goo. This was similar to Hei Fan's situation. Hei Fan also had few immortal goo. Back then, Feng Yuan only obtained rank 8 years flow like water, rank 7 year goo and after goo. If the two were to be compared, they should be evenly matched. Even though Xiacha had 2 rank 8 immortal goo, Hei Fan's years flow like water brought huge profits. With it, he would be the #1 giant in the world in the year goo business. He obtained 4 more immortal goo at once, and they were all time path, 2 rank 8 and 2 rank 7. They were all very high level. They greatly filled up the huge gap that Feng Yuan needed in this aspect. But as for how to use them, he had to soul search Xiacha. When Feng Yuan obtained these immortal goo, the pressure in his heart dissipated by a lot. Without the immortal goo, even if Xiacha woke up unexpectedly, she would be like a tiger without claws, her strength would fall greatly. Taking out the immortal goo of these goo immortals was the most important task. Next was taking out their souls and separating their souls from their bodies. After all, the control of the body, other than the soul, wills could also be used. By leaving a few wills in the immortal aperture, they could temporarily replace the soul and control the body. Finally, Fang Yuan prepared to attack their immortal apertures. But now, Fang Yuan's task of stealing immortal goo had to be delayed. He did not have enough immortal essence. Earlier, he had already shown signs of exhaustion. Recently, he set up an immortal formation. After an intense battle, he returned to the sovereign immortal aperture and set up an immortal formation again, using killer moves like Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation and Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves were already dangerously low. In Jewel Yellow Skies, the Jianghu business was very poor. Even though Fang Yuan had the dragonfish business, it could not sustain Fang Yuan's huge expenditure. Not to mention, Danghun Mountain was still recovering. But all of this was still under Fang Yuan's control. He smiled coldly. Hee, it is time to make those southern border forces bleed. The following process was definitely going to be pleasurable. Not just extorting immortal yuan stones, Fang Yuan was also going to extort a large amount of resources to feed his newly obtained immortal goo. Without cultivation resources, how could he rise? Rise my ass. Chapter 1621. Southern Border. Yanshou Mountain. Xia Clan's headquarters, Jianghu Blessed Land. In the Blessed Land, there were countless mortal goo houses, forming a chain of palaces. It was a grand sight. In the central hall of these palaces, Xia Fei Kuai was in a hurry. He was a rank 7 goo immortal who cultivated Light Path. His battle strength was slightly weaker than Wu Clan's Wu Yu Bo, but he was not ordinary. But because he cultivated a certain immortal killer move, he was irritable. Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and had once fought with him, setting up a 5-year agreement. Now that Fang Yuan's identity was exposed and he had rank 8 battle strength, Xia Fei Kuai naturally threw this 5-year agreement to the back of his mind. Where did this news come from? Xia Fei Kuai asked as he walked. Beside him was a Featherman maid. She had rank 5 goo master cultivation level. Xia Clan raised large numbers of Featherman slaves in this headquarters, Jianghu Blessed Land. Feathermen were the most numerous. This Featherman maid had an extraordinary status. She was one of the managers of this palace. She knew a lot of information. Even though Xia Fei Kuai knew that he would know everything after entering Central Great Hall, he could not wait any longer. He asked this Featherman maid first. The Featherman maid quickly answered, "It came from Jewel Yellow Skies half a day ago. That demon Fang Yuan came looking for me. He sent an information path goo worm to my purple spirit light stall in Jewel Yellow Skies. The goo worm contained the extortion letter. Purple spirit light was a rank 7 immortal material. It was not plucked from White Heaven, it came from ores deep underground. This was Xia Clan's main source of income. Xia Clan controlled the largest purple spirit stone mine in the 5 regions. Thus they were the leader of this business. Even though any goo immortal could change their identity when transacting in Jewel Yellow Skies, they were not afraid of being discovered. But in a situation like Xia Clan, they had to maintain their identity and build their reputation. That was the most profitable thing to do. Thus, Xia Clan's stall had a clear identity. Fang Yuan was able to find it easily. He is truly daring. He actually dares to extort my great Xia Clan. Xia Fei Kuai was furious. The Featherman maid did not dare to say anything. She obediently accompanied him to the palace entrance before stopping. She did not have the right to follow them in. The door of the palace had long been opened, and the main seat was empty. Usually it was Xia Cha who sat there, or it was her will. On the first seat on the left was the Xia Clan's second supreme elder, Xia Zhao. He had a sturdy figure and a calm temperament. He specialized in Earth Path and was currently the backbone of Xia family. Opposite Xia Zhao, in the first seat on the right, sat the Xia Clan's third supreme elder, Xia Qinyuan. He was also an Earth Path goo immortal. Other than them, at the other seats, Xia Lu Pei, Xia Qing Tsang, Xia Zhuemo, Xia Fan, and other goo immortals had either arrived with their main bodies or substituted wills. Only Xia Fei Kuai himself was missing. There's no need for formalities. Hurry up and sit, Xia Zhao said in a low voice. Xia Fei Kuai controlled his temper, nodded, and silently took his seat. An information path mortal goo came from the left and landed in Xia Fei Kuai's hands. Xia Zhao glanced around and said, "Since everyone is here, let's discuss." Xia Fei Kuai split out a trace of his divine sense and entered the goo worm to inspect it. This information path mortal goo was the extortion letter left behind by Fang Yuan. The content of the extortion letter was only a few sentences. It was concise and comprehensive. But at the back, there was a video recording of the scene of Xia Cha being trapped in the sovereign immortal aperture. Xia Fei Kuai looked through it once, his heart was burning with anger, he was so angry that he almost crushed this information path mortal Gu. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, you have committed heinous crimes, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. Xia Fei Kuai shouted with a ruthless expression. Xia Clan's other Gu immortals did not say anything, their expressions were dark and unsightly, they remained silent. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and oppressive. Other than anger, these people were also in a daze of disbelief. The great Xia clan, a super force, was actually extorted by a demonic path Gu immortal one day. The most shocking thing was Xia Cha, the great first supreme elder, the person in charge of Xia clan, a rank 8 existence. Not only did she fail to capture Fang Yuan, she was even captured alive. Yes, Fang Yuan had outstanding battle strength, he could match rank 8s. Xia clan's Gu immortals had also seen the video of him beating up Thunder Ghost True Monarch. But so what? Defeating a rank 8 Gu immortal and capturing a rank 8 were two completely different concepts. The difference in difficulty was like heaven and earth. Xia clan's immortals had never thought that the outcome would be like this. Honestly speaking, even now, most of them were still in a daze, they felt like they were dreaming. This was too unimaginable. Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, a rank 7 Gu immortal captured a rank 8 and more than 10 rank 7 Gu immortal experts. These rank 7 Gu immortals were the signature battle strength of their respective clans. Each of them had their own methods. Without rank 8s, they were important factors that could influence the whole of southern border, they could dominate a region and suppress the situation. Southern Border's righteous path was very determined to capture Fang Yuan, they created such a powerful group. But now these people were captured by Fang Yuan. Compared to the other clans, Xia clan's situation was the most difficult. Because they did not lose a rank 7 Gu immortal, they lost the only rank 8 in their clan. This was no longer a matter of losing prestige, it directly shook the entire foundation of Xia clan. In this world where strength ruled, one person's safety was related to the entire situation. Xia Cha had an irreplaceable and important role to the entire Xia clan. I did not gather all of you here to watch helplessly. Our clan is facing a crucial period, our situation is very dangerous. At this moment, we need everyone to work together to overcome this crisis. Seeing that the immortals were silent, Xia Zhao spoke again. When this happened, all of Xia clan's Gu immortals were stunned, Xia Zhao was no exception. To speak the truth, these last days as the second supreme elder, he was under the greatest pressure, his heart was filled with darkness. However, when the extortion letter arrived, he relaxed a little. You have all seen that mortal Gu Fang Yuan wants us to take out 1,000,000 immortal Yuan stone. If you have any thoughts, tell us. Xia Zhao said. After a while of silence, Xia clan's third supreme elder purposely coughed. 1,000,000 immortal Yuan stone is not a small number, but it is not a large number, our Xia clan can still afford it. But what I am most concerned about is that this letter only states a request, it does not have any intention of handing over Lady Xia Cha. The immortals nodded slightly at these words. Xia Fei Kuai raised his eyebrows in annoyance, asking, should we inform the other clans? We are being extorted, but I'm afraid they are also in the same situation. Xia Lu Pei sneered, glancing at Xia Fei Kuai without saying anything. Xia Fei Kuai glared at him in anger. What do you want to say? Just say it. Xia Lu Pei was a rank 7 Gu immortal, he cultivated wisdom path and his wisdom path attainment was very high, he was one of the top deduction experts in southern border. He sneered, how can we rely on those outsiders? Right now they want us to lose our first supreme elder. Since you know that Demon Fang Yuan is not extorting our clan, have you heard the reactions of the other clans? Have you seen the other clans trying to contact us? Xia Fei Kuai was speechless. Xia clan suddenly lost their rank 8 pillar, the territory and resources they occupied immediately became much larger. This situation was much more dangerous than Wu clan. Thinking about Wu clan back then, they still had a rank 8 Gu immortal, Wu Yong, but because of Shadow Sect's interference, they fell into a predicament and were besieged on all sides, almost unable to turn the situation around. Southern border was full of sects, the righteous path forces were all scheming and plotting against each other, there were many contradictions. Wu clan had been the #1 force for a long time, but they did not have the ability to lead the overall situation. Thus to Xia clan they could not lose Xia Cha. When Fang Yuan's will came to the purple spiritual light stall again, he received 1,000,000 immortal Yuan stones from Xia clan. We need to have a good talk. Xia Zhao personally received Fang Yuan, his divine sense constantly moving. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, he did not refuse, we can talk. but I am very busy now. If you have anything to say, use an information path goo worm to send it to this stall. Please wait, listen to me. Xia Zhao wanted to make Fang Yuan stay, but Fang Yuan's will turned around and left. Xia Zhao was furious but also helpless. Chapter 1622. It was obvious what Fang Yuan was busy with. After capturing the southern border immortals, Fang Yuan had already firmly grasped the initiative. He had a huge advantage. With such a priceless hostage in hand, extortion and blackmail could be said to be unbridled and unscrupulous. But Fang Yuan was vigilant, he did not act wantonly. His first wave of extortion targets were only 3 clans. Xia clan was undoubtedly the first. First Supreme Elder Xia Cha was Xia clan's only rank 8 Gu immortal. She was the root of Xia clan, she was too important. Xia clan could not afford to lose her. Once they lost her, the entire clan's force would shrink by 70 to 80%. And Yi clan was second. Because the Yi clan Gu immortal Fang Yuan captured this time was Yi Yang. This Gu immortal was the strongest among Yi clan's rank 7 experts. He cultivated space path and was favored by everyone. He had rank 8 aptitude. More importantly, he was the direct descendant of Yi clan's first Supreme Elder. He was the successor that the first Supreme Elder had specially nurtured. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, southern border's internal strife was endless. Yi Yang was framed and fell into Shang clan's hands. Yi clan's first Supreme Elder did not hesitate to pay a huge price to redeem Yi Yang from Shang clan. Thus, Fang Yuan was looking forward to Yi clan's ransom. Finally, the third was Qi clan. The Qi clan Gu immortal in Fang Yuan's hands was the clan's second Supreme Elder. He had a high status and authority. Moreover, Qi Chuyu had transacted with Fang Yuan before and obtained Dream Path research results. With such a precedent, it was natural for Qi clan to compromise. Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of people's hearts. He first chose to extort from Wu clan, which he hated the most, and also Tai clan, which hated the demonic path the most. As long as these 3 clans gave in, it would be much easier for Fang Yuan to extort other southern border righteous path forces. After all, with such a precedent, the righteous path would not be so ambitious. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini green heaven, immortal formation. Immortal killer move, great thief ghost hand. The ghost hand entered Yi Yang's immortal aperture and returned with a rank 7 immortal Gu in its hand. Wuxia and the array spirit watched quietly from the side, their expressions numb. They were already used to it. Because in this period of time, Fang Yuan had plundered a huge number of immortal Gu. Furthermore, he had stolen Xia Cha's 2 rank 8 time path immortal Gu, spring and summer. With such a shock, what happened next seemed lukewarm. To refine these immortal Gu, Fang Yuan specially created another immortal formation. This immortal formation used the Wisdom Refinement Gu formation as the foundation, adding in many Wisdom Path immortal Gu to create a modified version. Wisdom Refinement Gu formation. Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to assist woman's heart and unravel mystery to refine other immortal Gu. If there was someone else's will, the effect would be even better. Fang Yuan had used Mo Yao's fake will to help him refine the immortal Gu he obtained from Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Among them was the crucial change soul immortal Gu from the Battle of Etian Mountain. Now, Fang Yuan had lost the heart of a woman and was still using the light of wisdom as the core. The brand new Wisdom Refinement Immortal Array was even more powerful. Especially when Wisdom Gu was rank 9, it could easily suppress these rank 7 Immortal Gu. Adding on Fang Yuan's Formation Path attainment level and Wisdom Path methods, he had made great progress. The Wisdom Refinement Gu formation's effect was outstanding, it had great results. A moment later, Fang Yuan refined the newly stolen Immortal Gu. This was a Space Path Immortal Gu. It looked like a blue jade ball with a pair of snow-white wings. Fang Yuan recognized this Gu. It was called Space Travel. It had the effect of moving around. Shadow Sect's True Inheritance had related information. For example, this Gu was first captured from an ancient desolate beast level Pegasus. Fang Yuan stored this Space Travel Gu. He was not proficient in Space Path, his attainment level was ordinary, and he did not have many Space Path Dao marks. But Fang Yuan had too many true inheritances. He had a vast number of immortal killer moves and immortal Gu recipes. He did not lack methods to use immortal Gu. By now, he had already taken out the immortal Gu of most of the southern border Gu immortals. As for the lack of immortal essence, it had already been resolved. The 1 million immortal Yuan stones that Xia clan had sent earlier were like a heavenly river that was pouring into a field that was about to dry up. 1 million immortal yuan stones meant 1 million green grape immortal essence beads. When converted into red date immortal essence, it was 10,000 beads. This amount had already greatly surpassed Fang Yuan's highest red date immortal essence reserve. Fang Yuan continued to use Great Thief Ghost Hand, but he did not take out any more immortal goo from Yi Yang's body. Thus, he placed this person back into the dream realm and pulled out another person. It was Qi Clan's second Supreme Elder, an Earth Path rank 7 goo immortal. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he attacked again. He wanted to take away all the immortal goo from these southern border goo immortals and put them into his own pocket. As for the people, he had to release some first. Extortion could be seen as a type of transaction, but the seller was very strong, while the buyer was very resentful and helpless. And when doing business, one had to pay attention to credibility. If he did not release some hostages, how could Southern Border's righteous path believe Fang Yuan, and how could they continue to be extorted with hope? Fang Yuan planned to release Qi Clan's second Supreme Elder first, then Yi Clan's Yi Yang. Qi Clan had a transaction after all, and in the future Fang Yuan still planned to support Qi Clan to resist the Celestial Court. Of course, these two clans would definitely continue to be extorted until the bottom line. Even though it was not easy to nurture a goo immortal. But the value of a hostage was fixed and had an upper limit. These righteous path forces had been established for so many years, they were not fools. If Fang Yuan's demand was too much and greatly exceeded the value of a goo immortal, or the price that the buyer could bear, they would not make a losing transaction. All in all, extortion required skill. Several days later, another batch of immortal yuan stones was obtained. That was Yi Clan's first ransom, 1,200,000 immortal yuan stones. In terms of value, Yi Yang could not compare to Xia Cha, but Yi Clan itself was very wealthy, at least surpassing Xia Clan, so they had even more immortal yuan stones in their current reserves. A super force's reserves of immortal yuan stones were more or less, but they were mostly around 1 million. Thus, Fang Yuan's first extortion of immortal yuan stones was not only because he himself was lacking them, but also because other forces could easily take them out. Although there was a certain difficulty, it was very small. First, he would make them submit, then he would use increasingly harsh demands to extort them, making them bleed bit by bit. Fang Yuan was well versed in the art of extortion. But this time, even though I captured the southern border immortals, I did not get any response from the Celestial Court. What did the Celestial Court prepare in the River of Time? Fang Yuan pondered in his mind. He constructed the year's flow execution formation this time. The main point was naturally to deal with the southern border immortals, but he also had the intention of luring the Celestial Court to make a move. If the Celestial Court had troops lying in ambush, they would most likely follow the tributary of the River of Time and attack Fang Yuan from both sides. But from start to finish, Fang Yuan did not see the troops of the Celestial Court making a move. Chapter 1623. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Red Heaven. The moment Fang Yuan's time path clone appeared, it attracted the attention of countless year beasts. Cluck cluck cluck. Roar roar. Countless year beasts roared as they pounced at Fang Yuan. A large number of ancient desolate beasts pushed the desolate level year beasts to the side, their gazes were filled with desire. But soon, an immemorial year chicken flapped its wings valiantly. Desolate level year beasts and ancient year beasts avoided it in panic. The scene was chaotic. The immemorial year chicken ran to Fang Yuan's time path clone and lowered its head, showing a docile expression. Fang Yuan smiled as he caressed the immemorial year chicken's head, its exaggerated crimson comb. He waved his sleeves and scattered countless mortal year goo. The immemorial year chicken clucked as it opened its beak, emitting a strong suction force that swallowed most of the year goo. Only a few year goo were scattered around, causing the surrounding ancient year beasts to fight over them. The immemorial year chicken was not satisfied after eating. It stared at Fang Yuan's time path clone, its eyes shining brightly. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. A vast number of year goo flew out like pebbles on a beach, forming a storm. Everyone had a share. The year beasts went into a frenzy. After a long time, including the immemorial year chicken, all the year beasts had eaten their fill. The slight restlessness caused by hunger had disappeared, and they returned to their lazy state. They lay on the white clouds and entered a resting state, no longer moving. Fang Yuan's time path clone looked around and nodded before flying away. In this mini red heaven, there were a total of 7 year beast groups. This was the third group that Fang Yuan was feeding. There were many year beasts in the sovereign immortal aperture to begin with. Not long ago, Fang Yuan used the year's flow execution formation to scheme against southern border's righteous path. Other than capturing the southern border immortals, his biggest spoils of war were the year beasts that he subdued in battle. These year beasts were of high quality. They were at least desolate level year beasts, a large number of ancient year beasts, and 7 immemorial year beasts. Originally, with Fang Yuan's soul foundation, he could only enslave 1 or 2 immemorial year beasts. But now, his soul path cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Even though it had been declining recently, most of his foundation was still intact. Enslaving 7 immemorial year beasts was not a problem. What was worth mentioning was that among these 7 immemorial year beasts, immemorial year chickens had the most numbers, 3 of them. The other 4 were immemorial year tiger, immemorial year dragon, immemorial year rabbit, and immemorial year horse. In the River of Time, every once in a while, one of the immemorial year beasts would appear in large numbers. Clearly, this period of time was the most prosperous period for immemorial year chickens. However, even though Fang Yuan controlled 7 immemorial year beasts, each of them could not compare to the immemorial year monkey that Fang Yuan controlled earlier in terms of battle strength. But that immemorial year monkey died in battle. Of course, the battle strength of all 7 immemorial year beasts added together was much stronger than one immemorial year monkey. There was a clear difference in battle strength between immemorial year beasts. It was like the difference between rank 8 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan fed these year beasts as he thought. With so many new year beasts, the cost of feeding them has increased by dozens of times. If not for extorting a batch of immortal yuan stones, I might not even be able to feed them. The higher the rank of the year beasts, the greater their appetite. And the food used to feed year beasts was year gu. Fang Yuan used rank 8 immortal gu year's flow like water to refine a vast number of mortal year gu, which could barely support these year beasts' stomachs. And activating year's flow like water immortal gu consumed Fang Yuan's red date immortal essence. Previously, Fang Yuan had expended a lot of immortal essence to feed the year beast. Now that there were so many year beasts, there were 7 immemorial year beasts. Thus, the feeding of year beasts had become Fang Yuan's biggest expenditure. Currently, Jianghu Mountain has already been restored to 80%, the guts goose production is no longer terrible, it has become passable, barely acceptable. By the time Jianghu Mountain is completely repaired, the year beasts will become a burden. Fang Yuan had to feed year beasts once in a while. Refining year gu using year's flow like water was the most economical method, but it was still a huge burden. And Fang Yuan needed to raise these year beasts to deal with the battle in the River of Time, so he had to solve the problem of feeding them. Actually, this problem was not just with year beasts but also with eagle groups. Fang Yuan had once bought large numbers of eagle beasts to enslave the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The feeding of these eagles had always been a burden. To make them self-sufficient and bring them into the world of the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan would need to spend a lot of energy and funds to create a complete food chain. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. Creating a complete food chain was also a Gu immortal's deep research and understanding of the heavenly Tao. But compared to eagle groups, year beasts were much larger in scale, they needed to be fed the most. Due to the uniqueness of Nian beasts, it was much easier for them to build a complete food chain. With Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Langya true inheritance, and others, Fang Yuan always had a way to solve problems. Now he had 3 options to choose from. The first option was to build a year essence pool. This was a resource point. It could also be seen as a miniature River of Time. Its use was to simulate the environment of the River of Time, to allow year beasts to live and reproduce. The year essence pool had different sizes. It was divided into rank 6, rank 7, rank 8, and rank 9. The advantage of this option was that it saved space, and the year beast that lived inside would produce a certain amount of year gu. After a long time, it would produce other wild time path gu worms, or even sun beasts, moon beasts, and others, eventually forming a miniature River of Time. The disadvantage was that the cost was too high. Just the rank 6 year essence pool alone was a huge sum. If converted into immortal yuan stone, it would not be 1 million or 10 million, but 100 million immortal yuan stone. And the rank 7 year essence pool was even more ridiculous. It involved many rare immortal materials, most of them were priceless. A rank 6 year essence pool could be built if one was wealthy enough. But rank 7 was not something immortal yuan stone could solve. As for Fang Yuan, he needed a rank 8 year essence pool to contain those 7 immemorial year beasts. The second option was flowing gold time stage. This was a rank 7 time path immortal goo house. It was quite special. Because it needed to be fixed, it could not move freely like most other immortal goo houses. Once it was set up, flowing gold time stage would turn into a bright moon that shrouded the blessed land sky, rising and falling continuously. Flowing gold time stage could contain a large number of year beasts. They could also sleep peacefully. This way the need to feed them would be greatly reduced. The advantage of this option was that flowing gold time stage could extract the year beast's strength for its own use. It did not require Fang Yuan to expend immortal essence. This would allow Fang Yuan to make full use of the year beasts during peaceful times. He would not feed them for nothing. The disadvantage of this option was also obvious. Firstly, constructing this rank 7 immortal goo house, flowing gold time stage, required a large number of time path immortal goo. But Fang Yuan needed these time path immortal goo to protect himself. Secondly, flowing gold time stage had to be fixed as much as possible. It was attached to the immortal aperture and could operate on its own. Thus, even if it was constructed, it could not help Fang Yuan fight in the river of time. It was not proficient in battle. Thirdly, this immortal goo house expended the year beast's strength. If it was extracted to its limits, the year beasts would die and their time path Dao marks would be destroyed. Their corpses would have no value. Finally, when the year beasts wake up, they would need an enormous amount of food to replenish their expenditure. The third option was the 12 zodiac battle formation. By gathering 12 different species of immemorial year beasts and using them as the cores, the 12 zodiac battle formation could be formed. This formation specialized in offense. It was completely different from flowing gold time stage. Although it was a formation, it could move. Because the cores were 12 immemorial year beasts. Normally, these immemorial year beasts would be sealed like statues. They would not move and did not need to be fed. But during battle, they would be unsealed and form the battle formation to kill the enemy. Evidently, this formation with immemorial year beasts as the cores was not a modern goo formation. It was an ancient battle formation. It was similar to Green City Rampage and Heavenly Giant Solar, but the latter two used goo immortals as the cores, while this 12 zodiac battle formation used immemorial year beasts as the cores. The advantage of this option was that it could save on the cost of feeding the beasts. But the disadvantage was that it only targeted immemorial year beasts. If he used ancient year beasts or desolate level year beasts, Fang Yuan would not be able to form the 12 zodiac battle formation. But to do this, Fang Yuan would need to find even more immemorial year beasts, and these immemorial year beasts would need to be of different types. This kind of collection work not only depended on strength, it also depended on luck. It was very difficult and would take a long time. After deep consideration, Fang Yuan decided to use the first option. Although the first option required the most investment, if it succeeded, the benefits would also be the greatest. With my own strength, if I want to build a rank 8 year essence pool, I might not even be able to build 30% of it before my finances would collapse and I would fall into a predicament. Fang Yuan's assets were actually very deep, but many of them could not be sold, for example, reverse flow river. Moreover, he had to face external pressure like the Celestial Court. He had to balance all aspects. He could not risk everything and build a year essence pool without caring about anything else. But now is indeed the best time for me to build a year essence pool. Xia Clan, you want to talk to me? Send me 3 portions of Whirlpool Dawn Light first. Fang Yuan sent an information path mortal goo to Xia Clan's stall. Soon, Xia Clan replied, Fang Yuan is wise. Although my clan got rid of the Whirlpool Dawn Light, the origin is actually inside First Supreme Elder's immortal aperture. My clan's treasury does not have any of it. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. This reply was unexpected, but he sneered, how can I not know this? Send me 3 portions, no, 10 portions of Whirlpool Dawn Light, only then will I see your clan's sincerity. We can talk. Otherwise. But this Whirlpool Dawn Light is very rare, even in jewel yellow skies, it is priceless. 3 portions is fine, but 10 portions, where can my clan find them? I don't care. That's your problem. Fang Yuan coldly replied the last sentence. Chapter 1624. Shang Clan. 3008 parts jade, I want it within 3 days. Fang Yuan's tone was firm. Shang Clan's side was in a difficult position. 8 parts jade is a rank 8 immortal material. Transactions in jewel yellow skies are usually within 100 taels. It is truly difficult for my clan to take out so much at once. I believe in your clan's strength. Shang Clan, who doesn't know that you are the #1 force in southern border? Fang Yuan sneered. No matter how Shang Clan negotiated, their conditions did not change. Ba Clan. Where is my 7 treasures water? Fang Yuan urged. Ba Clan quickly replied, the 7 treasures water has been prepared, we can hand over the goods at the same time. Ah. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, very good. To express my sincerity, I will hand over a batch of goods first. What is this? The Ba Clan Gu Immortal was shocked and furious. Can't you tell? This is the arm of your clan's Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan spoke slowly. Fang Yuan. What is the meaning of this? You want to exchange for your clan's Gu Immortal with just some 7 treasures water? Isn't this too easy? Or do you think I am stupid? If you don't satisfy me, I will just kill him. Oh, of course, I will use a letter Gu to record the process of killing him and hang it in jewel yellow skies. Or maybe I can sell this person to Wu Clan? Hee hee ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed cruelly. The Ba Clan Gu Immortal almost crushed his teeth. After a long while, the Ba Clan Gu Immortal squeezed out a sentence. Fang Yuan, let's talk this out. It is easy for me to talk this out. First, send over the 7 treasures water and show your Ba Clan's sincerity. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, your clan wants to overthrow Wu Clan and become the #1 force in southern border. How can you be so petty? Wu Clan is willing to pay any price for an external supreme elder. Your Ba Clan's Gu Immortal is your blood relative, can you just watch him die? What is your clan's first supreme elder thinking? Are you really that cold and heartless? Fang Yuan's words were sharp. The Ba Clan Gu Immortals on the other side had pale expressions. They were furious and helpless. Luo family, Ho family, Chai family. These were the targets of Fang Yuan's second wave of extortion. As for the Tai clan and the Wu clan, they did not make a move. Fang Yuan made all sorts of requests to these families. Naturally, he encountered resistance in the process. However, Fang Yuan had hostages in his hands, and his location was extremely secretive. It was impossible to find him, so he firmly held the upper hand. The southern border righteous faction had no choice but to pinch their noses and satisfy Fang Yuan's requests one by one. Among them, the Xia family's sincerity was the greatest. The 10 portions of Maelstrom of Dawn were the first to be delivered to Fang Yuan. Even though Xia clan's Gu Immortals shouted about how difficult it was to gather these dawn light spiral vortexes, Fang Yuan knew that these super forces had deep foundations. Satisfying his extortion request was not beyond their capabilities, it was just a little difficult. Maelstrom of Dawn Light, 8 parts jade, 7 treasures water. Some of these immortal materials were rank 8, some were rank 7, but there were many of them. They were all delivered to Fang Yuan one after another. Soon, Fang Yuan had more than half of the immortal materials he needed to construct the Year Essence Pool. This efficiency was shockingly high. If Fang Yuan were to supervise and collect them alone, he would need to spend at least 10 years, and this was under a situation where his luck was good. Fang Yuan had deep foundations, but in terms of immortal materials, he could not compare to these super forces that had thousands or even tens of thousands of years of history. Of course, the immortal materials that Fang Yuan requested were not just the materials needed to construct the Year Essence Pool. There were also many immortal materials that were prepared for him to refine immortal Gu. At this moment, the Time Path clone arrived outside the immortal formation again. This is the last time of plundering. After this, these southern border Gu Immortals will not have any immortal Gu on them. Southern Border's righteous path had a total of 13 super clans. They were Wu clan, Ba clan, Shang clan, Tai clan, Ho clan, Luo clan, Chao clan, Chai clan, Xia clan, Yi clan, Qi clan, Yang clan, and Yao clan. Fang Yuan could fight rank 8. Chasing after Fang Yuan was something that every clan could benefit from. Thus, every clan sent a Gu Immortal expert with at least rank 7 cultivation level. Their battle strength was the trump card of each clan. Even the Xia clan's first supreme elder, Xia Cha, personally took action to lead the heroes and unify the leadership to prevent internal friction. Such Gu Immortal experts each had at least 2 or 3 immortal Gu, some had 4 or 5 immortal Gu like Xia Cha. On average, each of them had 3 immortal Gu. Before Fang Yuan finished plundering, these immortal Gu, together with his previous accumulation, had already surpassed 100. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Seeing the southern border Gu Immortal Jianghu being dragged out of the dream realm by the pure dream reality seeker physique body, Fang Yuan immediately used his signature method. A rank 7 immortal Gu was taken out. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. It was Soul Search Immortal Gu. This Soul Search Immortal Gu was rank 7, it was suitable for Fang Yuan to plunder their souls. But this Gu is just icing on the cake. Although I do not have Soul Search Immortal Gu, I can use other Soul Path Immortal Gu to form the Immortal Killer Move Soul Search. It is just that it is more convenient with this immortal Gu. I might as well change this soul search immortal goo to absorb soul immortal goo. Shadow Sect once had absorb soul immortal goo. If Fang Yuan had it now, it would be much easier to take these southern border goo immortal souls into his body. With his current methods he would need to go through a lot of trouble. Jianghu had a total of 3 soul path immortal goo, but the next 2 did not have absorb soul immortal goo. The last person was Wu Clan's Lu Hao. This person has a method to counter my fixed immortal travel. I want to take a good look. Fang Yuan activated his killer move again and again. After a while, he finally took out an immortal goo. Fang Yuan was stunned. This immortal goo actually self-destructed once it left the immortal aperture. What is this situation? Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with a cold light. He continued to steal, but he could only steal the remains of goo worms. Be it immortal goo or mortal goo, they all self-destructed along with the first immortal goo. Fang Yuan carefully examined these goo worm remains and soon found out that this was a special refinement path method. As long as these goo worms left the immortal aperture, they would all self-destruct. There is actually such a method? This refinement path method is extraordinary. It is definitely on the same level as Long-Hair Ancestor. It seems that this goo immortal was not simply recruited by Wu Clan. He is likely to be someone from the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan immediately deduced the truth. In the history of goo immortals, there were 3 refinement path great experts. They were all supreme grandmasters. Other than Long-Hair Ancestor from the medieval antiquity era, there was also old eccentric Tian Nan from the remote antiquity era, and old immortal Kong Ju from the olden antiquity era. These 2 were pure humans. Most of their true inheritances were collected by the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan had once disguised as Wu Yihai and infiltrated Wu Clan. He knew about Wu Clan's information clearly. Wu Clan did not have such a refinement path method. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly grim. This method was out of his expectations. Fang Yuan was caught off guard and suffered a loss. At the same time he realized, I had planned to use Year's Flow execution formation to lure out the arrangements of the Celestial Court in the River of Time and expose them to me. To think that the Celestial Court infiltrated Southern Borders Group to hunt me down. So close, with Fairy Myrtle's methods, this person is definitely not the only one. She definitely has other arrangements. Thankfully, I retreated in time and did not get entangled with Lu Weiyin. Wu Clan is the #1 righteous path force in Southern Border. How could they be so easily infiltrated by the Celestial Court? This matter is not so simple. It is likely that Wu Yong brought in the strength of the Celestial Court to deal with me. He is indeed a formidable person. He is not afraid of this matter being exposed and violating the taboo of Southern Borders Goo immortal world. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's thoughts changed as he looked at the remains of the immortal goo in his hands again. Goo as before. He muttered softly. Goo as before was an idea he had once had. It was an idea derived from man as before and landscape as before. When goo worms were injured or destroyed, using goo as before could restore them to their previous state. But this idea seemed good, but the more one looked into it, the more unrealistic it became. Mortal goo were Tao marks, immortal goo were fragments of the great Tao. To restore them, goo as before's power and rank had to far surpass the target. Just this point meant that goo as before was not as practical as man as before and landscape as before. Not to mention the difficulty in manipulating it. But now, Fang Yuan seemed to be able to see a trace of goo as before's embryonic form on these goo worm remains. These goo worms are clearly of space path, but refinement path Tao marks can be attached to them. After activating it, I can destroy them. Refinement path was good at refining goo, but conversely, it was also good at destroying goo worms. Maybe to me, these goo worm remains are more valuable than the immortal goo. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. In the ambush earlier, Lu Hao had used fixed space immortal goo to deal with Fang Yuan, preventing him from activating fixed immortal travel. The Celestial Court's design was to prevent fixed space goo from falling into Fang Yuan's hands. But in fact, there were many ways to counter fixed immortal travel. Fixed space goo was not the only one. On the contrary, I might be able to find clues from these goo worm remains and create goo as before immortal goo. Fang Yuan carefully stored these goo worm remains. To him there was a lot of reference value. Of course, it would be better to directly look at the methods and inheritances of the Celestial Court. But this possibility was too remote for Fang Yuan. I have absorbed long hair true meaning and my refinement path attainment has reached quasi-supreme grandmaster. But in the history of refinement path, there are still 2 great monuments, old eccentric Tian Nan and old immortal Kong Ju, who were equally famous as long-hair ancestor. Most of the inheritances of these two must have been collected by the celestial court. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Although he could clearly see the opportunity to create Gu as before, the celestial court was like an insurmountable wall, blocking Fang Yuan's path. Chapter 1625. Celestial Court. Yuhao Qianzhong was still as bright and dignified as ever. In the hall, Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes, purple light flashed past her beautiful eyes. Next she frowned slightly, muttering in an ethereal tone, "Fixed space immortal Gu has self-destructed." After Fairy Myrtle obtained Star Constellation Chessboard, she was one of the top 3 Wisdom Path grade experts in the current Gu immortal world. This time she sent Lu Hao and Jun Xinguang to deal with Fang Yuan. How could she not be on guard against Fang Yuan's great thief Ghost Hand? A lesson learned: fixed immortal travel immortal Gu was stolen by Fang Yuan from Feng Jioge right under Fairy Myrtle's nose. Fairy Myrtle would not make such a mistake a second time. Yuan Qiongdu. Shortly after, Fairy Myrtle contacted this newly promoted rank 8 Gu immortal of Celestial Court. "Lady Ziwei." Yuan Qiongdu immediately replied. "Go refine fixed space Gu." Fairy Myrtle instructed plainly. Yuan Qiongdu's expression changed. He was the one who arranged the refinement path Dao marks on fixed space Gu and the others, so he had a rough idea. Fairy Myrtle's words were meaningless. Lu Hao was most likely dead. Lu Hao and Yuan Qiongdu came from the same ancient sect. Yuan Qiongdu hesitated for a moment before asking, "Lady Ziwei, Lu Hao? He is likely captured by Fang Yuan, but I would rather he be killed by Fang Yuan." Fairy Myrtle's tone was indifferent. It was shockingly similar to how Fang Yuan extorted Southern Border's righteous path. Yuan Qiongdu was stunned for a moment before reacting. Fairy Myrtle's words were not because she had a personal grudge with Lu Hao and wanted him to die, but because if Lu Hao was captured, it meant that the other Southern Border immortals were also captured by Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan killed Lu Hao, the other Southern Border immortals would be no exception. In this way, there would be a blood feud between Fang Yuan and the Southern Border righteous faction. There would never be any possibility of compromise or cooperation. Southern Border had previously experienced the Battle of Yitian Mountain and the Battle of Dream Realm and suffered heavy losses. This time, if the Southern Border immortals were killed by Fang Yuan, it would truly be a blow to their vitality. The entire Gu immortal world's strength and foundation would fall to the bottom of the 5 regions. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, the border wall would disappear, and Central Continent would be the first to attack Southern Border. Once the Southern Border was annexed by the Central Continent, the Central Continent had 2 regions and was already the strongest. It immediately surpassed the remaining 3 regions and had a great advantage. The situation had also changed, and they were no longer in the predicament of being trapped in the 4 battlefields. Compared to the big picture, what was sacrificing a mere rank 7 Gu immortal Lu Hao? After understanding this, the shock on Yuan Qiongdu's face disappeared as he said, "I will go and refine fixed space Gu now." Yuan Qiongdu had already made ample preparations. He was a rank 8 and had the help of the Celestial Court's refinement path formation. Refining fixed space immortal Gu and other things should be a sure thing. However, Fairy Myrtle's heart was filled with uneasiness. This uneasiness was an omen for Wisdom Path Gu immortals. The 3 elements of Wisdom Path were thoughts, wills and emotions. The rise, change and destruction of emotions, to Gu immortals of other paths, might only be their own emotions. But to Wisdom Path Gu immortals, it had a different meaning. Could it be that I missed something? What is it that is making me so uneasy? Fairy Myrtle calmed her mind and held Star Constellation Chessboard as she made deep deductions. After a long while, she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a trace of doubt. The result of the deduction was the same as before. Fang Yuan was able to set up this ambush successfully because of the first step. He successfully lured the Southern Border immortals into the time path formation. This is not his contribution. Shadow Sect set up a time path formation near the tributary of the River of Time long ago by combining natural Dao marks. Fang Yuan had formation path Grandmaster attainment. He could at most set up an immortal formation based on immortal materials. Only after reaching formation path Great Grandmaster level could one set up an immortal formation based on the natural Dao marks of the outside world. Shadow Sect naturally did not lack such people. Thus, they had already set up a time path formation near the tributary of the River of Time, completely concealing this tributary of the River of Time. This immortal formation that was set up based on natural Dao marks might save immortal Gu, but it had its drawbacks. The main drawback was that according to the distribution and arrangement of the natural Dao marks, the time path formation that was set up would be different. When Gu immortals set up this immortal formation, not only did they need to have their own ideas, they also had to adapt to the situation. If the time path Dao marks of another location were used, they would not be able to set up such a powerful concealment time path formation. Thus, the terrifying battle result of Fang Yuan successfully ambushing and capturing the southern border immortals could not be replicated a second time. Fairy Ziwei had paid a huge price for this. She had used the crucial clues brought back by Jun Xinguang to deduce this after much difficulty. Without the restriction of the immortal formation, even if Fang Yuan uses the pure dream reality seeker physique body to self-detonate, the dream realm will not expand quickly. Gu immortals can escape easily. If he uses an immortal battlefield, unless it is a dream path battlefield, the battlefield of other paths will be corroded by the dream realm and destroyed. Thus, Fang Yuan's battle tactic using the dream realm does not pose much of a threat. Then why am I feeling uneasy? Is it because of Spectral Soul? Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle left the hall and went to a certain place in Celestial Court. Spectral Soul was here. After Dang Hun Mountain self-detonated, he used this chance to use the Soul Path Dao marks to protect himself and put up a desperate resistance. But Celestial Court did not lack methods. Now that Fairy Myrtle arrived, a grand immortal formation had already been set up. It was buzzing as it activated. This gigantic immortal formation was like a gigantic grindstone, constantly grinding away the Soul Path Dao marks inside. Spectral Soul, you still want to put up a desperate resistance? It is a pity, in 3 days the Soul Path Dao marks around you will be completely ground away by the formation. Your actions earlier are just a show of struggling at death's door. Fairy Myrtle entered the formation and smiled coldly at Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was silent as a rock. He did not reply. Purple light burst out in Fairy Myrtle's eyes. At the same time, Star Constellation chessboard let out dense blue light. She scanned the entire immortal formation and Spectral Soul's body. After a few times, she was sure that there was nothing wrong with Spectral Soul's body. He did not have any hidden methods to resist. There is no problem with Spectral Soul. It seems that my uneasiness is not here. Where is it then? Wait, don't tell me. Fairy Myrtle came out of the immortal formation. Her expression changed as she thought of a person. Thus, she immediately moved without hesitation. She left Celestial Court personally, arriving at a nameless valley in Central Continent. The valley was lush and green. There was a waterfall inside. Duke Long was living under the waterfall, wholeheartedly teaching and protecting Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong. If there was anything that could make Fairy Myrtle feel uneasy, it would be this great dream seed. The waterfall rumbled. It fell down like a waterfall. Water vapor was thick. In a dream realm, the young girl Feng Kim Hong had snow-white skin. She was elegant and beautiful. She sat quietly on a snow-white rock with her eyes closed. A Gu immortal with an extremely concealed aura. He had a pair of coral-like dragon horns on his forehead. He had a strong body. He stood quietly at the side. He was like a giant pillar that supported the sky, looking at Feng Kim Hong. Senior Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle quietly went forward, greeting in a low voice. Duke Long nodded. He raised his hand and gestured for Fairy Myrtle to keep quiet. At the next moment, Feng Kim Hong opened her eyes. She let out a soft cry like a young phoenix. Next, she activated her killer move, pointing at the dream realm in front of her with her index finger. Whoosh! With a soft sound, white light shot out, entering the dream realm. The dreamland suddenly froze. Then, with a crash, it shattered like a mirror, scattering in all directions. I succeeded in learning Shatter Dream. Feng Kim Hong raised her arms, cheering. Duke Long nodded. He had a gratified expression on his face. Fairy Myrtle had a look of shock in her eyes. Feng Kim Hong's progress in Dream Path was beyond her expectations. Any killer move of the old paths, even if it was rank 9, even if it was a rank 9 immortal Gu house, could not do anything to Dream Realms. To think that Feng Kim Hong's mortal killer move, Shatter Dream, was actually effective against Dream Realms. Huang Er, you have cultivated for a long time, go and rest. Duke Long sent Feng Kim Hong away. He had an amiable expression. There was no trace of the terrifying divine might that he had when he rampaged through the battlefield and captured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable alive. Yes, master. Feng Kim Hong knew that Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long had important matters to discuss. He left obediently. After Feng Kim Hong left, only Duke Long and Zishan Makoto were left. Duke Long asked, "Why did you come here?" Nothing much, I just felt uneasy but I could not find the reason. Fairy Myrtle spoke the truth. Duke Long frowned. With your wisdom path attainment, uneasiness is a huge matter, but you could not find the reason. Fairy Myrtle nodded. I deduced Fang Yuan and checked Spectral Soul's location. I still felt uneasy, so I came here to take a look. Duke Long smiled. Then you saw it, what do you think of this place? Fairy Myrtle also smiled. I was overthinking. With Senior Duke Long's guidance, Feng Kim Huang's progress is far beyond expectations. Duke Long shook his head. I have no attainment in Dream Path. Huang Er was able to achieve this because of her innate talent and independent cultivation. I am only watching over her to prevent any accidents from happening to her. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. She praised sincerely. This child is the hope of our celestial court's resurgence and unify the 5 regions. Duke Long nodded, his gaze flickered. I know where your uneasiness is coming from. Lord Duke Long, please enlighten me. My wisdom path attainment is not even 1/10,000th of yours, but I can only control those people. Since it is not Fang Yuan, Spectral Soul or Feng Kim Hong, then it can only be Red Lotus. Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. Lord Duke Long, are you talking about Red Lotus True Inheritance? 3 Demon Venerables attacked Celestial Court, but only Red Lotus Demon Venerable almost destroyed Fate Immortal Gu. Normal people could guess that Red Lotus Demon Venerable left behind his true inheritance because he was unwilling to give up. He wanted his descendants to continue to destroy Fate Immortal Gu. How is the progress in finding Red Lotus True Inheritance? Duke Long asked. Chapter 1626. A trace of dawn light, bright and fresh, continuously rotating like a dream, hovered at the center of Fang Yuan's time path clone's palm. Around Fang Yuan, Wuxia and the rest were already prepared. Let's begin. Fang Yuan called out. The aura of goo worms on his body surged, his immortal essence was expended intensely, the rank 8 immortal material whirlpool dawn light in his hand exploded, covering the surrounding 100 li. Almost at the same time, Wuxia and the rest stopped this whirlpool dawn light, not allowing it to spread further. Whirlpool dawn light's extensibility was extremely good, it expanded to 100 li, even though it no longer had its luster and was like a transparent water wave. Fang Yuan's time path clone could still feel the whirlpool's wind at the center. Fang Yuan inspected and saw that the Shadow Sect Immortals had already stabilized the situation. He took out the second whirlpool dawn light and did the same thing. Numerous vortexes exploded in the light of dawn, dyeing the surrounding area of 100 miles into a dreamy light, flickering and flickering. At this time, Fang Yuan took out the 7 treasures water. This water was grayish-white in color, it was not eye-catching. There were all kinds of lumps in the water, they were like gold, silver, jewelry, jade and agate. But if these lumps were fished out, once they left the surface of the 7 treasures water, they would turn into 7 treasures water and sprinkle down. The time path clone raised his hands, raising a lump of 7 treasures water above his head. For the next step, the clone could only assist. Fang Yuan's main body had to take action. Because Fang Yuan's time path clone's cultivation was only rank 6, it was not enough to take on this responsibility. Fang Yuan's main body's divine sense had already enveloped this place. Any trace of abnormality could be seen by him instantly. At this moment, Fang Yuan activated his method, his immortal essence was rapidly expended. A white light landed on the 7 treasures water, gurgling, the 7 treasures water started to boil, countless bubbles appeared on the surface. The lumps in the 7 treasures water were like snow encountering the sun, they dissolved at a visible speed. The 7 treasures water's volume continued to expand, soon, all the lumps in the water were eliminated. After it purified the 7 treasures water, another strange light shot out like lightning, instantly hitting the 7 treasures water. The 7 treasures water immediately turned into a lump of ice, emitting cold air that spread out and engulfed Fang Yuan's time path clone. Then it spread out in all directions, accurately covering the surrounding 50 li. When Wuxia and the others saw this, they hurriedly threw the 8 division jade in their hands into the dense cold mist. Everything went on smoothly, inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Several days later, with a loud rumble, a huge pool of 100 li was formed. This is rank 8 year essence pool. Because of the ample preparation and luck, Fang Yuan's first attempt at setting up the year essence pool was a success. Fang Yuan inspected it 3 times, after making sure there were no mistakes, he started to use time path methods to draw in the tributary of the river of time. In every immortal aperture world, as long as time was still flowing, there would be a tributary of the river of time. The tributary of the river of time was usually hidden, only special time path methods could be used to target and guide it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The tributary of the river of time in the sovereign immortal aperture was much wider and faster than ordinary immortal apertures. The tributary of the river of time smoothly poured into the year essence pool, and flowed out from the other end of the pool. However, the tributary of the river of time that flowed out was weak like a stream, it flowed slowly, no longer surging like before. In the year essence pool, the water level was rising slowly. In the following period of time, the entire sovereign immortal aperture's time flow would slow down. When the year essence pool was full, the tributary of the river of time that flowed out would return to its original state, and the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow would also return to normal. The year essence pool's construction was successful. Fang Yuan's time path clone and the shadow sect immortals were extremely tired. They did not sleep or rest for several days, they had to concentrate and expend a lot of immortal essence. Fang Yuan's main body's divine sense was still paying attention, the others left to rest. Fang Yuan's time path methods gradually lost effectiveness. The year essence pool and the tributary of the river of time became fainter. After a while, they completely disappeared, hidden deep inside the sovereign immortal aperture. The year essence pool was rather special. It was connected to the tributary of the river of time, it did not show itself. Its effect was not just a resource point, it also had the effect of a dam. For example, if the year essence pool leaked or accumulated water, it could cause the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow to change. Even though Fang Yuan had immortal killer moves like days pass like years, these moves expended immortal essence, and after each use, there would be a time interval, it could not affect the tributary of the river of time a second time. But with the year essence pool this was much easier. Thus, many Gu immortals, even if they did not cultivate time path, would construct such a pool in their immortal aperture to change their immortal aperture's time. Of course, most of them constructed rank 6 or 7 year essence pools, they were not like Fang Yuan who constructed a rank 8 year essence pool. A rank 8 year essence pool was too expensive to construct, the investment was too huge and formation path methods were needed. In essence, it was an immortal Gu formation. Thankfully, Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level had reached Grandmaster. He could use the Dao marks in the immortal materials to set up a Gu immortal formation. The year beasts started to cheer. The water level of the year essence pool was still very low, but a small number of desolate level year beasts sensed it and went in. They were born in the river of time, grew up in the river and died in the river. The environment they were most suited to was the river of time. And the year essence pool simulated the environment of the river of time. It was no wonder these year beasts welcomed it so warmly. As the tributary of the river of time continued to pour in, the year essence pool continued to expand. Be it the whirlpool dawn light, 7 treasures water, or 8 parts jade, they all had good ductility, they were condensed into one and did not have the characteristic of collapsing on their own. When the year essence pool was filled with water, this rank 8 year essence pool would reach a terrifying size of 10,000 li. Even more amazing was that it was hidden deep inside like an illusion, it did not occupy any space in the sovereign immortal aperture. The year essence pool was like an independent small world, Fang Yuan could set up his own food chain, it had nothing to do with the sovereign immortal aperture. What made Fang Yuan most satisfied was that the year essence pool itself could restrain year beasts, they could only move around in the pool and could not run outside. With this, Fang Yuan could take in even more year beasts, and these year beasts could be completely wild. For example, wild immemorial year beasts. Fang Yuan could only control 7 immemorial year beasts now. If these immemorial year beasts died in battle, Fang Yuan would not have any reinforcements. But if there were other wild immemorial year beasts in the year essence pool, Fang Yuan could sacrifice 1 or 2 immemorial year monkeys to temporarily enslave them and replenish his forces in time. This was extremely beneficial to his plan to go to the river of time. After this period of recuperation, Fang Yuan's main body's injuries had already healed. Next, I need to separate these Gu immortals' bodies and souls, then extract their souls and soul search them one by one. At the same time, Fang Yuan's extortion of Southern Border's righteous path did not stop. But this time there was a strong resistance. Southern Border's righteous path forces started to unite to resist Fang Yuan. The year essence pool was expensive, Fang Yuan's extortion had already made all the forces feel pain. Fang Yuan kept asking Southern Border's righteous path to show their sincerity, but he himself did not show any sincerity. This made Southern Border's Righteous Path secretly think about it and decided to unite to pressure Fang Yuan, to force him to submit. Several days later. Fang Yuan, if you do not show your sincerity, our Southern Border Righteous Path will not let you get any more resources. Shang Clan's Gu Immortal was chosen to represent the whole of Southern Border's Righteous Path. He negotiated with Fang Yuan with a firm tone. But he quickly changed the topic. Earlier, our Southern Border's tribes have already shown our sincerity. Now, Fang Yuan, only if you show your sincerity can we continue to negotiate. Otherwise, even if you kill these Gu Immortals, we will not compromise. Fang Yuan sneered, what kind of sincerity do you want from me? Do you want me to release a portion of the captives first? Shang Clan's Gu Immortal quickly replied, we are not asking for you to release the hostages, we can do it step by step. For example, Immortal Gu. You do not need many Immortal Gu, you can return them to us first, and as the price, we will give you the cultivation resources you need. Southern Border's Righteous Path was not stupid. If they let Fang Yuan release a portion of the hostages first, then the Righteous Path clans that obtained benefits might not put in any effort in the following negotiations. Thus, they would rather Fang Yuan release the Immortal Gu Immortal Aperture resources, Gu Immortal Bodies and Gu Immortal Souls in batches first. Chapter 1627. Redeem Immortal Gu? How can that be? Fang Yuan snickered coldly. Immortal Gu were unique. This kind of thing was unique in the world. If Fang Yuan had it, it meant others did not, thus its value was hard to estimate. Even though Fang Yuan had once sold Immortal Gu and purchased a large number of eagles. But back then his life was in danger, he had no choice. Fang Yuan had countless killer moves and Immortal Gu recipes, he could use most of them. The only problem was the burden of feeding them. But before that, Fang Yuan had already solved it. Even though he had obtained a large number of Immortal Gu now, the feeding resources for these Immortal Gu were almost all on the Southern Border Gu Immortals. These Gu Immortal experts were the trump cards of their clans, they had deep foundations, how could they not be able to raise their own Gu worms? Because they could feed Immortal Gu independently, their battle strength was stable, allowing Gu Immortals to be unparalleled and defend their own territories. Currently, Fang Yuan could not use many Immortal Gu, but if he could not use them now, what about in the future? The future was not certain. In the Battle of Etian Mountain, Fang Yuan was able to turn the situation around. Other than the guidance of the will of the stars, the most important reason was that Fang Yuan had changed Soul Immortal Gu. One could say without this tiny rank 7 Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan would have died long ago, and Shadow Sect would still be able to succeed in defying heaven. The difference between before and after was like heaven and earth, like clouds and mud. No one could say for sure, in the future one of these Immortal Gu might be similar to change Soul Immortal Gu and allow Fang Yuan to turn the situation around. Not to mention, if Fang Yuan sold some of them and someone obtained them, they would be like Fang Yuan in the Battle of Etian Mountain, turning the situation around unimaginably. Fang Yuan did not hesitate to reject the proposal of trading Immortal Gu. Shang Clan's Gu Immortal was not angry, then we can exchange Gu. This new proposal made Fang Yuan's heart move. For Southern Border's Righteous Path, they definitely wanted to recover their losses. Everyone knew that Fang Yuan was extremely vicious, he was likely to kill the hostages and kill the captives, so they were prepared for the worst. These Immortal Gu of the Southern Border captives were of great value to the various clans. Because they knew how to use them, many Immortal Gu were taken from the clan's treasury by the Gu Immortals. The clan also had killer moves for them. In fact, many killer moves were signature methods, but without the corresponding Immortal Gu they could not be used. Thus, to Southern Border's Righteous Path, they would rather give up some of the Immortal Gu in their treasury, because these Immortal Gu were not very valuable to them. Next, they would use these Immortal Gu to exchange for Fang Yuan's Immortal Gu. This was a very profitable transaction. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment. This deal was essentially a win-win situation. It was also quite beneficial to him. Many Immortal Gu were not useful to Southern Border's clans, their value was not high, but to Fang Yuan they were crucial. I'm interested in this proposal. But what kind of Gu worms can your families take out? Fang Yuan asked. Shang Clan's Gu Immortals were prepared, they immediately sent a list to Fang Yuan through Jewel Yellow Skies. Who knew that after Fang Yuan received the list he said, let me think about this list first. Next, I also have a list for your clans. Fang Yuan, I have already said, unless you show your sincerity, our Southern Border Righteous Path will not accept your extortion. The Shang Clan Gu Immortals' tone immediately changed. Fang Yuan laughed. Your southern border righteous path wants to trade immortal goo, sure. But my condition is that you give me all the immortal materials on this list. Only then will you have the qualifications to trade. Fang Yuan, don't go too far. We cannot continue the discussion if you continue like this. Fang Yuan laughed. The goo immortal that fell into my hands this time is Jianghu Zhang, right? What do you think will happen if I sell this person to Floating Life Immortal? The Shang Clan goo immortal was stunned. Floating Life Immortal was a southern border demonic path rank 7 goo immortal. He had deep hatred with Jianghu Zhang. He had declared more than once that if Jianghu Zhang fell into his hands, he would pull out his tendons, skin him alive and grind his bones to ashes. I believe that if I sell Jianghu Zhang to Floating Life Immortal, he will definitely be interested. Fang Yuan said slowly. Fang Yuan, you dare. The Shang Clan goo immortal was furious. Why wouldn't I dare? Fang Yuan retorted. I even dare to offend the Celestial Court. Why would I be afraid of you, a mere Shang Clan? You. The Shang Clan goo immortal could not restrain his anger at a bandit like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan continued, don't overestimate yourself, you are only the person chosen to negotiate with me. Do you really think you can represent the whole of Southern Border's righteous path? Let me give you another example. Luo Clan's Luo Fei is also in my hands. Tell me, if I strip her clothes and throw her into a cesspool, what will happen? Or, if I throw her into a group of giant monkeys in heat, then use an information path mortal goo to record everything that happens, and sell it in jewel yellow skies, what will happen? The Shang Clan goo immortal gritted his teeth, deep disgust flashing in his eyes. Fang Yuan, you are a demon, the reverse flow river lord, you have inherited Red Lotus, Spectral Soul and other true inheritances, your name is known throughout the world, how can you be so shameless and despicable? No, you are wrong. Fang Yuan shook his head. It is not that I am so despicable, it is your attitude that is wrong. You want to anger me and even sow discord, saying many bad things about the other clans. For example, how Luo Clan cursed me and wanted to target me and harm me. I believed your words, that is why I took revenge on Luo Clan. This time, the Shang Clan goo immortal could not speak, he could only tremble with a pale expression, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Now, do you still think you can represent the whole of Southern Border's righteous path? After a long while, the Shang Clan goo immortal looked like a deflated balloon. Alright, you win, Fang Yuan. I'll take this list back, but I can't guarantee how they'll react. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. I don't need you to guarantee anything, you have no qualifications to do so. Even if you do, I won't believe you. Go ahead, you can tell them what I said just now with a lot of embellishment. Oh yes, I must receive a satisfactory answer within 3 days. If not, I will sell Jianghu Zhang to Floating Life Immortal first. The Shang Clan goo immortal panicked. Fang Yuan, you cannot do this. I can represent Shang Clan to talk to you in private? I won't talk. Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan. Damn it. The Shang Clan goo immortal could not contact Fang Yuan anymore, veins popped on his forehead as he flew into a rage. In less than 3 days, Southern Border's righteous path handed over all the resources on Fang Yuan's list. With the hostages in hand, Fang Yuan had too much initiative. He did not need to use other methods. Just some despicable tricks could destroy the reputation and prestige that Southern Border's righteous path had accumulated for thousands of years, turning Southern Border's righteous path into the biggest laughingstock in the eyes of the 5 regions goo immortals. Of course, in the past countless years, there had been cases of righteous path goo immortals falling into the hands of the demonic path. But these demonic path goo immortals were not as deranged as Fang Yuan. Most of them did not have wisdom path methods like Fang Yuan. Wisdom path goo immortals were very rare. Even if Southern Border's righteous path forces did not have wisdom path goo immortals, they could rely on their connections to find a wisdom path great expert to help them. But when it came to Fang Yuan cultivated wisdom path to begin with. His killer move Yama Emperor could defend against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. If he really hid, Southern Border's righteous path would not be able to find his exact location. Most importantly, Fang Yuan could fight rank 8s, he had outstanding battle strength, he had a ruthless nature and was also cunning and vicious. Southern Border's righteous path had no choice but to accept Fang Yuan's conditions. Of course, this was all because Fang Yuan's extortion had not reached the bottom line of Southern Border's righteous path. If it really reached the bottom line, these Southern Border righteous path forces would not be so easy to deal with. Fang Yuan, we can have a good talk now, right? The Shang clan Gu immortal from last time found Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. You are really unwelcome, you can't even avoid such a troublesome task? The Shang clan Gu immortal's expression was dark, just like what Fang Yuan said, this task would damage his reputation, but so what? He had no choice but to show up this time. Shang clan's first supreme elder had personally mentioned his name. Let's not talk about idle talk. We have already satisfied your conditions now. Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan snatched it. Fang Yuan said, now it is time for me to show my sincerity. Here. What is this? Fang Yuan smiled. This is an information path mortal Gu, specially for E-clan's use. I use some blood path methods to refine it, so only E-clan's Gu immortals can refine it. Even if others refine it, they will fail. Even if they use methods to refine it, they will not receive any accurate information from me. This, no need to ask, take it back and you will know. Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan. Damn it, he left again. The Shang clan Gu immortal was vexed. As long as he handed this Gu worm back according to Fang Yuan's instructions. E-clan's Gu immortals refined it and quickly obtained an address. They were worried this was Fang Yuan's scheme, so they gathered the other clans and went together. Finally they found Gu immortal Yi Yang. Yang. This is our clan's Gu immortal Yi Yang. Oh heavens, this Fang Yuan actually released a captive. At once, the southern border immortals were surprised and joyful, but even more incredulous. Wait, don't be happy too early. There might be a problem with this Yi Yang. Even without the reminder of the other clans, E-clan had already started a comprehensive inspection. The final result was that this was indeed Yi Yang and not Fang Yuan's disguise. It was just that this was not the complete Yi Yang, it was only his body. Yi Yang's soul was still in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan's sincerity made the southern border Gu immortals see hope in saving the captives. In the following conversation, Fang Yuan said frankly, the reason why I released Yi Yang's body is naturally to gain more benefits. I might even capture you in the future, so I won't ruin my reputation in this aspect. You can rest assured, as long as you can pay the price, I will return all the captives to you. Fang Yuan, this scoundrel. At once, Southern Border's righteous path did not know how to respond. The immortals had mixed feelings. There was joy from seeing the hope of saving the hostages, but also disgust, anger, hatred, helplessness towards Fang Yuan, as well as a trace of uneasiness and fear. Fang Yuan appeared and disappeared mysteriously. With his strength, he had the ability to capture lone righteous path Gu immortals. As long as he succeeded and escaped far away, Southern Border's righteous path would not be able to find his location. The whole of Southern Border's righteous path was threatened by Fang Yuan. Even rank 8 Gu immortals became vigilant. Facing the demon Fang Yuan, they were not safe after all. Xiacha was the best example. Chapter 1628. Although Fang Yuan's words made Southern Border's righteous path furious and fearful, Fang Yuan's goal was achieved. He had successfully convinced Southern Border's righteous path. Although this sincerity made Southern Border's righteous path hate Fang Yuan even more, they chose to believe in Fang Yuan's sincerity in this aspect. In fact, they were willing to believe in this sincerity, because to them losing a Gu immortal was a greater loss. If it was a rank 6 Gu immortal, then so be it. Most importantly, these Gu immortals who were captured were all rank 7 experts. They were their trump cards. Xia clan's Xia Cha was even their first supreme elder. Such a person, if they lost her, it would have a huge impact on the entire clan. Spirit Affinity House had once lost Feng Jioge. Their resource points were immediately coveted by the surrounding 10 great ancient sects. They were under great pressure. The 10 great ancient sects had the same source, Celestial Court. Their relationship was much closer than Southern Border's righteous path. But even so, if Southern Border's righteous path fell into such a situation, their situation would no doubt become even more disadvantageous. If all the Southern Border righteous path clans lost these Gu immortals, it would be fine. But what they were worried about was, what if Fang Yuan killed one group and released another? Earth veins were moving at this time. All kinds of immortal materials and wild immortal Gu had appeared in this period of time. Southern Border's forces were already fighting fiercely with each other. Southern Border's righteous path already had many factions and conflicts. The earth veins moving even more intensified these internal conflicts. If Fang Yuan killed one group and released another, the balance between the righteous path forces would be broken. the whole of southern border would be in turmoil again. Southern border's righteous path accepted Fang Yuan's extortion because they were afraid of Fang Yuan, or worried about the captured people. It was not purely like that. They were still worried about themselves. Whoever Fang Yuan released and killed could already change the whole situation of southern border. They were indeed afraid of Fang Yuan, even if they did not admit it. But they were even more afraid of each other. Precisely because of this situation, Fang Yuan extorted southern border's righteous path without any restraints. The righteous path may sound dignified, but when it comes to fighting they will not be careless. Northern Plains He tribe is the best example. He tribe is weak, but with the excuse of being the culprit of 88-point Jinyang Tower, all the Huangjin tribes immediately attacked them. Compared to a lone wolf like me, no matter how much extortion you extort, you won't be able to snatch away my territory. It's also impossible for me to establish a super faction and occupy these territories in a hurry. On the other hand, the other righteous sects have many people and have the instinct to expand, so the threat is greater. Speaking of which, this is still because the southern territories' powers are numerous and lack a strong leader. If I did this in Zhongzhou state, the 10 ancient sects wouldn't even give a damn about me. The southern border, the western desert, and the eastern sea are all filled with mountains and forests. However, the southern border's internal conflicts are the most intense because of the earth veins moving. As for northern plains, thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Compared to his previous life, Northern Plains Longevity Heaven had already appeared in the world earlier, and was currently actively unifying the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Previously, this plan was secretly obstructed by the Celestial Court. It was unknown which Celestial Court spy disguised as Fang Yuan and killed Cloud Young Master Yin Liang, causing Longevity Heaven's plan to recruit Northern Plains lone immortals to be thwarted. But not long ago Longevity Heaven had an opportunity. That was Langya sect's allegiance. Longevity Heaven absorbed the whole of Langya sect and did a lot of propaganda, letting the whole world know that Longevity Heaven had accepted the whole of Langya blessed land. According to the agreement between Giant Sun Immortal and Longhair Ancestor, Langya blessed land would be given equal status, and they would be responsible for protecting them. This action of buying a bone with 1,000 taels of gold was really beautiful. The 5 regions Gu immortal world was shaken by this. Langya blessed land's Gu immortals were all variant humans. Longevity Heaven was actually so generous. In that case, it would definitely treat human Gu immortals even more favorably. Longevity Heaven changed the minds of the people because of this. It changed the views of the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Their recruitment of lone immortals progressed at a rapid pace. It was completely different from before. Speaking of which, Land Spirit of Langya joining Longevity Heaven at this time is truly a fool's luck. Longevity Heaven was so active. In the future 5 regions chaotic war, Northern Plains would definitely bring even more trouble to Central Continent. Western Desert's Shao clan and Southern Borders Qi clan were also secretly receiving Fang Yuan's support. Fang Yuan's actions were not limited to this. During this period of time, he had been promoting the threat of Celestial Court and Jewel Yellow Skies. He had mentioned the threat of Star Cast and Fate Immortal Gu time and time again. The Battle of Reverse Flow River, the Battle of the Dream Realm, Langya Sect's battle, and many other scenes were displayed by Fang Yuan in Jewel Yellow Skies. He silently described the ambition and tyranny of Celestial Court in interfering with the other 4 regions. Such actions did not seem to have any reaction. But Fang Yuan believed that in the other 4 regions, no superforce would not feel disgust towards such a Celestial Court. They were just restraining themselves for the time being. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects accepted Celestial Court because they were subordinate sects of Celestial Court. They were created by members of Celestial Court. Northern Plains Righteous Path forces could accept Longevity Heaven because they had the same bloodline, and Longevity Heaven was Ancestor Giant Sun's Grotto Heaven. It represented the Orthodox lineage. As for Southern Border, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea, these superforces dominated their own regions. They were used to acting like tyrants, who would want to have another force above them ordering them around. Several days later, in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Search. Fang Yuan had obtained rank 7 Soul Search Immortal Gu from Jianghu. He had already conceived a killer move that used Soul Search Immortal Gu as the core. But its power was more than 10 times that of activating Soul Search Immortal Gu. Under the effect of this killer move, all sorts of information was extracted from the Gu immortal souls and transferred into Fang Yuan's mind. The lives of the Gu immortals, their cultivation secrets, the conflicts between their forces, their secret treasuries and so on were all seen by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of Southern Borders information to begin with. On one hand, it was the records in Shadow Sect's true inheritance. On the other hand, he had disguised as Wu Yihai and joined Wu Clan, using Wu Clan's channels to understand more. On this basis, with the first-hand information of many Gu immortals, Fang Yuan immediately gained a deeper understanding of Southern Borders' situation. Even rank 8 Gu immortals like Wu Yong and Qi Chu you could not compare to Fang Yuan in understanding of Southern Borders' situation. This means that the immortal Gu lists provided by each clan are all correct, but they are lacking in some details. Southern Borders' Righteous Path forces naturally gave Fang Yuan a list of immortal Gu to exchange for. Fang Yuan's soul searched these Gu immortals and immediately understood the details of these forces. If it were rank 6 or ordinary rank 7 they might not be able to do so, but these rank 7 Gu immortals were all experts. Strength meant authority, they were the core of each clan's authority. Fang Yuan did not mind the concealment of the clans. Because he knew that these immortal Gu were concealed because the clans were unwilling to exchange them, they had high value to each clan. If Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for the immortal Gu on the list, it would be easier for him to succeed. In fact, he also wanted to exchange for Gu. I need to construct an immortal Gu house, I need a place to rest and recuperate in the River of Time. Moreover, with the immortal Gu house, those Gu immortals from Shadow Sect can also join the battle and lend me a hand. Some immortal Gu could not be used by Fang Yuan, he could exchange them. After all, Southern Borders' Righteous Path would have a greater advantage in dealing with Celestial Court in the future. Of course, some immortal Gu were of great use to Fang Yuan, he would not exchange them. Immortal Gu were unique, they had great value, but what was more important was the overall situation. Celestial Court. The immortal formation rumbled, Fairy Myrtle held the iron dragonfish as she looked down at Spectral Soul. Scenes of memories emerged from Spectral Soul's body, appearing in front of Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle smiled. With this portion of the food path true inheritance, Celestial Court can also produce gold, silver, copper and iron dragonfish, changing the situation in jewel yellow skies. Spectral Soul, you are finished. Earlier, Dang Hun Mountain self-detonation allowed you to live for some time. But now what else do you have? You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.